if I just play the game. But that man doesn't know that I am bulletproof. Keep one foot on the sky and a foot on the road. I'm not doing this to try to make a name. I just like the way it feels on it, the way it looks on me. Still got the fire when you try to be a flood, 'cause I like the way it feels on it. That little rush, rush, rush of blood. That rush of blood, I'll use it for good. That rush of blood, I'll use it for good. I'm not doing this to try to make a name. I just like the way it feels on me, the way it looks on me. Still got the fire when you try to be a flood, 'cause I like the way it feels on me. That little rush, rush, rush of blood.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to the third edition of the MasterCraft Pro Waterski Championships. My name is Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have you here at Lake Grew, the home of Ski Fluid and also of Action Watersports. We thank those entities very much for allowing us the opportunity to bring this event to you, the MasterCraft Pro. Your schedule, as it stands right now, begins with Open Men's Slalom, where 15 skiers will advance out of this initial round to go into the next round of the event. That's Open Men's Slalom. There are 19 skiers, 15 will advance. Then we've got the Open Women's Slalom event, where we will see 15 skiers and 10 of those will advance through to the next round of the competition. And the remaining schedule you saw right there just momentarily. So we're following one or two of our skiers around the starting dock area as they get ready to rock the roost, as it were. We've got our boat driver there, Mr. Scott Greenwood, getting everything settled and dialed down for the first event of the MasterCraft Pro, which is the first round of men's slalom. There we see on the starting dock area Jamie Calhoun getting ready for his turn. He'll be a third out, and we just saw just a few moments ago Charlie Ross getting ready. So, a reminder for you is we've got the opportunity for you to actually get subscribed to the TWBC YouTube channel. But whilst you do that, why not check out our pre-show, which is coming up right about now. Well, here we are at the MasterCraft Pro with Peace Love and Waterskiing himself. This is Corey Vaughn. How you doing, sir?
I'm good, Tony. Glad to be in town. Got in super late last night, so a little tired, but I'm going to jump in the lake for practice, and surely that'll wake me up.
Yes, certainly. And I mean, you'll be jumping into some rather warm waters, a bit of a contrast from what you typically have to deal with up in Virginia this time of year, right?
Yeah, luckily we've had a bit of a warm snap this last week, so I feel like that helped me just jump in, no rubber yet. So that's been great. People have been skiing their faces off, just trying to squeeze out the last drops of summer in Virginia. So, you know, a little bit warmer water, that's easier to come to than going to colder. So I'm looking forward to it.
Haven't seen you ski an awful lot in the pro ranks this season, but taking that into account, what do we expect from you?
Well, that's a great question. Yeah, it's been a different balancing act for me this year as a dad. Gotten to poke my head in a few times. Hasn't gone splashingly well just yet, but 2 events left for me this year, this one included. So really I want to go out there, just do what I'm capable of. I'd like to set a score of about 3 at 41 and see where that shakes out. I know I can do that. I know we may see higher, but I can go home with my head high if I can go and do that.
And we look forward to seeing a lot from Corey Vaughn, Mr. Peace Love and Waterskiing himself here at the MasterCraft Pro. Well, here we are at the MasterCraft Pro, and I have the privilege of standing next to Taryn Grant here, who will be competing not only in 1, but in 2 events in this competition. So what's that balancing act going to be like between slalom and jump?
Yeah, I'm excited to be slaloming and jumping this year. Last year I only jumped, so I'm excited to get out on the water on my slalom ski tomorrow morning, feel things out, I guess, and hopefully put up a score that can put me into the next round, and then I'll focus on my jump. So one event at a time, focus on slalom and then focus on jump.
And staying safe out there jumping is certainly very, very critical to being successful on a consistent level. This year it's been a battle of attrition between a lot of your competitors coming into this event. Their absence is very, very noticeable. So how have you been able to stay on top of the fray in that regard?
You know, it's really unfortunate what's happened to a few girls this summer, and I'm hoping for a speedy recovery for all of them. And we definitely miss them out here at the tournaments and on the lake. But you know, I'm just gonna try and do my best, keep my skis under me, and put out a big jump.
Excellent. And what about slalom as well? Because you're a pretty halfway decent slalom skier yourself.
Yeah. So. Again, same deal for slalom. I'll go out there. I'm the very first women's slalomer of the day tomorrow, so I'll go out there, do what I can, and then hope that it puts me into the next round.
The dual threat from Canada, Taryn Grant, hopes to do big things out here at the MasterCraft Pro. Well, if you see a big beaming smile this weekend at the MasterCraft Pro, it's because it comes to us courtesy of Alicia Bagnoli, who's returned from Italy, victorious as the overall women's European champion and the tricking champion. But you're competing in two events where you medaled in the bronze medal. How will you hope to stay competitive against the likes of some of our female skiers going into this event?
You know, I just came back from Europe into the US. It's actually a pretty big change. There the water was a little colder, the temperature was cooler, and here's the weather is quite heavy and the water is quite slow. So pretty big change for me, trying to figure out a little bit the setting for the ski and just my own self, my technique. So I'm pretty confident about the tournament. Hopefully it's going to be a good weekend.
Excellent stuff. And you're competing in the jump event, or you're just slaloming?
I'm just slaloming this event. I might give it a shot for the next event, Malibu Open. We'll see.
Excellent, excellent. So, what kind of performances would we expect in you? Because around about this time, or a little after this time last season, you were at the World Championships and you got into 39.5 off at 10.75 meters. Now you're in a similar situation with water temperatures and that kind of stuff. Do you hope for something along those lines?
Yeah, I usually tend to get in a better shape at the end of the season, so kind of around this time. So the goal for this weekend and the next weekend is to run 38. You know, also for the next year's tournaments, I need to run 38 more often. So that's the goal for this weekend, and hopefully get some buoys at 39.
And we certainly hope you achieve that goal. This is double European champion from 2022, Alicia Bagnoli, here at the MasterCraft Pro. Well, a competitor who we haven't seen an awful lot in the last season or so, Chile's Felipe Miranda, making a welcome return to pro competitive action here at the MasterCraft Pro. So, leading up to this tournament, how have preparations gone for you, sir?
Oh, it's been great. It's great to be back. Great to be back here at Fluid in the MasterCraft Pro. I'm pretty happy to be jumping again and skiing again. It was a rough year and a half that I was hurt. Tried to get back, getting hurt, and it was a lot of injuries, but I'm getting there little by little, and I think it's a good opportunity to get confidence and be back on the tour.
What was the toughest part about that journey from where you injured yourself about 18 months ago to where you can actually compete now effectively at a pro level?
See, mainly it's the head, like it's your mindset, how to be, do you want to do it again, do you want to be back skiing? And that was the hardest part, to get myself, let's do it again, I still can be competitive, and that's why I'm here.
Okay, so obviously you're trying to manage expectations going into this event, as this is essentially your first pro tournament back after an 18-month layoff. So, I mean, you always want to go into this event wanting to win, but if you left with a certain distance or a certain placement, how high would that be in order to satisfy you?
I don't think I'm satisfied just to be skiing. I'm satisfied just to go over the ramp, get some good feelings, jump well, and the rest will come. If it doesn't come today, there's more tournaments to go. And again, this is my first tournament. I want to have fun, enjoy it, get some nice jumping. Here we got a perfect site, perfect boat, perfect drivers. I mean, I can't ask for better.
So this is Felipe Miranda, a multiple-time world champion. Welcome return back to the pro ranks here at the MasterCraft Pro. Well, here we are. We've got the ultimate water skiing power couple here. We got Karen Truelove right there, and we got Freddie Krueger, the GOAT, as it were, in terms of men's water ski jumping. Yeah, the expression there kind of said it a little bit, because obviously you're regarded as like one of the best jumpers of all time. Yet you try to downplay it any opportunity you can get.
Well, I mean, I think that's a frivolous conversation from the standpoint of technology and everything that we've had as the sport has evolved. So, in my mind, I always imagine, Sammy and Bruce and Wayne Grindich and, I mean, even, Jimmy the Flea and those guys who are the amazing jumpers. And, I mean, I'm missing a lot of guys in there, right? But you take those guys and give them what we have in terms of, power in the boats and technology and the cruise control, better conditions, better skis, better bindings. So I cringe a little bit at that, because but as I do think I've had an incredibly long career, so we could say that, But there were some amazing athletes out there long before myself, yeah.
And overseeing a lot of what you do fitness-wise to actually keep you in this kind of shape is Karen, who is a pretty darn good slalomer yourself. So let's touch upon that. You'll be competing in the slalom event. How has training gone for you thus far?
Good. Ski today. Made a little tweak based off of some of the things I was feeling this week, and actually felt really nice. So, I mean, I'm feeling good about tomorrow. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, it makes me, it's always nice rolling into the tournament feeling like you've had a good preparation.
And I'm actually rather fortunate to have both of you here, because I don't know whether you saw the stat that you are two of the competitors that have registered professional tournament wins aged over 40. So how difficult or how challenging is it to stay in that kind of shape and still be competitive against some of the younger skiers? I'll refer to you, Karen, first.
I cannot tell a lie. It feels very hard. You think it's kind of a cruel joke. The older you get, it should get easier, but it just, as everyone knows, it just gets harder. It's a lot more time consuming. You kind of know in your head like what you need to do, but it's just a matter of talking your body into it. So yeah, there's a lot of balance in it, because life gets more complicated, with the kids and just trying to, enjoy other things outside of skiing and, our families and stuff. So, there's just a lot of things pulling at your time, and it just takes a lot of balance, but it's fun. It's a fun challenge, and can't speak for Freddie, but I enjoy it. I get frustrated by it sometimes, but I enjoy it all in all, and I like just seeing what I'm capable of. And
I'm sure Freddie has a response to that.
Well, she said it beautifully. I would echo all of that. Again, that family life, as the kids get older, in your mind, you think, oh, they're going to become more self-sufficient and that, but they're into so many more things that's obviously a real pull on your time and again, that balance. But I think the thing that we've found a little bit here in these last couple of years is that it is possible to leave the sport the same way you entered it. Meaning, when you start in the sport, you're capable, and you're just trying to prove yourself. You're just trying to kind of prove you've still got it. You can do it, right? And then as you're starting to exit the sport past your prime, you're getting into a point where you're like, hey, I can still run with these guys. I can still jump with these guys. I can still do this. And it's balancing that motivation, but it's very important to be able to walk away from a weekend when it doesn't go your way, and still have that youthful enjoyment.
Experience, perspective, performance, all qualities that embody these two competitors here, Freddie Krueger and Karen Truelove. We will look forward to seeing them do the business out there on the water at the MasterCraft Pro.
Hey guys, welcome back. My name is Wade Cox, and I'm going to be sort of in the driver's seat, if you will, on the dock, and this is our view for the weekend. When I drove in this morning, I just couldn't believe how good the site looked, and it always sort of gives you the goosebumps when you see a site all bannered up, ready to go. And obviously, Action has done just a fantastic job with the site. And this is the third year here, the MasterCraft Pro. 2 years ago, the first year back, we had one of the greatest men's slalom finals we've ever seen, with 3 of the men's finalists all getting 5 at 41, creating a three-way tie. And then last year we saw a unbelievable performance with Jacinta Carroll breaking the 200-foot barrier for the first time. It was absolutely fantastic. It was unbelievable to be here in person and to see it. So you guys at home with the webcast, you guys got the best seat in the house, so enjoy your weekend. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So thanks a lot, Wade Cox. He will be on dockside getting perspective and interviews and all of that kind of stuff as we continue to get prepped for the event. In the next few moments, we'll be joined by Kyle Eade, the head coach and instructor here at Ski Fluid. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the running order, if we can pop that up for the men's slalom. And there we see our first competitor is going to be Martin Bartowski of Slovakia. Then we got two Canadians back to back. We've got Charlie Ross, Jamie Calhoun. Then we've got Joel Poland from Great Britain, Chris Parrish from the United States, Stephen Island from the United States, Tom Paul from Great Britain, Corey Vaughan from the United States, Callum Heath from Great Britain, and Cole McCormick. Those are your first 10. Then we got Brando Caruso and Robert Hazelwood. They will wrap up the first 12, and then we've got about 7 more competitors to look for to complete the list. Starting off with Switzerland's Benjamin Stadelbauer, then Dane Meckler, then Sacha Desca of France, Jonathan Travers from the United States, Thomas de Gasperi of Italy, Freddie Winter of Great Britain, and also from Great Britain is going to be Will Asher. And the running orders, just in case you're wondering, they are seeded in accordance to where those skiers are ranked on the Waterski Pro Tour rankings list. Now, there is one name that is noticeably missing from that list, and that is Nate Smith, who currently lies third at the moment. Now, the reason why Nate Smith isn't in attendance here is because he suffered an ankle injury, which has basically precluded him from competing in this event and also the remaining events to come. So basically, Nate Smith is more or less a sitting duck, and will not be able to get any more points aside from the 244, which you see him up on the screen. The two competitors above him, of course, are Freddie Winter on 246, but way out in the lead with his performances during the summer this year is Will Asher, and sitting next to me right now is Kyle Eade. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. Thanks very much, Tony. Really excited to get this event underway. I've been looking forward over the next couple of weeks, these last couple of weeks, getting the site ready, and we've had some big history here over the last couple of years. Heard Wade talking about that huge men's final a couple of years ago, the first 200-foot jump by a woman last year, and so this is the third year running, and I'm excited to be back.
All right, then, let's check in with Wade's World.
Thanks, Tony. I've got Ross here getting ready to go, and I guess I know now that men's slalom is first. When I saw you here ready to go early like a seasoned veteran.
Yeah, so don't have as much experience as some of the pros, so figured get here early and be ready.
So Charlie, recently 3 at 41, a new U17 world record, correct?
Yeah, that was kind of cool. I liked it. Yeah.
So already got a couple 39s under your belt in the pro level. When I heard that the entry fee was 6 at 39 was the score to get in, I knew that I didn't need to be here and you did.
Yeah. I think you could have made it if we gave you some time training. But yeah, it was a pretty high cut, so I think the competition's going to be pretty deep today. So yeah, hopefully just put out a big score and we'll see what happens.
You got quite the cheering squad here. And any words, Dad?
Just put the pedal down and go.
He's been here before, and I'm just here to watch. So we're going to watch him real soon. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Thanks a lot there, Wade. And seeing Charlie Ross there, certainly a young up-and-coming athlete there. He's already gotten into 41 off on a number of occasions and really establishing a high mark in junior skiing. But going back to Nate actually sustaining an injury prior to this event, that's really going to be what would be the best word to describe? It's really going to shake up the Pro Tour
It's going to
standings.
open things up a lot. You know, this event is it's got all the top skiers in the world, bar Nate right now. And Nate, you know, he's been pretty consistent getting through that 41 off pass. He's missed a few events this year, so he's down on the leaderboard a little bit. Will Asher's been absolutely steaming along. And he's way out in front, number 1, but it's a very hotly contested sort of 2nd and 3rd on that Waterski Pro Tour list. So yeah, we'll miss Nate, but I'm still excited about this competition. There's these other guys here still capable of running down 41 or through 41. Freddie Winter, Will Asher, many guys there are capable of getting through that pass. And it's going to open up and make things exciting.
All right then. So a lot of activity going around the starting dock area as we see a few of our competitors there. And looks like here at the announcing point we've got a little bit of a Kiwi invasion, so to speak. We've got Khalid here, and also sitting next to me here on my right-hand side and to the left on your screen is Aaron Larkin. How are you doing, sir?
I'm well. Yeah, I'm well. Thanks, Tony. Good morning to you. Good morning, Kiwi. Yeah, it's nice to be back. And it's been a year since I've actually sat in the saddle and did some commentating. But it's certainly nice to see the wind is not the same as last year, and conditions are a hell of a lot better. And we really are set for what's going to be an unbelievable tournament with the calibre of skiers we've got this weekend. You know, so. I'm certainly looking forward to it.
And it's actually getting quite warm now, as a matter of fact. And I know it's deep into September, but I mean the weather stays very, very warm here for quite a long time. It's currently at 76 degrees, but I'm figuring that it's probably just a skosh hotter than that, considering that update. So it's about 78 degrees there. Vincent Stadelbauer right on cue there with the temperatures and the barometric pressure and the wind speed and all of that kind of stuff, you know, Kyle?
Yeah, well, we were getting a bit worried looking at the forecast a week or so ago. There's a few storms lingering around off the coast. They've sort of dissipated or moved on to other places. We were a bit unlucky with the conditions last year. It made some of the slalom events difficult. Still some unbelievable skiing considering the conditions. But this year looks absolutely amazing. Conditions today, it's sort of coming out of the north. It'll be sort of a bit of a crosswind, but not much this morning through this men's prelim. Swinging around a little bit more northeast later on in the day, and hopefully a nice little sweet headwind for these guys jumping. And we've got a big, exciting jump field later on this afternoon for you.
Indeed. And this is a Pro Tour Freestar event, and at this Freestar event, conditions are actually so good with the sunshine that we have to actually take a 10-minute delay to let the glare dissipate. So, why don't you take this time right now to try and win the ski of your choice? Aaron, you can get in on this as well. You, Kyle, can get in. You can go online to waterskibroadcasting.com/play to put your entry in for a chance to win yourself either a Conley slalom ski or a D3 slalom ski. And with that in mind, let's check in once more with Wade's World.
Hey, Tony, thanks. I'm here with Martin Batalski. And Martin, you're first up, which is always a bit of an awkward event, and but a little delay for the sun glare, but perfect conditions there, though, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It is really nice out there right now, so it actually could be an advantage. It's a little early. I don't usually ski this early in the day, but looking at the lake, it definitely should be nice.
Were you able to get a practice right here yesterday?
I skied, so I live 10 minutes down the road, so I skied here a couple days last week, and I just came back to Florida after summer in Utah, so definitely know the lake really well.
Yeah, good. It's good having a set eyes on the lake, and we're going to have our eyes on him soon. Back to you guys.
Why, thank you there, Wade, and looking set to bring on Martin Bartalski. He comes to us out of Slovakia. He's certainly been one of those stalwart competitors over the last few seasons. He's been quite consistent. And I mean, just looking at the list of skiers, I mean, it is definitely a who's who of slaloming out there, Aaron.
Yeah. I'm watching that. Tony, I mean, that's what I was thinking looking down this list. We've got 19 of the top best slalom skiers in the world. And, you know, we're not starting off lightly here. We've got Martin Bartalski, who's run a couple 3 at 41. He's been on in many Pro Tour finals. He's kicking it off. He's the lowest seed going into this competition. Then we're right out with Charlie Ross after him. who, although a junior, has been streaking along and has scores of 3 at 41. He's looking to try and increase his under-17 world record. He set that earlier this year, and he's looking to try and get maybe a piece of 4 and set it way out where others can't reach it. But he's been doing unreal. So yeah, we're not starting slowly here. We're going straight into the heavy hitters.
Yes, and our skiers along the dockside taking the earliest opportunity to get their handles situated, making sure that the length of the handle is within tolerance. And you know, I mean these competitors. I mean they've been slaloming throughout the entire summer. It's getting to that point in the season where it's definitely the rubber meets the road, Aaron. I mean, with the Pro Tour standings, with the top 3 being very, very much in the air. And there you see the Pro Tour standings. Will Asher had an absolutely glorious summer on 361, but I mean, and that's we got Jonathan Travers and Sasha Deska, and that's a tough battle as well. And looking down the list there, it's basically a who's who, isn't it? But when we get back, we'll discuss that a little bit more with you, Aaron Larkin. But in the moment, let's check in with Wade on dockside.
Thanks, Tony. I'm here with the Tower CP, the other CP, right? Our camera guy. So, Chris Parrish. Let's talk about coffee. Coffee and slalom skiing sort of for us go hand in hand. So tell us your favorite brew, how you mix it up.
Yeah, French press all the way, early AM, 200 degrees on the kettle. And I've been loving that espresso roast that I cannot stop drinking from Starbucks. I know Starbucks, but I'm telling you, it is amazing.
See, it's like fin settings though, right? I mean, you got to have it like the balance right, tip and tail, onside, offside, whatever, 2-4.
The key is too on the pour over. You got to get like really into it when you even do the pour over. It's like a spiritual beginning of your morning.
All right, there we go. He's going to get spiritual out there real soon. Back to you guys.
Yes, indeed, and taking a little bit of inspiration from some of our Italian skiers there with the espresso shot in the morning. I was in Italy on 2 separate occasions during the course of the summer, and it's small, but it's powerful, definitely.
Yeah, he likes his coffee in the morning, does CP, and it was good to see him, coming back at a few events this year and then skiing pretty well. I saw him out here getting a few practice sets in, and he's still got what it takes to get himself into the finals. So it's exciting to see him coming out later on.
Now, Aaron, let me ask you a question. What kind of preparation did you have when you were competing at this level, typically?
Well, I mean, it did certainly start with a generous portion of coffee or 3, but I like to get to the lake reasonably early, and then I always had a set routine. To be honest, I knew that 8 skiers before it was my go. I'd start warming up, start stretching, and then from there, basically, it was the same warm up. It was really just the same routine over and over and over. Bit of warm up, bit of mental prep, bit of psychology, bit of visualization, and then basically just go out and try and not let yourself get in the way of yourself. Get yourself out of the way and go and see what you can do.
Do you see much difference between what you did back then and what you typically see now on the starting dock?
Well, everybody's got their own routines. It's nice to see. I'm just looking at obviously the start dock and obviously the Pro Tour standings and looking at the older stalwarts. The guys like Will Asher, the guys like Thomas de Gasperi, Chris Parrish. I mean, these guys were all around when I was skiing, and I was skiing against them, and they're still going, and I tip my hat to them, because they're obviously exceptional, and they're at the top of the list, and still at the Pro Tour. And you're looking at Will Asher, he's 40.
All right then, so let's check in dockside again with Wade's World.
Hey, so Tony, I'm here with Smith, who unfortunately won't be with us on the water today. So you want to talk about it?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of sucks to come to a tournament, but it's always fun to watch. About 3 weeks ago, I hurt my foot. I have a partial tear of the Lis Frank ligament and a lot of bone bruising in there, and just not ready to ski this weekend. Still maybe a couple more weeks in this boot, then try and get out of it, and we'll see. But I think I'm pretty lucky, because if I had to have surgery, it would have been about 9 months.
Well, I just looked down, if you guys notice that. So it's right foot, which is front foot, which I would say is almost better than being a back foot. I don't know. But what do you think?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I mean, I guess with the back foot, you know, I kind of use my toes a little bit, pushing that ski around, where the front foot's more supported in a boot. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's better. I mean, it's a bummer being injured, but we've all been there and we all get over it, and it's just a matter of time. So.
All right. Well, it's kind of cool to see him here as a fan, so maybe we'll get him up there in the announcer's booth as well. So back to you guys.
So that was Nate Smith winning every event that he actually attended during the course of the ski season. But you have to be competitive in every single event that is available to actually have an impact upon the Waterski Pro Tour, you know. And it takes just one incident, you know, that could really upset things, you know. And from what I understand from the reports that I've been getting, he'd actually injured himself skiing on a recreational slalom ski, and it took just one split second, and you know, then he's out of contention.
Yeah, it is one of those things. I mean, Nate, he's a professional. He knows it, and obviously he took that risk, you know, going out and skiing on a different ski, and I guess he was having a bit of fun, and he came a cropper and obviously injured himself. But it's a shame. But at the end of the day, you know, again, he's a professional, and he knows what he's doing, and he assumed risk, you know, when he decided to put that ski on.
Yes, indeed. Every time you put that ski on, you know, you're subject to like those guidelines that are printed on the bottom with the WSIA, with the Watersports Industry Association. That's why they put that disclaimer on. You know, you assume the risk that you can actually be injured and not be able to ski.
Yeah, well, there's no question, and it's a shame for Nate. It really is, and it's a shame for the tour because I mean, you know, we're all in agreement that it's just phenomenal to see Nate ski, and he makes it look so easy and what have you. But on the other side of it, Kiwi, it's throwing the cat amongst the pigeons, obviously with the Pro Tour standings, and now. In essence, it's a little bit like when Andy was around skiing and people would turn up, and you know, apart from Wade a couple of times, you know, pipping him, you know, would I be correct in saying that most of the time people were turning up and competing for second?
Yeah, well, the smart money was obviously on Andy back in the day, and these days it has been on Nate, and he's proved it. He's won every event he's been at this year. Obviously, looking at that standings, you can see he's down the list a little bit in third because he didn't go to some of the events, and but not taking away from anything from what Lasher did, because he just stepped it up at some of those European events, running some big scores, and then came back and hit some big performances too at Hilltop. I think he got through 41 a couple times in the preliminary round, so he's on fire. So he's really, I mean, yes, Nate's not going to be at this event and maybe not another one, but Will is definitely earning it himself.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's no question that Will's had a phenomenal season. There, it really is, and others. You know, obviously Freddie Winter's there, Thomas de Gasperi. You know, but again, some of these guys haven't actually skied all of the events. But you know, you do have to take a special mention to Will, because he has had a standout season for a guy that's sort of in the twilight of his career, and he's probably skiing, I would say, as good as he ever has.
As good or better, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, and fitness and conditioning and all of those elements, you know, they have to be right. They have to be on point, you know, to be able to ski the kind of career that he has, you know, from start to, you know, I mean, he's far from finished, you know. I mean, he's still very, very much on the top of his game, and you know, he's still out there. He's still practicing, you know. He's still designing slalom skis. He still has a huge impact upon the Syndicate brand, who just launched their new slalom skis, the Syndicate Works 1 and Syndicate Works 2, you know. So I mean, he's still out there and still performing at the highest level. But let's switch it up a little bit to the person that's actually chasing him, Freddie Winter. You know, he's had a phenomenal summer as well, and he's wanting to try and take this Waterski Pro Tour standings battle right down to the wire there, Kiwi.
Yeah, for sure. Freddie's right in there behind Will right now, currently sitting in second. He's been skiing well all season, very, very consistent. I guess what we've got to remember too is this MasterCraft Pro last year was pretty much the finale of the tour, but this year we've still got maybe 3 more events after this that that can make a big difference on those standings. So there's still a lot more opportunities for some of the skiers down below Will to play some catch up.
Absolutely right, and you just saw the graphic on the screen giving you an opportunity for you to win a slalom ski, whether it is a Conley or a D3. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for more information and a chance to enter to win a ski of your choice. So, the boat making its way up and down. We're just trying to make sure that the conditions, the water conditions, are exactly the same for every single person that takes to the water in this event. We are about 2 minutes away from starting. We've added a 10-minute delay right from the get-go. And there we see Charlie Ross getting ready to. And there's Charlie Ross getting ready for his turn, but preceding him is going to be Martin Bartowski of Slovakia. And, it's nervous moments at the starting dock, I mean, 15 skiers will advance through to the next round of the competition. There are 19, so we'll drop 4 skiers, but you've got to be on your game right from the get-go, because those skiers, those 15 skiers that advance, there's a very good chance that it's going to take more than just a few buoys at 10.75 meters or 39.5 off. It's going to take maybe the first 2 of 3 at 41 with the conditions that we have here,
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I mean, looking down at this running order, everybody here can get through 39 off, and so theoretically, this cut to make the top 15 could be into 41 off. I mean, Aaron, let's talk some strategy now. These first few skiers, the 19 through 16 spots, I guess, they don't know what it's going to take. They just have to go out there and give it all they got, try and get a big score, but they're probably going to go, hey, somewhere around that 2 at 41 is going to make me pretty safe. Obviously running 39 is imperative at this stage for them to sort of guarantee them a spot. But 2 at 41, you thinking, Aaron?
Yeah, with the format being one round and cut, these as you say the bottom seeds, if you like, they're just going to have to throw down, and I would suggest that 2 at 41 is a pretty good score. There might even be a bit of a logjam there, I'd expect most of these people, if not all of them, to get through 39. There's going to be a couple of upsets, if you like, but 2 at 41, I'd say that's a pretty safe bet.
Yeah, especially on a lake like this here today, conditions are absolutely perfect. The team at Action and MasterCraft have got the boat set up, running a 6.2 litre boat out there for these guys. It's running beautiful. Everyone's been practicing out here, training on it. They've got plenty of familiarization time. So yeah, there's no reasons why these scores should be big today.
All right, then, continuing right along, we got our men's competition at the round 1 of slalom. We've also got some women's slalom as well, which will take place after the conclusion of the men's, and then we got jumping in the women's and jumping in the men's competition. That represents the balance of our schedule for today. So we got some high class action ready to go. We got Chris Eller, who comes to us out of Lillington in North Carolina. He will be one of our drivers at this event, and he'll be just docking with the dock, albeit briefly, before we take on our first competitor. There we see Joel Poland. He's the world men's overall champion, and he's a pretty decent slalom skier as well.
Slalom skier too, yeah, in his own right, for sure. Now, going back to that view on the boat, we got Chris Eller. He's behind the wheel. He's in the hot seat. We've got the best drivers in the world. We've got the best team of officials here setting things up. We want leave nothing to chance. It's about the competition, who's going to win the day, but also we want the best performances. We're looking for some huge scores here today in conditions like this. And the team here is as best as they get. Chris Eller has been driving a lot of the top pro events all around the world. And MasterCraft have got him here, and he's got the shore path in there. We got everything set up for him to make sure everything is legit down the middle and the best for these skiers.
All right then. So, wow, well, we've got some breaking news here because Martin Bartelski, who we anticipated him skiing on a KD slalom ski, has actually changed to a D3. Wow, that's a bit of a shocker right from the get-go.
Oh, a little bit of a shocker. He's Martin does a little skiing out here with me, sort of during the spring and during the fall. Yeah, he's been riding KD, but just switched up. He's on a D3 Energy right now, and he's feeling pretty solid on it. I saw him ski pretty handy on it, straight out the box, and. This guy knows more about skis than most people have forgotten. He just knows it all. He tinkers with his fin. He's playing with setups. He's riding a pretty short ski, but this guy's he's not the tallest guy in the world. He's only 142 pounds right now. So he's a small guy out there, but he gets the job done and consistently gets through 39 day in and day out.
I can't remember the last time I was 142.
Well, let's see what he's got. He's on the water. He's our first skier at the MasterCraft Pro. This is Martin Bartelski, 13 meters and 32 off. Let's see what he's got.
All right, here he comes. The boat speed accelerating up to 58 kilometers an hour or 36 miles an hour. Opening pass. This is 32 off, 13 meters. Getting a good snap off number one. A little bit off balance there, but this is 13 meters. Should not be a difficult pass for him at all in the slightest. And, you know, Aaron, 13-meter run looks really straightforward.
Well, yeah, it did, and he skied that really nicely. Obviously, like you mentioned there, at one ball he had a little bit of he tipped his shoulders over at the backside of the ball, but there'll be a few nerves, there's no question. I mean, every time you stand on the dock and you put your ski on at a pro tournament, you're going to have some nerves, but Martin, he looked good, as he should have, you know.
Right, you are, and there we see Charlie Ross on the starting dock, certainly one of the best young slalom skiers coming through. He ran into 41 off for the very first time at the Swiss Pro Slalom, not this season, but the season before. And when you get to that certain point, where you start running into a certain line like shortening, getting there once or twice is one thing, but being consistent in getting there every single time, that takes a little bit of doing.
Yeah, so we saw him at that Swiss Pro-Am last year. He got that 39 in the bag, and he was pretty excited. And it was at a pro event too, mind you. Since then, he's gone to a lot of record tournaments. He's up the ante. He's got to 3 at 41. He's become consistent at 39, like you say. He's also hit a few of the pro events, and he's getting the experience needed. He's got the technique, he's got the determination, but he's just getting the experience to mix it up with some of these bigger guys.
And so too does Martin Bartelski, who is out there at 35 off on 12 meters.
He's got a little bit of that head drop again on 3-ball there, doesn't he, Aaron? He's looks like he's just kind of falling in a little bit, maybe losing the line a touch, but pretty safe, complete pass there, 35 off.
All right then, and we'll check in with Aaron, but before him, we will check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Cole McCormick, and Cole, we're just talking about your housing situation. You're a homeowner now, and you have your computer out working. Does that sort of help take some of the stress away from worried about what you're going to start at or what your gates are going to be like?
I mean, I've got a game plan going into the tournament, so it doesn't really affect me. Normally, I just think about the keys I've been working on, and everything just kind of falls into place. Just have to do a little bit of work today, It's always working.
Well, so you talked about having a plan. Have you skied here much? Do you like to come to an event and get some water time?
Yeah, I skied here a couple times this week. I skied here a lot as a kid, so, know how it feels. I've skied here the last 2 years they've had the tournament, so it feels pretty good. I just, need to focus on the couple keys I've been working on, and everything should work out.
All right, we're going to see you back out there soon. Back to you guys.
All right, then, returning onto the course, we have got 11.25 meters. Aaron, take it away.
Yeah, so Martin here, off a 2-ball. He's actually got a better start than he has the previous 2 passes. He's looking great out of 3, good turn out of 4, making it look very easy. Nice turn of 5 and over to 6. Certainly the best pass we've seen from Martin Bartelski. I think the gate had a lot to do with that, set him up with a nice rhythm into 1. So.
Yeah, definitely stepping things up on 38, and you need to, right? Like the 32 off, the 35 off. These guys can run that in their sleep, but to see the replay at 38,
Thank you.
Pretty hard gate, but that's sort of traditional for Martin. He needs to get some load and get moving. He hasn't got the biggest reach in the world, but he does get across course very, very quickly, and was on top of that pass all the way.
And this actually raises a very good question, you know, because, I mean, you said right there that that this pass 11.25 meters looked a little bit easier for him to actually go through. Now, there are some skiers out there that will actually select the slalom ski and set up to make sure it skis easier for them on the more difficult line leg shortening, obviously forsaking a little bit of ease of transition with the opening two passes like 13 and 12 meters. And I see that a lot with some of the ski brands, you know, where skis are actually specifically made to be easier on the harder passes rather than easier on the easier passes.
Well, you set your ski up for the harder passes because there's a lot more load, etc., as you get into 39. But here's Martin Bałtycki now. He's coming in at 39 off. This is the first skier of the day. He knows he's going to have to get through it. He's around 1. He's a little dead line at the back of 1, but he's looking okay. He's around 2. He's actually on time here, Martin Bałtycki. Again, a little dead line, but he's staying patient. He's around 4. He's hanging on. Can he stay patient at 5? He does, and he'll get over to 6.
All right.
Oh, that's great skiing. That is great skiing. Martin Bałtycki really stayed patient.
Wow. So, how many tournaments during the course of the season does the first skier off the dock go into 41 off?
Well, I just had someone in my ear telling me that's the first tournament of the year that somebody off the dock has run 39, and that's what we're going to see here. We're going to see the best performance of the year, I think. Starting off with Martin Bałtycki, we saw, like Aaron said, he lost the line a little bit at number 1 and 3, sort of slipped underneath it. You see the handle kind of creep up on a little bit here. I think you'll notice that little slight ripple kind of through the gates into number 1 pushes the skier a little faster than they'd like. It's not much wind, but it's just enough at 39. You don't need much just to lose the line a little bit. There it is again at 3. But hey, he didn't stay, didn't panic, and he's got a ripper 2-4. It's his onside, sits on it, and congrats to Martin Bałtycki, our first skier off the dock, 6 at 39.
All right then, fantastic skiing as a matter of fact. You know, I mean, we saw that exclusive buoy cam view there around buoy number 5, round number 6, and a beautifully executed run. It didn't look at all in doubt right from the get-go.
No, he stayed patient, but, you know, the job's not done. He's going to come in at 41. He's a right-foot forward skier, and I think he's going to have to get to 2-ball. And here he is now. Martin Bałtycki, 41 off, through the gates. He's over to 1. He's around
Good
1.
gate,
It looks like he's going to go over to 2. Can he get a good turn? He's going to
gets the
S-turn,
2
and I think he'll
to the
get back
wing.
to the
I
gates.
think so. I think he got back in. Did he? Yep.
Yeah,
So,
I think he did.
You're right there, Aaron. This job wasn't done. I mean, running 39, I mean, Martin's done that a lot, but he's also skied 0 or 1 at 41 a lot as well. You know, at 41, there's not much space there, and he, without the reach, but what a hard gate. He just leaned on that, stretched out round number 1, took a little bit of a hit, but cut all the way and through the ski round 2. Complete 2, I think he's done enough.
Yeah, I think so. Well, that score has got to be unchallenged by 4 of our remaining competitors, remaining 18 competitors, because we've got a total of 19 on this list and 5 advanced. So you can do some very simple math there in terms of his ability to make it through to the next round. But I'll tell you what, right off the dock, 2 at 41 off. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, well, it's, you know, this day and age now with the calibre of skiers that we have in the world, it's... I can tell you that I'm pretty happy that I'm retired. You know, so you know, I'd almost put my neck out there and say that 2 at 41, I reckon we might have a runoff.
There's a possibility, right, Aaron? Yeah,
Yep.
there's that score's been thrown out there. Everyone on the dock to come is knowing that the conditions are nice. That 2 at 41 is the score to beat, and Charlie Ross, the next year on the dock, he's definitely capable of it.
Yep, and on dockside there with Charlie Ross, his sister Neely Ross, making sure everything is all dialed in, you know, and it's getting some encouraging words. So, looks like we've got some new statistics here with the 0 off letters. A2 is favoured by a little over 60% of our skiers in this event.
Yeah, it's an interesting fact there, Tony. And to be honest, I'm in these boats pretty much all day long out here coaching, and I would agree with that. If somebody comes down and asks for something different, I'm always like, you sure? And if somebody doesn't give me a setting, I'll stick them on A2. It just seems like the user-friendly setting, and our skiers are all seems to be choosing that one. But any setting on this MasterCraft 6.2 liter boat feels pretty good.
I mean, does it really change that much between for each skier as they work from one boat to the next? Because they have different weight characteristics and that kind of stuff. And I actually had a discussion with one or two skiers whether they do experiment a lot with the zero off between boat brands.
Oh, I think quite a few do. Yeah, you'll see them chop and change a little bit. I think you'll notice most of the heavier guys kind of play with the numbers more, especially when the different engines, the 6.2s, the 6.0s, and between boats. Some of these lighter guys, it doesn't really make as much difference for them, so they'll stick with their A2s.
When you started mentioning heavier guys, I saw you're looking at both me and Aaron.
What are you looking at me for?
Yeah, exactly. Well, what did we do to you this morning? Anyway, we got Charlie Ross here at 13 meters or 32 off. Now, he's a skier who is extremely light on the line because he weighs barely more than a bag of sugar.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Charlie Ross, he's a hell of a skier, but he's got to run around the shower to get wet. There's not much to him, So, but we're going to go down to Wade's World and see what he's got to happening.
Absolutely.
Man, what an absolutely fantastic start to the day. Must have been awesome to get through the 39, and then you got a solid 241.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, I'm happy with 2, and I think first guy out running 2 at 41. That was kind of the goal to just go out and show that hey, it's possible. It's really nice out there, So it's good. I'm happy.
Well, he, like a seasoned veteran, he went out and put the number up. So awesome, good for you, man. Maybe we'll see him this afternoon.
All right, and thanks a lot there to Wade's World there with that interview there of Martin Bartowski, and he kind of downplays it a little bit. Seriously. I mean,
yeah, that was definitely Martin's excited face there when he was in that interview. But knowing how he is now, he's inside. He's definitely happy with that performance, and we'll see where that lays him. Let's get back to the skier on the water. Here comes Charlie Ross coming in. This is 35 off, 12 meters. Another formality here for Charlie.
Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit. 35 off. I mean, it's a relatively easy line length shortening for skiers such as Charlie Ross. But I mean, him waiting on the dock and seeing someone go through 39.5 off at 10.75 meters and then register 41 off. What must be going through his mind at that point?
I think it actually relieves the pressure.
It does?
For sure. I mean, at the end of the day, you're at a pro event and you're wanting to run 39. You're wanting to run two or three down, 2 or 3 boards at 41 off. First person off the dock goes out and runs 2 at 41. In my opinion, there's the benchmark. Now you know what you have to do.
All right, then. And let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, guys, here with Joel Poland, world overall champion. So what did you jam to on the way out here this morning?
I was listening to some Beastie Boys. I was grooving pretty hard. I was enjoying it.
I like it. Old school, right?
Yeah, I like the slightly older music, but it's still pretty good. I'd say it's current. Yeah.
He's watching the event. We're watching ourselves on TV right here. So we're going to get back to you guys so you guys can watch some more.
Yeah, well, Joel Poland there staying pretty calm and collected on the dock. He's only a couple skiers away, and he's going to be doing it twice today. He's out there in the jump event later on. Definitely making a big impression in tricks, jump, and overall, and I'm waiting for him to break out in the slalom event too.
Indeed, as we see Charlie Ross come into the course at 11.25 meters. Now, what kind of music did you listen to, Kyle?
I think I was still asleep driving here this morning.
What about you, Aaron?
I was an AC/DC kind of guy as a warming up, but Charlie Ross, he's around 5 and over to 6 at 11 meters, and that's in the books and made it pretty easily. So, again, as you would anticipate, Charlie's had a really good season. Obviously, he's been talking about. We'll just go and watch the replay. Obviously, right foot forward through the gates, nice reach into 1, nice tight line, and looking the goods over to 2. Try not to decapitate the cameraman as he rounds 2 ball.
So looking at his skiing here, Charlie. Looking at him skiing, Aaron. What do you think? What's his strengths out there? He's obviously light. He gets across course quickly. What do you see as his biggest weapon out there?
Well, I think it's just the way that because he's light he's also got a lot of power for a young, smaller guy. It enables him to carry it to keep his direction moving cross course through the second wake. In essence, he's basically getting higher up on the boat, maintaining a tight line so that when he goes to initiate the turn, he's got the line to move in on. Now he's not moving his shoulders, and he can repeat the process. So, I mean, he does a very good job. He's been well coached. Obviously, he's the son of Drew, who was a phenomenal skier. But here he comes now at 39 off.
All right, here he goes. 10.75 meters for those of you watching us from outside of the United States. Here we go, round buoy number 1. Needs to get a good rhythm to continue on with the pass. A long pull into number 3. He's still there for 4. Keeping the flow, keeping the speed up. He's round number 5 and will absolutely smash 10.75 meters.
Wow, that was some pass. That was pretty. That was pretty smooth there from Charlie Rice. That was impressive to watch for a young kid. He had a little hiccup, tip rise at 4 ball, but he stayed patient. He knows what he's doing. He's run obviously a bunch of them, and got over to 5, tight line at 5, and out the gates. I mean, that was a hell of a pass.
He certainly had purpose out there, leaving absolutely nothing to chance with this run, Kyle.
Let's watch this replay here. He just absolutely killed 1 ball. I think that's one of his strengths. He's got an amazing offside. Watch this 2 ball. Gets in deep, holds onto it, gets a little bit kind of sat down and separated, but didn't panic him. Back to his ripper 3 ball, and from there it was all over. He knew he was running this pass.
And I mean, his knee bend coming off the backside of each turn, to establish that angle and then to hold maximum tension against the boat. I mean, just a remarkable athlete.
It's actually a really good point you raised there, Tony. The actual the flexion of and the absorption in his knees as he comes through the backside of the ball. As the line starts to tighten up, he's actually absorbing that pressure from the boat, which enables him to be able to take more pressure off the second wake. But here he is. It's 41 off. He knows he's got to get 2 at least. If he's going to tie Martin Baltelski, he's through the gates. He's over to 1. He's got a slack line at 1. He's going to get outside of 2. He's going to.
Does he get the 2? Yes, he does.
Well, there's another 2 ball at 41 off. It seems like it's a fairly mundane task these days. But
okay. So, what did you say about the potential of a runoff?
I think it's pretty good. I mean, it's not the first time we've come to beautiful sites with obviously the setup and the boats and the drivers and the top skiers in the world, and 15 people run 2 at 41.
So let's watch this skate here. It was all over the right-hand gate ball there. Had a little bit of a loose line, and I was a little worried he wouldn't get the acceleration needed to get out to 2, but he got there, got the ski outside. Now he's got to manage that slack rope, take the pull, and sneak in before those boat guy buoys, and he did that well. A full 2 buoys, and Martin Bartelski, Charlie Ross, our tide leaders. 2 skiers off the dock and 2 skiers through 39 and 2 at 41.
Okay, so we just had confirmation that the tie-breaking procedure, just in case you are wondering, is that we do run off competitors that are tied for the remaining spot or spots. All right, so looking at Charlie Ross making his way to the dock, mission kind of accomplished a little bit in so far as making it through 39.5 off and establishing a score at 41 off is concerned at 10.25 meters. So he's going to have to wait a little bit and see if that score will either be equaled or surpassed from here on in, because we have 19 skiers on this list. We're down to skier number 3 right now. So even at this early stage, with 2 skiers sharing the lead with 2 at 41 off, it's incredibly difficult to even gauge at this stage who and with what score is it going to take to make it through to the next round of the competition there, Aaron?
Well, for sure, yeah. No, we've got a lot of skiing to come. But what's interesting now is that obviously we're just sitting here and the wind is, I shouldn't say wind, but the breeze is starting to pick up and it's coming out of the north. So what that would mean is basically it's almost coming directly from 2 to 3, if you like. And what that's going to mean is that at the far end or on your second pass, there's a little opening down the other end of the lake, and that's what caused us a little bit of trouble last year. But there was a, with the chop, if you like, when you're pulling out and turning in for one ball, Kiwi, obviously, you've seen this wind many times. I mean, is this going to be an issue?
If the wind picks up a little bit, yeah, it could be. I mean, it's just part of an outdoor sport, whether we get a little bit of wind, especially that direction. We don't get that direction very much. I think it's going to swing around more to the north and more to the east as the day goes on. And hopefully they'll do it early enough where it won't affect the approach, especially for the 39 off pass down that far end. But here's Jamie Calhoun, and I like the way this guy rides his slalom ski. Canadian guy, as was Charlie out there. Very international field here today, but yeah, Jamie Calhoun doing it for Radar Skis, and out the gates at 6 at 32 off.
So let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Charlie Ross. And Charlie, man, 2 for 2, meaning, yeah, both you guys have already run 39. Must felt good, right?
Yeah, it felt good out there. Hopefully it holds up, but we'll see with the next coming skiers.
So, sort of irrelevant, you're getting used to standing on the dock at these pro events, right? Because 2 years ago was your first sort of stab at this, right?
Yeah, it's Swiss Pro in 2019 was my first one, or was it 2020? But yeah, so definitely every time you stand on the dock with them, it's a bit intimidating, but it gets a little more familiar each time.
So I'm sure we're going to see him out there again soon. Back to you guys, Tony.
So whether you're tuning in to us from Athens or Atlanta, from Dublin to Dubai, or from Paris to Berlin, this is the MasterCraft Pro. Thanking you very, very much for tuning in to the live coverage of this event. So we've got Jamie Calhoun on the water. I believe he's gone through his opening. He's going to come in on 12 meters for the next run. Minimum starter line length is 30 meters. And a skier from Canada who won the silver medal at the U21 Worlds last season over in Santa Rosa Beach. And looking to try and get up amongst it with our top pro athletes. 12 meters, no problems there, mate.
No, not at all. Yep, Jamie looking pretty good there on his Radar Vapor. He's part of the Radar team. And through 35 off without any issues at all. It just, when he turned in for his gates, it just looked a little bit like he dropped his right shoulder in. And I was anticipating a little hiccup there at one, but he held it out pretty nicely. And yeah, as you would expect. Again, we keep saying it, but 32, 35, even 38 now is pretty much a formality for these guys.
So speaking of Jamie, I know he's had some stellar performances over the last couple of years. I know just recently though he's finished up university, had a few life changes. I think he's getting married here shortly. He's definitely engaged, a few switching up, changing his job and career and starting that sort of stuff off. So I know he hasn't been on the water as much as he probably would have liked, but I still saw him earlier in the year come very close to 3 bull at 41 here at one of our events. And I think he's fully capable of equaling or bettering the scores that we saw from Charlie and Martin.
All right, then, continuing right along and check out New Dimensions Health. Enhance your lifestyle at New Dimensions Health. So let's check in with Chris Eller at the helm of that towboat, and indeed Jamie Calhoun with this pass at 38 off, 11.25 meters. Skis over at the McClintock's facility during the summer. And not looking.
First left foot forward skier on the water, both Charlie and Martin righties. So let's see how he's going to deal with that gate shot and approach into one ball being his good side, and with that little tailwind coming behind him.
Yeah, no, you did right. Absolutely, a left foot forward skier. The gate is paramount, in my opinion. Righties can get away with a little bit more because they can move their feet underneath the line a little bit easier. But yeah, lefties certainly need to pay a little bit more attention to the way that they're swinging up on the boat on the gate and the way they turn in. So Jamie's going to have 39 off in front of him. He's going to have, like you say, basically a tailwind, tail breeze. Let's say when he turns in and going directly into one ball, which is going to push him in there. There's two sides of the coin there. He can use his good side to good effect and making the turn there at one ball. But then, of course, do you chop off too much and then you start running directly a little bit more direct into two ball. But
I think the story is going to be told on this 1 and 2. If he gets out of this, he's going to be running the pass. But let's see it.
Well, there it was. We kind of picked it like a dirty nose. Unfortunately, he got a little hot into one ball and tried to turn a little bit too hard, lost the line, and blew the tail. So it's unfortunate as we watch the replay. Not a bad gate. Rolls himself up a little bit to the inside, and then has that dead line you see. Pulls the handle into his chest and falls back, and that's all she wrote. So disappointing day out for Jamie. But surely won't be his last competition, and he's hoping he can take something away and learn something from it.
For sure. So from our vantage point, Aaron, it's kind of hard to see live. The ripples that the wind, the difference that wind is making down that end. On that video, you can kind of see a little bit of a ripple. But I'd like to get a bit of feedback from some of these skiers that are going out there and see if it's playing with them much on that setup down there. It has definitely picked up a little bit since Martin and maybe even Charlie skied.
Yeah, absolutely. It's but like you say, hopefully the wind starts to turn a little bit more sort of to the north and to the east, and then you're going to start getting the wind coming a little bit more over the top of what would be the bank here and the clubhouse, and more into a bit of a headwind for jump. It'd be nice if we could start getting that happening in the slalom event, So
Aaron, here we go. This is our first skier from the UK. There's 6 British slalom skiers in this event, almost a third of the field. Aaron, you've spent a bit of time skiing in England back in your day. What do? There's something in the water over there? They seem to produce slalom skiers so easily.
Well, exactly. And it is interesting. Mike Hazelwood, Andy Mapple, the greats of yesteryear that have inspired the Tom Ashes, the Will Ashes, the Freddie Winters, now Joel Poland. It's interesting because, and like right now, let's just say right now at the end of September, they're in dry suits.
They definitely don't have the lakes or the conditions for to be on the water year round and get the training, but they seem to get the job done, and it makes them tough. They're all the slalom skiers that come from there. They can handle a little bit of rougher conditions. They grit their teeth and get their way through it. Speaking of like Jody Fisher, just saw him work by. He was one of the best at handling some tough stuff on World Cups. The Glenn Campbells, it's just phenomenal how many top slalom skiers they keep churning out.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed, Aaron. And I know how you casually omitted my name from that list, but there you go.
I was just getting to your name, Tony.
Yeah, we were just there, mate. We were just, when it comes to the Dauphins and the Europeans, as though we were going to, you were a hell of a jumper, so.
And I wasn't a decent overall skier on top of all of that, but thank you very much. Okay, so we got Joel Poland on the water right now, the current world overall champion, and we'll check in on dockside momentarily.
It's interesting, actually. Joel Poland there, obviously ran 32 off pretty easily, but he was down the dock, and I was just listening to what he was saying. He was asking someone else what letter they were using, and he chose to use their letter instead of what he was. And I don't know if he was just joking about, and but it certainly wouldn't be something that I would be doing. I would have done my research prior to that.
He's trying to play some mind games with some of these people.
Well, he's a hell of a talent, and he could probably, and there's no doubt if there's a person that can deal with it, it would be this kid. So he's a guy that slaloms left foot forward, tricks right foot forward, and jumps a hell of a long way. So go figure that, and he's the world overall champion, and making 12 metres or 35 off look as good as anything. Yeah.
All right, then. Now we will take a look at dockside with Wade's World.
Thanks, Tony. I got Freddie Winter here. So, Freddie, we're talking about making things better. And, man, the site looks great. Oh, my gosh. It's our third year here, and I pulled in this morning and went, wow. It's one of those few mornings I wanted to go out and have a rip.
Yeah, what a team behind the MasterCraft Pro. I know a little bit. They've just been making sure this place is amazing. And we got great boats, great drivers. I came out and had a practice the other day, and it went really well. So, no excuses, right? That's kind of there's a double-edged sword. You see it, you see good scores go out early. You're like, all right, let's go do this, but I can't screw up.
Yeah, no. You still have to do it, but so anyway, so what have you been working on lately?
My offside, every day. It's the day of the week I'm working on my offside. So, but yeah, it's been going quite well. I was really happy. California and Hilltop, I came back from a sort of pretty relaxed summer in Europe and did well. So, third, second, let's see how we go. Let's try and get to the top.
All right, we'll see him out there in a bit. So back to you guys. Thanks.
So listening to Freddie there, he said he came out in here and skied pretty well. He went out and ran 3:39s in a row and then ran 41 on the way home. That's a little better than pretty well.
Yep, a little bit above average, I would say. Just a skosh above, I guess. Okay, so here we go. This is Joel Poland. 38 off, 11.25 meters, skiing opposite way forward to what he would normally ride a trick ski, you know. And I don't know. Have you ever tried riding a slalom ski opposite foot forward? Or
I have, and dare I say it, it's usually after I've had a couple of adult beverages. And
it all ends in tears,
I've
doesn't it?
I've managed to get my way through 32 miles an hour at 18 meters. Nothing in comparison to what this kid does, though, you know.
Now look at him go out there. This is 38 off, and he made pretty short work of this. We talked about him being the world overall champion, the world overall record. He first set that world overall record actually at this site in April of 2021. Jumped somewhere in excess of 224 feet, tricked over 11,000, and I think at that stage he only ran like maybe 5 at 39. He's fully capable of run 39. I think he's got a personal best of 3 or 4, maybe 4 it is. At 41. He hasn't quite stepped up to that at a pro event. I know he's got some 1s and 2s under his belt, but maybe this is the event. I'm definitely waiting to see him kind of break out in slalom and make some finals.
And certainly the World Championships, he actually scored, I think, 2 at 41 off in those Worlds as part of that world overall record package that is currently the world overall points mark. But let's have a look and see. ABC's here. Let's have a look at 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. Gets a good look how early he is into number 2. He could grab the proverbial cup of tea and have a good sip of it round each one of these turns at 39.5 off. There you go. Great skiing there, Aaron.
Yeah, it's good skiing, really. Aggressive stuff from Joel. You know, he got the start. Like I was mentioning maybe a little bit with Jamie Calhoun there, he really turned one ball hard, got a lot of angle, and you saw the amount of time as we watched the replay that he had at the 2-ball. And when you have that much time, I can speak from experience going at the 2-ball, you can almost stall yourself. So he gets a big start here, he gets over to 2-ball. Now it's all of a sudden he's just waiting. And then as a result, you can see that he's just a little bit bent over with his shoulders, and there's the slack rope as a result. But he stays composed. He stays patient around 4 and really does a good job from 4 to 5. It's good skiing from Joel Poland. You know, he's got a fairly unique style in the fact that you know, he seems to move around a little bit on the ski. You know, he's almost like a Thomas de Gasperi in a sense. You know.
Yeah, definitely, Aaron. I was about to say that. Yeah, it's quite unique. He dances around a lot. He gets on the front, moves back. But that's the ability of this guy. He's just got the balance. He's like a cat out there, kind of seems to move around. Not many athletes could do what he does on a slalom ski and get himself back into position and handle it. But you saw him just absolutely rip one ball. I think that's what Jamie was planning to try and do. Didn't quite happen for him. But let's see what can happen for Joel Poland. He needs 2 to take the tie the lead. A piece of 3 will put him in front.
All right, gets the number 1. Always he's on pace there for number 2. He gets the ski rolling round. Does he get outside? Oh wow. Taking a page out of Freddie Winter's book, we see.
Yeah. He's come up smiling, so I think he's okay.
Must be a British thing, you know. But yeah, a bit of a he'll be happy with that too. At 41 off, on a letter at the boat that he didn't even know. Prior to putting his feet in his bindings. So let's see what happens here on the replay. Right shoulder just dips in a little bit, but gets the ski to move away quite nicely. He gets a good start. The line is tight, and then from here it was what do we do? Do we stand up? Do we S-turn? Gets the handle in the water. And elects to try and get the 3. He just gets ejected out the front. And in all fairness, Kiwi, that looks dramatic, and it is. But that sort of crash is not going to hurt Joel Poland. So.
On the replay there, you can see him step out of the binding. You know, once you're away from the ski, your ankle or knee's not going to get twisted, and a little bit of a tumble. But he's used to doing a fair bit of that on his trick ski. So hey, look at that wumble though. I think he's pretty happy with that. That's the start he wanted. But coming into 2, there's probably that moment of doubt. Do I turn it? Do I just try and get the full 2 buoys, or do I do maybe a safe 2 and sneak outside 3? All that's going through your head in a split second, and he kind of chose to just be a little bit safer. He got the full 2, and he wasn't far away from getting the 3.
Marks out of 10 for the dismount.
Oh, I mean, it was spectacular. I'm going to say like a 6.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed. A 6. I think they have a award here for a crash, don't they?
Not too sure on that one.
They did it last year, and we didn't really have any great, well, in slalom anyway, didn't have any great slalom crashes. But that wasn't one either. That was a a bit of Hollywood there as he ducked out the front of his ski.
So after a blistering start, and I did actually wanted to question about the uniqueness of that scarf, because you know you took a page or two out of your book there, Aaron, with some of those.
That's why I can really kind of speak to it. You know, I mean, I had obviously an enormous 135 side, and it was a 2.4 side and offside that resembled the QE2. You know, making a turn. It was as slow as a wet week. But you know, the issue with turning really hard as a left foot forward skier or any skier is that you basically you get to the next buoy too early. So there's a point where you can no longer move away from the boat, so you must run parallel with the boat. Once you run parallel with the boat, the ski just doesn't want to turn, and that's when you're going to see the ski wheelie, or you're going to see the ski bite, and obviously the skier's shoulders are going to start to fall in to try and compensate and make the ski turn. So,
of course, when you mention the QE2, you are referring to the retired cruise ship, of course.
I am, yes. Yep.
And that's what you probably noticed about slalom over generations. Like a number of years ago, you saw a lot of skiers with that big onside turn. The Mike Shaylanders, just slamming. Patrice Martin, those sort of guys, slam their onside and then kind of wheelie a little bit, say back-footed. They're 2-4. But nowadays, these younger generation of skiers, very symmetrical, even on both sides. There's not a weakness out there. And talking about a symmetrical slalom skier, this guy, Chris Parrish, he's been there. He's done it all. He's a former world record holder. He was the first guy to see 2-ball at 43 off. And he's still out there doing it.
And if you're talking about someone that looks like who's just taken a sedative and got out there on a slalom course, I mean, like Chris Parrish actually absolutely personifies that. I mean, everything that he does, I mean, is very, very precise, but he makes it just look so slow out there.
Yeah, well, when you're 6'7", slalom skiing, you have a height advantage, but of course you don't have the same center of gravity, so it becomes harder to hold on to your position.
Hey, just while we got a quick moment, I'm joined here by Joel Pollan, who's just out on the water with us. Classic fall there, mate. We just want to check in. You're okay. Came up smiling, so all good. And we want to check in on the conditions down that far end that start at 39 for you.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely that bit of a tail breeze coming in on 39. So, you got to play it well on one. But I kept pulling out early for my gate, so I think the tailwind helped me. Coming back there, I feel like I got a decent one. It's coming into two pretty well. And I didn't quite commit to it, so my ski's kind of facing down course, but I'm going that way. Which is not a great mixture, but I'm all good. I'm in one piece, out the way before the jump event.
Okay, stick around for a little bit because we're going to re-rack your crash so you definitely want to see that. I mean, the guys surrounding me gave you a 6. I'll give you an 8 for that. But anyway, here we go. This we have is Chris Parrish coming in at 35 off. So looking in good shape.
Chris Parrish, he's obviously a former world record holder, multiple-time world record holder. He was the first person to get the 2-ball at 43 off. And again, like you alluded to, Tony, I mean, what a technique, what a style. I mean, he just makes it look so easy.
All right, by contrast, let's check in with Joel Poland with his attempt at... This is an absolute doozy right here. Take us through this,
mate.
So I was a touch early for this gate, but, good setup. Maybe I need to go early on the gate because that was a pretty good 1-ball. Coming into 2 here, I should have just committed. I didn't. And here we go. Oh, wow.
Deserving of an 8, I would say.
The cameraman needs a raise.
Yeah. Tell me something. Joel, when you came off the second wake into 2-ball, obviously knowing that the top score was at 2, and you say that you didn't commit or you should have, was there a moment in your head you were like, well, what do I do here? Am I standing up? Am I S-turning?
I'm pretty good at getting 2, so I came out at 1 and was like, oh, this is better than normal. But by the time I'd committed to 2 and turning it, it was just that bit too late. I needed to come into the course with a commitment to get to 3, and I was kind of seeing how 1-ball would go. That's how it goes.
Well, 1.5 wouldn't be too favourable out there today. It might not make it through, but sitting on 2, you're looking good. Here's Chris Parrish. This is 38 off. And I heard him off the dock say he's setting his C1. He's a bigger guy. He's heavier on the boat. What has happened here?
Looks like the boy.
2-boo's gone. Has it? Or is it still there?
It's not attached.
Oh, it's not attached. So it looks like we're missing a 2-ball.
If there was anyone that had a chance, it was him.
So, let's look back at Chris Parrish coming in at 38 off. Again, a pretty easy pass for him. He's got solid one ball there. He's always had a great sort of onside. Comes into two. There's the buoy's just disappeared. It's come loose. We were definitely. I saw somebody out there early this morning just kind of adjusting the height. So maybe that clip has been broken, and we'll be getting it fixed straight away.
All right, then, as we get that situation resolved, we're going to pause for a quick break. This is the continuing coverage of the 2022 MasterCraft Pro, and we'll return right after this. All right, then, continuing on with coverage of the MasterCraft Pro. I'm here. I've got on my left side and on the right-hand side of your screen there, we got Kiwi. That is Kyle Eade. On my right and to the left of your screen is Aaron Larkin. So, wow, it's been quite dramatic so far. I mean, we got 3 scores of 2 at 10.25 meters.
Oh, this has been absolutely fantastic skiing so far this morning. 4 skiers, 3 of them through 39, 2 at 41. Bit of a log jam there, and I think that's what it's going to be to make it into the top 15. We're going to head down to Wade and see who he's got with us.
So here with Thomas Poole from England, and Thomas's story of our life, a little bit of hurry up and wait, right?
Yeah, it's always a fun bit, waiting around on the dock. Not really how you'd ever get ready for a normal set, so yeah, just trying to keep it as normal as possible.
You got any jam you listen to before you come out?
No, I remember when I was a kid, I tried all of that nonsense, and when would you ever do that before any other set? So just try to keep it the same as always, really.
All right, I like it. We're going to see him out there real soon. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So we're taking a little bit of a technical timeout to address 1 or 2 issues on the slalom course, which involves putting the buoy back on round number 2, which is adjacent to our buoy cam. That is some next level stuff there, Aaron.
Yeah, well, it shows the technology that the boys at the Waterski Broadcast Company have gone to, to be able to critique those people that are course maintenance. It's pretty nice.
And we got Jerry Jackson out there. He's the guy in the water. He's putting our buoy back on he's one of the best TCs in the business. He'll get that buoy back on. We'll be back into the action here pretty soon. And cut to commercial, and we'll be back soon.
So here with John Travers. So during this little hurry up and wait, as we always do, we're talking NFL, right?
Yeah, totally. It's that time of the year. It's always fun to get back into NFL things, and then try not to stay up all night on the weekends and on Monday night so you can train and be ready for an event like this on a Friday. So
I called CP the other day. So CP, you, Cole McCormick are all watching the Bucs game, and I was jealous. You really wanted to be there.
yeah, that morning last Sunday we all took a ski ride out at my place, and then Cole's like, "Hey, got some brats. You want to come over?" I'm like, "I'm on my way." It was a good weekend. It was fun.
I love it, man. So you had the Worlds at your place last year, sort of a bit of a come down, but got the Travers Grand Prix coming up in 2 weeks, correct?
Yeah, October 7th and 8th. It'll be the 4th time I've done this event. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of stress on me, but I think it's a great event to bring some of the amateurs around the pros and get to go karting, skeet shooting, and just get to do stuff off the water as much on the water.
And hang out with cool guys like this. So back to you guys, Tony.
All right, and just to emphasize there, the Travers Grand Prix coming to us in about, 3 weeks' time, on October the 7th and 8th, for skeet shooting, go-karting, and some high-performance slalom skiing.
Yeah, I actually skied in it a couple of years back, and a lot of fun. I mean, it's derived off of what the old Three Sisters Pro-Am was over in London, where they did the skeet shooting, the skiing, and the go-karting, but it's nice to see the Travers have picked it up and run with it, and it's a great event. It really is. So as we watch Chris Parrish, he's strapped on the ski again, and now, he's going to do a warm-up pass. Is that right, Tony?
Yep. Yes, he's going to do a warm-up pass on the previous run. How far did he get? He went through 13 and came back on 12.
Yeah, so he's going to go down the end. He's going to sit down there for a second. We got the wait time set. I think it's around 45, 50 seconds. Let the water settle down, be the same as what everyone else is getting. He gets to come back at 35. It's his warm-up pass. He can do whatever he likes on this pass. He can stand behind the boat. He can run the buoys. He won't get penalised if he misses it. And that's just to sort of get him fresh, get back his feeling going again. So then when he has his 38, he's back sort of ready to go. That's the fairest way to do it. He doesn't have to run it again. He doesn't have to start again, but he gets that little bit of warm-up, so he's prepped and ready for the 38 off. This can kind of shake people a little bit. It's a little bit kind of It's a bit of an interruption, I guess, to your focus. But Parrish has been around a long time. He's skied numerous pro tournaments. He's won a lot of them. So I don't think this will affect him too much.
Okay, just enough time to tell you about the flow point method. Check out flowpointmethod.com, flowpointmethod.com, to provide you with the best way for you to ski. So here we go. We have got on the water right now 35 off for the warm-up, and this really is truly a warm-up for Chris Parrish. The very first person to get around the 2-ball at 43 off, or 9.75 meters, and for someone of that caliber, 35 off, just really, really simplistic there, Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good pass there from CP, like Kiwi was alluding to. Psychologically, can play a little bit of a factor for some people, but with Parrish there, obviously a seasoned vet, he's done it a lot, made it look simple. Now he'll be in the water, obviously sitting back, waiting for 11. And we'll go down to Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Callum Heath, part of our sort of massive British contingent. So what's it like sort of growing up with all the greats to sort of look, Will Asher, Andy Mapple, to name just two?
I mean, there's always a British skier out there that you can look up to, which is great. It's mad really, because our climate isn't the warmest, but we seem to produce slalom skiers and jumpers. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
So anything in particular you're going to work on today?
Just try and attack it the same as practice. Try and run some boys.
We'll see him out there soon. Back to you guys, Tony.
All right, then, as we get ready to bring Chris Parrish into the course, let me tell you about Wrap Skis. They're created by Jody Fisher, built in Cyprus. You can try one at Jody Ski School in Lake Gifford. And also check out the gate guide system. That is Wrapped Skis. Let's have a look and see what Chris Parrish can do.
So this is his first counting pass. He's had that warm-up 35. Now he's back on it. This is 38 off. Pretty standard pass here for Parrish. And yeah, looking pretty good as he rounds number 5 here. And the pressure's going to be on 39 coming back, slight tailwind.
And there was that safety check around buoy number 5. He knew he had the pass run, and he didn't want to risk everything to turn a really hard
his
number
fault.
5. You know,
Sure, he'd like to be
making sure he got ski round 6.
Yeah, it's one of those things when you're on the earlier passes, you know, you just want to make sure the line's tight at the back of the ball and nothing's going to, you know, to be untoward. But, you know, here comes CP now with the replay. He's got a good start, again, as expected. Big, tall frame, over to 2. This is kind of his signature, the offside, where he keeps everything very, very still and rides the ski through the turn. A good onside again at 3. Again, you'll see his shoulder stay really still. Right shoulder stays high. Over to 5, and here comes the safety check, as Tony was alluding to, and he'll just get against the line and over to 6. You know, textbook stuff from CP, really good stuff, you know.
Yeah, right from when he was a teenager, that was one of the main things he did, is just trying to stay as still as possible on his ski, very aligned, minimal movement, very efficient, and with that extra height that he has over some of his competitors, you know, was taking him down to big scores, even when he was, you know, 16, 17 years old. I can remember seeing him getting through 39 at a very young age, kind of like we see Charlie do. But yeah, it put him in that position where he had the leverage, had the ability to get to that elusive 2 at 43. But here he is. This is 39. This is the pressure pass.
So CP around 1, he's got a good start. He needs to stay patient here at 2. He's got a good 2 ball. He's over to 3. He's on time. He needs to stay mentally strong now. He's around 4. Good turn at 4. He's going to get over to 5. Safety check again at 5 and over to 6. CP.
There you go.
Another one. Stuff there from CP.
And using that Works 2 slalom ski to great effect.
Yeah, I've seen CP a lot of times in his career where he's running the pass super early and he kind of just has a bit of a brain fade, and then all of a sudden something happens and it's over. You know, it's that time there he really stayed on top of his ski, Kiwi, as we watched the replay.
Oh, I think that was a phenomenal pass for Chris Parrish with a little bit of a tailwind. Had a great start here at number 1. Look at that. That's a characteristic 1 ball there for Chris Parrish. But what I really like is, yeah, like you say, sometimes at 2 and 4, he's got a bit overzealous and cranked it a little bit. He didn't need to. There, he was very, very calm, managed the course well, let himself drift down a little bit here at number 4, knowing he's got his onside to back things back up again. Even here, he didn't panic too much. Smooth, easy number 5, and 6 buoys in the bag, and another one. And he's going to be looking to join those guys at 2, maybe even get a piece of 3. I don't know if he's been to 3. He's seen 3 in a couple of years. He dealt with a few injuries, some shoulder and neck problems, maybe a couple of years ago. Yeah, I'm hearing 2 is his season best. Would absolutely love to see Parrish get back to a rounding 3 ball or down the course at 41. But his first job is to make it in the top 15. I think he's going to be thinking that going round 2 ball.
So the skier who personifies pickle power himself, this is Chris Parrish. Entrance gates, buoy number 1 at 10.25 meters. He gets round 2, S-turns to the wake, and that establishes a 4-way tie for the lead.
Yeah, smart stuff from Parrish there. I mean, he obviously there he had the start to go a lot further down the pass. But electing to get outside a 2 ball, take the S-turn, tie for the lead, bank on the runoff. As we watch the replay now, he's got a good start. Line stays tight at the back of 1. Excellent start out of 1, and he's going to be super early over to 2. Big, tall fella, just rounds 2. I actually thought at that point there he was looking a bit nonchalant, but, you know, he S-turns and he gets back to the wake. So it's good stuff from Parrish.
Great skiing. You can see how happy he is. Like I said, he's had some injuries. He's got back. It's great to see him back at these events and doing well. He works really, really hard on his gates. Being a left-foot forward skier, you know, he's got to get that gate dialed. He's got a great 1 ball here. I actually think he kind of, right from the start there, he went, you know what, I'm just going to take it easy here at 1 ball. I've got a good turn, but I'm not going to push it. I'll get myself across to 2. I've got the reach to make 2 pretty easy, get my score on the books. I'm in, hopefully, or pretty sure he's going to be into that next round, or at least in a runoff for it, and keep him in this competition.
Well, Aaron was very, very astute earlier on by even contemplating the notion of a multiple-way runoff because we've got 14 skiers remaining. We've got a four-way tie for the lead right now. So yeah, Aaron, you're on your game here, mate.
Well, not yet, but there goes Chris Paris past. I mean, I'm super stoked for Paris. Like he's a stalwart. I mean, he's obviously so talented. And he's gone through some injuries, and it's super nice to see him starting to get back to where he belongs. You know, like he was so good at the top for so long, and he kind of went missing. I'm super happy for CP.
I'm pretty sure if he makes the next round, which I think he will see him kind of relax a little bit and go for it, and hopefully get down that 41 off pass there. You could see he just wanted to get the 2, and he's done that, secured his spot, hopefully.
And let's check in on dockside with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Mr. Corey Vaughn, and we're just chatting. I'm a bit jealous. Corey was the 9th person in the world to ever run 41 off, so not bad. Yeah, I'm still jealous.
Yeah, it's been a little while though. What I'd like to do now is go out there and do it again and bring one to radar. No one's run one on a radar before, so that would be cool. But today, sometimes in a tournament, I try to get too far outside myself. I want to put up a solid 3 at 41 out there today that feels within myself, within the potential. And I mean, it's sweet out there. So home boat, gonna just go have fun.
Sounds good. He's already got the mark set. Back to you guys.
All right, then, here we go. Our next competitor up, coming to us out of West Palm Beach. This is Stephen Island. Now, we talk about a skier so far as Chris Parrish, being up amongst the high echelon slalom skiers and the challenges of actually staying there. This is a skier who is searching for that high echelon. He's been slalom and he's been trying to get up to that level where he's consistent into 41 off, and he got into 41 off over at the Hilltop and actually managed to make an appearance in the slalom final. So looking to try and do something similar again, Aaron.
Oh, for sure. I mean, obviously that's why he's here. He wants to ski well. He wants to make the cut. But there's also the adage, like the majority of the skiers that are out here, you just simply have to pay your dues. You've got to come to a tournament. You've got to turn up. You've got to be there. You've got to learn from it. You've got to fall off. And only very few people, Charlie Rosses, etc., can turn up to pro events at 17 and 18 and just start killing it, right?
And of course, with Stephen Island, eager to try and make some money from this competition. This is a pro event, eager to cash in a little bit because he gets married next weekend in Las Vegas, and Las Vegas isn't cheap.
Yeah, it might be expensive. Yeah, but so I've known, Stevie Island is just a relative newcomer really to the pro events. Maybe over the last couple of years, we've seen him. You'd see him show up and he'd get a run through 38, and he'd be pretty happy to be in the mix and sort of get a decent score. Then he's popped up, got some big performances into 41 in record tournaments. Seemed pretty happy about that. He's obviously improving a lot, and now he's not here just to participate. He wants to have a shot. He's made a final. He's had a 3 at 41 in a pro event, and he's in contention here too.
And he looks good doing it too, right? I mean, he's got a hell of a technique. Things look pretty solid. He stalled a little bit there at 5-ball, but he's got the technique now. And in my opinion, a lot of it now is the top 2 inches. He knows he can do it. He's obviously running 3s and 4s, 2s, 3s, 4s at 41s in practice. Now it's the top 2 inches. Can he get out of his own way to be able to put that performance up when it matters?
It's a little bit of that belief, Aaron, isn't it? Like he knows he can do it. Like I said, in practice, record tournaments. He's got to believe that he can stand on the dock with the rest of this pro field and beat them or make the finals.
All right, let's check in dockside with Wade's World.
So here with CP as he's catching his breath. So, man, you had it all going. Buoy out, big delay. So tell us sort of what went down.
Yeah, I was even telling the boat crew at Hilltop, the SurePath turned off. So, I was like, I've been here before. And I actually wanted to start over, but actually start 35 on this end and take 39 that way, but I wasn't allowed. And you know what? I even told the crew I didn't really feel quite mentally into it on my 35 on my restart. But then back at 38, I adjusted, made some changes on my gate, and then 39, I just knocked it out of the park, and I was super happy.
So let's talk now. Let's sort of turn and watch. So we've got Stevie Allen here at 38. So what's it like going this way, CP?
I think it's definitely the better end right now. There's no crosswind, and definitely on that end, there's some chop from the pre-gates to the gates, and there's a nice little 7 to 10 mile an hour crosswind into that shallow bank right there, and the wind is pushing you into the buoy.
So let's talk about now. We saw Stevie, the 38 or the 11 meters successful. So now a little bit different. Tell us about that tailwind entry.
Yeah, he's got to get a good start. I mean, he's got to have the proper speed, really proper speed and the right swing into one ball. So his speed is in the right spot at one. If he doesn't hit that right, he might be chasing down the lake. Maybe he'll stay with it. Hopefully, maybe not. We'll see. But he's got to get a good start here.
Because let's talk about that. With the wind being sort of stronger there versus anywhere else, if you don't get the start, then you're really chasing your tail, correct?
Yeah, I call it like being in like the fight or flight mode, and you're chasing, and it's really not a fun feeling. You can see the best skiers in the world, though. They know how to stay with it and keep their composure and just try to like find their pull in the right spot and try to get back in it and not do something stupid.
Well, man, that was awesome because I was standing back here with the guys, and everybody's like, man, this is a sort of tough thing to handle, but you handled it quite well.
Yeah, I really found my gait on my second 38 and my second 39. So when I found it on 38, I told myself at 39 to make sure I do the same thing, and I felt like I completely nailed it.
All right, back to you guys, Tony.
All right, we're back with Stevie Island now. He comes in. This is the hard pass, the money pass. He hasn't got the best one. A bit of loose line. Took it easy. Big 2-ball. Gets him back on the game here. Can he negotiate 3? Hard lean to 4. Maybe too much. He's still in it. Can he get... Oh, no!
And collapses round buoy number 5. He was that close.
He had it in the bag, Aaron. He'd done the hard work. He was a little behind, but definitely had some big turns at 2 and 4. Maybe even a little too much there and a little too much speed at number 5.
Yeah, of course, looking at the water conditions now from 4 to 5, same thing as the gates. We've got a little bit of a tailwind. So he being right foot forward, you see he's turned pretty hard. But we watch the replay now, and into 1 ball, he's a bit slow out of 1, a little dead line, works hard over to 2, and gets a good 2-ball. And it's going to put himself back in the game over to 3. He stays patient at 3. But the handle's going to come up. I'm sorry, I'm talking. I thought that was 5. But as you can see, he comes out of 4-ball and gets a little lean lock, right? A little bit too much speed, and then gets over to 5. And I actually think he might have clipped the ball. So
okay, so significantly, what that means, Kiwi, is that with 30.
That wind just pushing him down. He was almost there, and if he'd got that pass, that 2 of 41 was within his reach and keep him in this competition. Unfortunately, that's going to knock him out, I think. Yeah, next year on the water, this is Tom Paul. He's another skier from Great Britain, doing it off of D3 skis. This is 13 meter, 32 off.
And just looking in very, very good shape, skiing out of the Oxford Waterski Club in England. And let's check in with Wade's World once again.
Hey guys, I'm here with Italian Brando Caruso, coming off a recent 2nd at the European Championships. How you feeling after the flight over?
I mean, not easy with the jet lag, but yeah, I just had 2 sets this week. As I said before, I'm already sore, but it's good, Great weather, and we'll see you today.
So yeah, we're going to see him out there really soon, but check him out, Brando Caruso. Back to you guys.
All right then, and Aaron Larkin taking a little bit of a breather, but someone who can happily substitute in for him at any time at all is Nate Smith. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'd rather be out on the water than sitting up here with you guys, but I'll enjoy the view from up here today.
All right then, and the reason why you're not skiing is because you're lugging a big old boot on your right ankle, right?
Well, I thought maybe it'd be cool to be like Joel Halley and maybe just mount this up to the ski, but unfortunately, yeah, I've got a torn ligament, Lis Frank ligament in my right foot, and I got to be off the water for a little bit.
How much longer? Are we talking like the next 3 events going down?
So it is just partially torn, so I don't need surgery. It'll be 4 weeks this Sunday from when it happened, and probably another 3 to 4 weeks in this boot, I think.
Okay. All right then. So that might actually put you in the frame to ski in the Miami Pro, which is going to be in November. So we'll keep an eye on that. And there we see Tom Paul get through the opening 2 runs of 13 and 12 meters. Now, Obviously, you've been in this position a number of times before. On the starting dock, big score that's been thrown up, you're chasing it down. You know, what goes through your mind at that point there?
Yeah, I mean, I think the worst score is 2 at 41 so far.
It is, yes.
Yeah, I've been walking around talking, but that's what I've seen. You know, it's always the first round, so it's always a little bit tough. All the nerves are out there, but you know, you just take it one skier at a time. You figure out what the cut's going to be, and then you go out and try and do your best. But you know, 2 at 41 already. That's a pretty big cut because you got to not mess anything up at 39. You got to get into 41, get a gate, and I think right now you're looking to get a piece of 3-ball to secure yourself into the final or the next round.
Yeah, absolutely, without question.
At this point, that 2 at 41 might not make it through cleanly. You might be in a runoff. So yeah, you're right. There's still a lot of skiing to go, though. We've got Tom Poole out there. He's looking good. Navigate his way through 32 off, and through 35 off. He's coming back in. Little headwind for 38. He's done a little bit of skiing out here. He comes and trains, you know, kind of spring and fall a little bit here with us. And had a stellar end of his summer. Got to 3 at 41 back home in England. And this is a tall skier. Big number 2. He's still on time here at number 3. Yeah, taking a little bit easier at 4, just securing this pass. And another 6 buoys for Tom Poole.
Yes, absolutely on his game there. And what do you see there a little bit as we transition over towards the instant replay?
Yeah, I mean, you know, first of all, looking at the conditions out on the lake, I remember this from last year just a little bit. We had the same north wind where a lot of the course was protected, but that far end down there where the lake opens up, you start to see the wind come across the lake. So I think the skiers are fighting a little bit with that here as they get down to that end and start down there on the gate. But looking at this pass, I mean, everything looks to be, you know, a pretty standard 38 off pass. I mean, a little bit of loose line there at 4-ball, but, you know, nothing more than just kind of keeping himself in the pass here and getting a good 5 and then over to 6. So we'll see how the wind kind of plays a factor with everybody because I know it's supposed to come up a little bit throughout the day. So we'll see how that goes.
So how does that play on your mind a little bit, knowing that for at least the first 2/3 of the course you have to ski at a higher intensity to make sure you've got enough in hand to execute the last 2 buoys with the conditions that are prevalent in that area?
Yeah, I think if I remember from last year, like the course down here was really nice, and then the far end, like 5 and 6, was absolutely miserable. But I just remember trying to get a really good gate down here, make sure you stay nice early and wide, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then just be strong as can be, try to create space into 5, and you know, play it safe down there.
All right, let's check in with Kyle here with 39.5 off 10.75.
So the all-important gate here, he's a lefty. He's got a big number 1, drop the shoulder a little bit, navigates through 2. That's a good 2 for Tom Poole. Can he get it out of 3? Unfortunately, took a little too much, and 2.5 is the score. He's not going to be happy with that.
And what that does is it puts those scores at 2 at 41 off, 1 skier closer to all of them making it through to the next round of the competition. It's going to take 1 more score less than 2 at 41 off to ensure that those 4 scores with that same score advance through to the next round of the competition.
Yeah, I feel for Tom out there. He did what he needed to do at the gates. He navigated that quite well, had a big number 1, maybe dropped the shoulder a little bit. Still stayed up over his ski, had a decent 2-ball. Nate Steppen here, but and maybe just tried to go for a little bit too much at number 3 to keep him up course there.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, like I said, that choppy water down there at the gate. You feel the wind pushing you, so you don't want to do as much work to get to 1, but you still need to do enough work to create that space. But like you said, I think he came out of 1 okay, maybe dropped the shoulder a bit, got heavy and hard into the first wake, and just put him a little bit narrow and on the back of the ski coming out of 2, and just a little bit too far down course by the time he got to 3, trying to make that up. You know, I thought he was staying in that okay, but unfortunately not.
Okay, before we bring our next skier in the water, just enough time to tell you about La Guapa, a luxury villa resort, all-inclusive with water skiing, located in Tequesquitengo, which is 2 hours south of Mexico City. That is La Guapa, the luxury villa resort just outside of Mexico City. Corey Vaughn coming into the course right here and now with the opening pass of 13 meters. Take it away, Kyle.
Okay, Corey Vaughn, yeah, he's we saw him talking on the dock there. He's one of those few skiers through 41 off. It was a few years ago for him, but he's capable of definitely putting up some big scores down 41. He present on most of the pro events. I know he's got a young kid. He's few changes in life changes, I guess. Hasn't been on the water as much as he'd like. He runs a ski school up north. during the summers. So yeah, he's sort of now juggling a few things with his skiing career, but still one of the best in the business on the water.
All right, let's check in with Wade on dockside.
Data bar, Swiss national record holder, and a very gracious host. Thank you so much for having me at your place.
No, it's an honor to have you. Great you were able to make the trip down and stay at the house. Good night of sleep. Have you commenting all day long, so thank you.
So how was your prep this week? Sort of how many sets, and were you changing anything as you were coming in?
So I came yesterday to practice, feel out the lake, the boat. That was pretty nice. Everyone's skiing really, really well. Wouldn't expect any less, from the site, the boat, and the driving, everything's dialed in. So I skied here yesterday and then skied over at Swiss at my place at the beginning of the week on Monday and Tuesday. So had kind of that midweek one hump day, and then the rest just been skiing, yeah.
No, a smart guy, and we're going to see him on the water real soon. Back to you guys. No.
All right then. So as we get ready for our skier on the water, it's Corey Vaughan at 35 off, doing a fantastic job. Round number 4, just slicing and dicing it out there.
Yeah, Corey Vaughan looking really nice on that pass, downwind, 35 off. For most people, that's a tough pass. For Corey here today, looked very easy. We always like watching Corey ski. He seems to maintain his speed very, very well through the exit of each turn. Stays pretty still on his ski and gets the job done, stays up course. Never really panics too much. Even when he's got a bit of loose line, still keeps his speed up. You don't see him getting in too heavy too often. So a great pass. It's 35 off. The pressure comes on here, 38, and definitely the 39 off pass. We're seeing a couple misses. We were on track there for a lot of 2 at 41s. We've had a couple just misses with Stevie Island and Thomas Polk. I have a feeling that wind's picked up a little bit. We're hoping it's going to swing around more to the north and protect that end a little bit, that good shot number 1 down the end. But I think that's playing a little bit of havoc, or did play a little havoc for Tom and for Stevie. They knew they had to get a big start. They tried. They were close, but come unstuck sort of halfway down the pass. Let's see how Corey Vaughan handles his 38 and sets up for his 39.
All right, certainly these next few passes will represent a litmus test as to whether he will get to that point where he could potentially be one of our finalists. Here is Corey Vaughan, a little bit of loose line on number 1. But as the skier tries to whip the ski hard, it probably does get a little bit ahead of the line and makes it look like some loose line slalom skiing, but very much in control there, Nate.
Yeah, kind of repeating what was said just a minute ago about Corey is he's very still on his skis, very calm, collected all the time. Like, even when you feel like he's getting down course, he's always in it. Like, it just never seems like he's out of a pass. And the start of this pass looked great, and you could tell once he got to about 4 and 5, you could see that wind maybe came into a factor here at 5 ball on the replay just a little bit. But him just playing it safe, being cautious a little bit, making sure he gets through this pass. But yeah, I think Corey has a very unique style. It's very just calm, collected, doesn't hit the boat very hard, gets the workout, the swing from the boat. And right here, as you see him hooking up, just holding and resisting the boat going over to 5, not really spiking it or anything silly. Got a little bit over the front of the ski, dropped the shoulder there at 5 ball, but no problem for him.
Explain that a little bit, because, I mean, you and me and probably every pro here knows the importance of trying not to spike the boat too much going into the gate shot. Now, that kind of works a little bit hand in hand with your settings for 0 off, isn't that right?
It does. Yeah, I mean, 0 off is going to react to what you do to the boat. So especially at the gate and anywhere inside the course, I mean, the goal is to not spike the boat right off the buoy because it's going to react and try and pull you, up through that wake a little bit. So you kind of want to sneak up on it and be progressive through that wake.
Oh, here we go. Corey Vaughan, he hasn't got the best number 1. He stayed calm at number 2, kept his speed going, but he's not going to make it, unfortunately. You saw that loose line, the tip rear up at number 1. And he tried for the big 2 ball, but didn't quite happen for him, Nate. Unofficially, that's putting all the 2 at 41s into the top 15, into the semi-final, so congrats to them. Let's watch this replay.
Yeah, and I think, I hate to keep repeating myself about the wind, but I really do think that's a big factor down there. I mean, you see all that loose line and the high tip there at 1 ball, and he's got to do all this work just to sneak over there to 2, and then he's got himself out of rhythm with the boat, just trying to get back in it here, and then taking a lot of that speed into 3 down course. And, he knew when he was heading over to 4 that he just wasn't going to be able to reach there. But I think that gate's going to become tougher and tougher as this day goes on. But like you said, I think the wind is supposed to turn more north to northeast, so it may protect the lake a little bit more as the day goes.
Well, fingers crossed. I think, obviously now the 2 at 41s are in. The changes are cut. Right now it's Stevie Island that's probably on the bubble, 4.5.
With 4.5.
It's probably going to change the strategy for these remaining competitors. And depending on what that end, what happens down that end, are we going to see some competitors maybe switch up their start length and run 39 the opposite direction?
I think you might.
Minimum starting length is 13 meters, right?
Yeah, it is. So
which complicates matters.
You'd go to 12. I mean, I don't know anybody that would go longer. But I think, it may depend on a left foot forward skier or a right foot forward skier. One may be more confident at that 1 ball down there.
And obviously the opt-up could be could play a factor into this as well as we go a little bit towards the end of the list. Here is Callum Heath, who competed at the recent European Waterski Championships in Preshow, which was brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. And he's an up-and-coming slalom skier. His stock is rising in the pro ranks, and we're looking to see if he can get above 4.5 at 10.75 meters. That could see him make another appearance in this event.
Where did you practice this week, and how was your week of practice?
So I've been practicing well. We've been practicing mostly at Jack Travers out there in Groveland. It's been a lot of fun skiing with the boys out there. And yeah, it's been good. I had a practice here yesterday, and it went pretty well. Can't really complain. So yeah, ready to go.
All right. So once you go and you ski a site, like you've already skied here before, but you took your practice set, will you change anything from sort of your week, or just Bob's your uncle?
No, not really. Just it felt good, to be honest. I'm not the kind of I don't have the knowledge to be able to go out there, change them in one set, have quite the confidence yet, unless it's horrendous. Once or twice in the past, it's been shocking. I've had to do something, but as of now, no. It's if everything felt good, boat felt good, driver felt great, so no need to change anything and go out there and go have a rip.
He's gonna really soon. We're gonna see him out there. Back to you guys.
Is it me, or is Wade slowly turning English with Bob's your uncle?
Maybe.
Let's focus back on the water. It's Callum Heath. He's coming in from that tailwind end. This is 35 off. Yeah, this guy's been creeping up. He's got some big scores under his belt. I know he's looking to run 39 off. He's here for a few weeks to pick up a few of these pro tournaments, maybe even a couple of record tournaments, and wants to secure. I think he's got a 5.5 as his best score this season at 39. So he definitely wants to take that pass down. Today would be a great time to do it.
So he's certainly prepared to get down and dirty out there on the slalom course. I mean, his occupation is a plumber, back home in England.
What I like about Callum skiing is he doesn't mind sort of gripping and ripping it, if you like. He tries to stay smooth, but when the chips are down and he gets a bit late, or he needs it, he can lay his shoulder in the water, grip on it, hold on tight on his 2.4, and get himself back in the game. And it always makes his slalom pretty exciting while he's out there.
Well, we all want to be perfect, right? But sometimes you got to do what you got to do to get through that pass, and if that means just scrapping through it, then that's what you want to have the confidence to be able to go away from what you know and be able to work your way through that pass. So I like to see that.
All righty, so we got Chris Eller at the helm of that MasterCraft Pro Star towboat. You can find out more by going to mastercraftboats.com or mastercraft.com. And one of the nation's largest dealers is right here at Lake Grew, Action Watersports. We thank those folks very much indeed, along with Ski Fluid, for allowing us to use this facility here for the MasterCraft Pro. This is 11.25 meters, getting a good approach there into number 3 and 4. Safety checks 5. Handle goes up a little bit high, mind you, but I'll tell you what, he's through 11.
That's another competitor through the 38 off pass. We've had 4 through 39. Let's see what Callum can do as he sits down the end. He's got about a minute to wait. let's watch his replay. He looked a little bit of a wobbly start here at number 1.
Yeah, there was something weird at one ball I saw. I want to see the replay here. Maybe the ski just bit a little bit. I know I saw a couple of random rollers there occasionally, but yeah, just got stuck in there. But the rest of the pass seemed to be like he managed it pretty well.
Yeah, the one ball looked a little bit wobbly, but he sort of stepped it up at 2 and then got back in the game and sort of calmed down. The ski sort of swept through 3 and, another pretty big 4 ball, but that's characteristic of Callum. And I think he'd be reasonably happy with that pass. He's not perfect, but he knows that he's got to lay it all on the line here at 39. There's no way around it. He can't tiptoe at the start. He's got to get into it, get a killer 1 ball, which he can do, rely on his 2-4 and keep him in the game. And hopefully, if he can get past 1 and 2, if the water smooths off a little bit, the wind's not quite as strong, and he'll get through this one.
And the thing that I saw about him was he didn't fall into the trap of overexerting himself off 1, 3, and 5. He just let the angle of the ski and the boat carry him out towards court's width, and then he used his great height in order to actually make it round the remaining buoys on the course. Here we go. This is 10.75 minutes. Oh, and half a buoy there means that Stephen Ireland has made it through to the next round of the competition.
Yeah, that's a little surprising there after the last pass. But, I can feel the wind right now. I'm sure you can hear it on the mic here as well. But, that gate just becomes really, really tricky. And you can see he got really slow on that gate turn in there. And really was at the whitewash before he tried to load against that boat and just had all this speed coming into one. And I like to call that the turtle spin. You just kind of spin around on your back, and there's not much you can do about it. So it's really an unfortunate fall, but that's a tough end down there.
Yeah, we saw that happen to Jamie Calhoun, kind of a very similar sort of fall, actually. Came in with a little bit of heat, maybe running down the lake, and ski sort of run out in front of him and spun around. So unfortunate for Callum, half at 39, and he will not be advancing at this stage.
Or let's go dockside with Wade.
So, guys, I'm here with Mr. Stevie Island, and what were your exact words about 45 seconds ago?
It's like, man, I was bumming about 5 seconds ago, but I'm pretty stoked now, man. Second cut I've ever made, so I'm really happy to move on to the next round and be able to book a hotel room for tonight because I haven't booked it yet.
and back-to-back, right? Coming off the syndicate?
Yeah, no, we had the Cali Pro-Am. But, no, I'm feeling good. This has been a good season for me, and I'm excited to go rip it up tomorrow and enjoy the rest of the day instead of being all sad and driving home.
Well, so I can relate because as a slalom skier, we're such an individualistic sport, and we really don't cheer against our competitors. But when something does go down, we're really here for ourselves. And so there's that little mini victory inside, correct?
Well, not only for ourselves, but for our team back home because we know you're watching. And so, there is some pressure there, but I'm stoked to move on to the next round. And love you, Elizabeth. Can't wait to marry you next week.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, second cut ever, and he's getting married next weekend. His life is really good. Back to you guys.
Well, viva Las Vegas so far as Stephen Ireland is concerned. Congratulations to him on making it through to the next round of this competition and also for the impending nuptials next weekend. We're about to take a fuel break. Just enough time for me to tell you about Summit Orthopedic. If you've got a skin injury which you need to shake off, like Nate Smith here, Summit will get you back to your peak again. That is Summit Orthopedic. And also check out Pantalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community, located close to Palm City with 5 lakes and 42 exclusive 4-acre home front sites. So, that is Pantalago, and this is an opportunity to grab yourself a quick beverage, a little bit of a snack as we take a break for fuel. This is the 2022 MasterCraft Pro, continuing coverage, coming to you right after these.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together, we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
All right, then. So continuing right along with coverage of the 2022 MasterCraft Pro. Let's have a look at some of the scores that have been recorded so far, Nate. And we're pleased to say that those scores that are currently in a four-way tie for first have all made it through to the next round. Top 15 out of our 19 competitors. We're not even halfway through the list, as a matter of fact. We've got a four-way tie for first. All of them are through. Martin Bartowski, Charlie Ross, Joel Poland, Chris Parrish. Fifth place is also through with 4.5 at 10.75 meters. The bubble score is Corey Vaughan with 3 at 10.75 meters. Then we see the other scores such as Tom Paul and Callum Heath and Jamie Calhoun. But at this moment, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Mr. William Asher. And so tell us what you've been up to the last couple weeks.
Taking it pretty easy. You know, we had a bit of a rip of summer, went over to Europe and then went to the West Coast and just kind of laid low after that. Did a little bit of skiing, had a lot of house maintenance to do, so kind of got on those jobs. And, you know, I was watching the webcast all morning, just showed up right now, and yeah, it's looking really good.
And no hurricane like last year?
Yeah, not yet. I mean, we got the same wind, but just not as aggressive as last year.
All right, we'll see him out there really soon. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So we just heard there from Will Asher, who is currently on the top of the Waterski Pro Tour standings on 361 points. There you see our current weather status there. Wind gusting up to about 10 mile an hour as it stands at the moment. So, so right now we're going to have Cole McCormick take the course. He's skiing number 10 of 19. So he should have a fairly good idea of what it's going to take to make it through to the next round of the competition and the skiing on that La Pointe slalom ski. And we'll see what he can produce. So in order to advance through to the next round, it's going to take 3 1/4 or more to do that. As we got a little bit of time, let me tell you about USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation, who continue to work hard to preserve the heritage of tow water sports by maintaining the Hall of Fame Museum, which is located nearby in Davenport, and also provide scholarships to promising young athletes. That's the USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation. All right, Nate, so coming into the course for his opening pass, it is going to be Cole McCormick, an aggressive young skier and representing Canada, and he's certainly been making a name for himself.
Yeah, he has. I mean, it's been, it's been a really good summer for him. He's had some big scores, all the way back from the LCQ with that big runoff at Drew's place. But, traveling around with him a little bit this summer and then out in California and Seattle, he's put up some really big scores. He's a very confident skier and, making these early passes look super easy. But, you said that cut is 3 1/4, I believe. And I know there's not one skier on that dock or coming up that's even thinking about that. They all want to run 39. They want to see what they can get, into 41. They don't want to think about 39 right now.
So even though the target to make it through has changed, their actual target right from the beginning doesn't change. You want to try and get through, but you also want to put yourself in a position where you've got a fighting chance to advance through to the final round because of it, and you want to put yourself on that list to where you actually have a pretty good idea of what it's going to take to do it.
Exactly, and I mean, kind of what I was saying, everybody that's left on that dock is capable of 6 buoys or more than what the cut is. So, of course, you want to be safe, you want to make sure you get in, but once you kind of get past that 3-4 ball area, you can kind of relax a little bit and, run that 39, and then you kind of have a free shot coming in at 41, unless you're playing for that first spot or that top seed spot where, you want to play it safe, see what score you can get. But I think we're going to see these guys run through this 39, and, it's pretty calm down here for the start of 41.
All right, then. So we've got Cole McCormick on the water. I see Stephen Island pacing up and down, whether he's trying to book his hotel room or trying to convince Elizabeth to make her way down to watch the event. Not too sure, but what we are sure of is the fact that Cole McCormick is running his way through this second pass at 35 off, and just really simplistic skiing.
Yeah, I mean, that looked strong. It looked easy. There's really not a whole lot to talk about on that. I mean, I think he's a very, like I said, strong and consistent skier, and I think this wind is not going to bother him as much. I know he's used to skiing in just about any type of conditions. He skis on open water a lot, but I know he does ski over at Jack's a fair bit too. So, I think he's going to go out. He's determined to do what he wants to do, and I think not only make this cut, but I think he wants to make a statement. I know all summer he's been trying to crack at that 41. Like, he wants to get down that line.
Now, you mentioned open water skiing a little bit. I mean, open water to me, I used to do that a lot, especially when I trained with Lucky Lowe all those years ago. We'd take some time away from the slalom course and just try and actually feel more of what the boat's doing. This was way before Perfect Pass, way before Zero Off, so, I mean, you're kind of a little bit at the mercy of the driver. But, what that kind of encourage you to do is to actually feel more of what the ski is doing and how any kind of reaction to it, what that residual effect would have.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess open water for me, maybe I misunderstood or misspoke about it a little bit. Just bigger lakes, still in the course, but skiing a little bit bigger lakes where the conditions are a little bit tougher. You have a little bit more wind, maybe some rollers, some adverse conditions compared to somewhere like here where this is a perfect lake. So I think he's a little bit more used to those type of conditions where the wind's coming across the lake. And, as he's coming down here again, another super easy 38 off pass, like completely unaffected by any conditions out there.
Fantastic skiing, as a matter of fact, there from Cole McCormick. Now, I actually spent a little bit of time yesterday, and I came up to him and I asked him, so far as the point slalom ski is concerned, give me the elevator pitch on this ski. What does this ski do that others may struggle with? And what he told me was that the ski is basically designed in a way to where it has like the edge thread concave, which was pretty standard. But the actual flex pattern towards the back is a little bit more forgiving, and it's a little wider up front, which meant that if he got behind a little bit on the zero off, he could still recover and still get decent enough angle across course. And whenever you see him ski with the technique that he has, that provides sufficient evidence that ski is working for him.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. I mean, you see him sometimes getting down course a little bit, but he's able to come in with a lot of speed, be aggressive, really turn that ski, and it sits in the water. It sits in deep, and the tip grabs and bites and comes around and creates a lot of angle going into that next turn, and that's exactly what you were kind of describing, maybe with a little bit wider the front but the softer tail, allowing that ski to continue through that turn without stopping, basically.
Indeed, and your words were almost a replicant of exactly what he said so far as the ski coming through the end of the turn with the softer tail. Here he comes in. This is 39.5 or 10.75 meters. A piece of 4 will send him through to the next round, but he's not thinking about that. He's thinking about crushing the pass.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, I don't think that anybody down there is focusing on trying to midway get through 40 or 39 right now. Like, you get past 3 ball, and that's the cut, 3 1/4. The rest of this lake is completely calm. It's perfect conditions down here. So I think you just turn up the heat once you get halfway down that course, and I think just about everybody's going to run this 39.
So I heard you guys talking about him coming into his turns with a fair bit of speed and shutting it down, that ski holding. And I watched him in practice the other day. He was doing just that. He's talk about intensity. He's got a lot out there. He works hard. He gets across quick, but that ski just sits and holds when he wants to shut it down. And, some of those other guys coming into that 1 and 3/5 side in the tailwind haven't been able to deal with that speed, and he's done it well and killed that pass.
Yeah, absolutely. From start to finish, there was absolutely no question of a doubt that he would make it through that pass. I mean, like the first two buoys, I mean, he was already on pace, you know, and as long as he stayed relaxed and focused and didn't ski like ahead of the buoy, ahead of the ski, you know, he was in a good position. That ski works well for him. So here we go.
Pressure's off on this pass. Yeah, pressure's off. He's into the next round. He's got some 4:41s. He's one of those guys that's been hitting on the knocking on the door of running this pass. He's a big, strong guy who comes around number 2 with a little loose line, though.
And there's 2.
And that's it for Cole. But like I said, he's been posting some big scores in record tournaments this year. He's always sort of there and thereabouts in the finals of slalom tournaments. He's one of those guys, I think he's desperately trying to run that 41 off pass, join that elite few that have got through that pass in a tournament. And he's been very, very close.
Fantastic skiing there from Cole McCormick, and it's going to be, I'm not too sure if it's going to be a toss-up in the correct sense of the word, whether he'll start a little bit deeper into the next round based upon his seeding on the Waterski Pro Tour, or whether it's going to be the toss of a coin to determine that order. But the main mission was accomplished. He got round number 2. He S-turned to the wakes, you know, and it put him deeper down the starting order, at least deeper than Stephen Ireland.
Yeah, and watching this replay, like I thought the gate was good, and I thought the approach to 1 was good. He came right around the backside, just kind of the ski stopped a little bit. And he just got pitched over the front, just couldn't quite get into a strong position to get to where he wanted to be over at 2-ball. I thought, you know, turning for the gate, I thought all that was really, really good, and just couldn't get what he wanted out of the backside there. And
do you think by the fact that he actually qualified through to the next round and getting round number 6 at 10.75 meters, he kind of like backed off a little bit and like said, okay, I'm playing with house money, I'm through to the next round, I really don't have to exert too much more effort, you know, in this set to qualify through to next round. Let's think about conserving some energy and start thinking about what's going on next round.
Well, the thing with commentators in all sports is we can sit up here and say all we want.
Yeah.
We never really know what's going through somebody's head in the water. I guess my take on that would be no. I don't think he was trying to conserve anything. I think, yeah, he got through to the finals, and now he's got a shot at 41, and I know that's something he wants to get down, and I know he's very capable of getting deep into 41 if not running it. So I think right now was an opportunity for him to show that he can do that. So I don't think that he was just shooting for 2-ball, but maybe with that 1, play it safe, stay at the top of that seeding list for all those stacked up at 2 maybe.
No, I agree, Nat. I think he was coming into that pass with intentions of getting a long way down it, maybe even trying to run it. Didn't get the 1 ball that he wanted, and knew he probably wasn't going to get to 3, so just have a safety turn at 2 and get on top of the leaderboard with his seeding. He's the top seed right now, and we'll see where that places him going into the second round. You know, the higher you can get up in this first round, the better chance, the more knowledge you're going to have going into the semi-final, know what it's going to take to make the final, and that's what it's all about here this weekend.
All right, then, just before we send our next skier out to the water, just a quick shout out to Wake House, the online Watersports Pro Shop. Find products to suit your Watersports needs by going to wakehouse.com. That is wakehouse.com. Skier on the water now from Italia. This is Brando Caruso.
All right, Brando Caruso. This guy gets the job done on the water. Every tournament I see him compete at, he's super solid. You know, he doesn't really do anything super fantastic on the water as far as technique, but just keeps running buoys. And I like watching him ski because he just makes it look fairly easy.
He gets it done, and some of the most unexpected times he'll go out there and put up a really, really big score. And, you know, just when you think he's done or out of it, he'll just slam a huge turn and get back into this pass. But I've skied against Brando a couple of times over in Europe, and you know, you can never count him out. You never really you know what he's going to do, and I think we saw it. Was it San Gervasio?
Yeah, San Gervasio. But with that, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Cole McCormick, and I heard you saying to your mom, way better than yesterday. So what was better?
I just felt much more connected to the boat. I've been working on my gates behind the MasterCraft. The gates have felt weird all week behind the MasterCraft, and I finally felt like home there on the gates. Changed my setting a little bit on the boat too. That helped. So, I mean, all in all, it felt way better than the last 2 sets I had this week.
And a little bit different format and a little bit lower score than normal just to advance to the next round, correct?
Yeah, it's just 15, and normally like at 8 you see 3 be the cut, but at 15 you start seeing like 4 at 39s get in, and so it's right around where I thought the cut was going to be. But yeah, I mean, it feels great out there. It's just the cross one's a little tricky, so I'm sure it's just eating a couple people up out there.
All right, we're going to get to see him eat it up tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, so we've got on the water Brando Caruso, who scored 2 1/4 buoys at 10.25 meters at San Gervasio. Season's best of a 4 at another venue during the course of the summer at Lacanau. As a matter of fact, these stats are coming through to me by our specialist statistician. He doesn't go by any formal name. We just call him Stato.
There you go.
So Brando doing it, coming from Italy, another country that seems to churn out great slalom skiers. It seems like they've always got a few in the top of the Europeans, obviously.
All the way back to the likes of Robbie Zucchi in the mid-1970s.
Yeah. And so we saw a fair bit of Brando when he was a youngster. You know, he was one of the top juniors. He was running some big scores back when he was sort of 15, 16. Went through a few periods where I think he had a few injuries. We didn't see him that much, but just of late, he's sort of back in the game and at quite a few of these pro events, been making finals and posting some big scores. 4 at 41 at a record tournament, somewhere along the lines this year. That's up with the best.
And trying to make an impact here on this side of the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, we did, a lot of people here in the Americas probably have never heard of Brando Caruso before, but he's been quite a prolific performer in Italy and elsewhere across Europe. But wanting to come on out here and show his mantle at the MasterCraft Pro. Look at him go. This is Brando Caruso, 11.25 meters, looking aggressive from start to finish.
Oh, it takes a little bit of a hit out the gates there at 38 off, but no problems. He just seems like he does enough, doesn't he? He just sort of course management. I mean, I like that phrase, but it's very important for these guys. You know, sometimes it's not all about being perfect. It's about just kind of knowing where you are in the course, doing what it takes to get you to the next buoy and running the pass. And he seems like he's got that figured out. You know, like he never tries to absolutely kill it. He just tries to make sure he's doing what it takes to get himself through to the next pass, and he does it very, very well. And we'll see him just lift his game a little bit more as he comes in here at 39 on his next pass.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see down there with that gate. I think the wind's turning a little bit more head-tail on the lake versus this crosswind we were seeing down there, so it may be a little bit easier. But you see he has that really, really big 135 turn.
What level of espresso do you normally use at home? Just wondering. All right then, so working our way through, I've got on my left and to your right is Kyle Eade, otherwise known as Kiwi. We've got Nate Smith here on my right and to your left of the screen, and we're about halfway through now. We're on skier number 11 of 19. 3 1/4 buoys is what he requires to make it through to the next round of the competition. Let's see what he can do. Nice at all for taking a good hard snap off number 1. He's down course. He may have just safety checked there because he knew that he could get at least round number 3. He totally safety checked on number 4. And how on earth does he run this pass with those kind of turns? Well, I'll tell you what. He gets round number 6, doesn't quite get through the exit gates, but he's made it through to the next round of the competition.
Well, and that's kind of what I was saying down there with that tough gate in 1. He can really crank that 135, and as you saw, that big deep 1 ball, not so great of a 2, but he knew that he had to get over to 4. And we'll see here on this replay that once he gets to 3, he's confident that he can turn that 3 ball. So in the water there, big 1 ball, does just enough work, kind of get over to 2. I'll use your term of safety checks a little bit. Plays it safe right there. But coming in here to 3, he has all the confidence in the world to open up, commit to it, get over the ski, and go.
It's pretty much though after that 3 ball, like he knew he was in the next round. But I should have counted him out at 4. I didn't think he was going to go any further. Yeah, it looks like he misgripped the handle a little bit there at number 5. But yeah, coming around 4, he knew he was in. He didn't turn 4 that well. I thought he was done, but like you said, he just keeps going.
He's got that great 135 turn. So if he gets there and gets the ski around the buoy, he's going. I've figured that out. If he gets the ski around the buoy on that 135, he's going to the next one. But hey, it gets him into the next round, and sometimes, as I've learned the last couple of tournaments, get into the next round and anything's possible. So start a new day tomorrow.
I did see that event, just the latest one, wasn't it? You snuck into the final, but then ended up winning the event. So.
Yeah, it started all the way from the bottom and worked my way up. It was not easy, but sometimes you just have off days, and I had about a week of skiing that just was not my time, and unfortunately didn't ski my best, but was able to come out on top.
I think that's refreshing for some people to hear that you occasionally have off days there, Nate.
Yeah.
All right, then, here we go. This is Robert Hazelwood from Great Britain on the water. Currently 9th spot on the water. So looking good for the opening few buoys on this opening pass for Robert Hazelwood. Currently 9th in the standings on the Waterski Pro Tour. And has had a pretty decent season thus far. A few ups, a few downs. But he's staying consistent as we look at Benjamin Stadelbauer of Switzerland getting ready to go. There is your current Pro Tour leaderboard, at least for the top 3. You can find out the complete list by going to waterskiprotour.com. A quick moment here to mention Waters wetsuits, designed and created by Brandon Waters, with new designs and new graphics. They are jumpsuits for some of the world's top water ski jumping athletes. Check out Waters wetsuits by going to waterswetsuits.com. All right, so we got Robert Hazelwood. The score that he has to attack to make it through. He's got to get 3.25 or more. I just see Breno Caruso emerge out of the water, and he's happy that he's made it through, but probably not entirely happy that he came up short of running that pass. But maybe we can get a word or two with him as I believe Wade is going to be on standby with him in just a moment or so, but let's have a look.
Let's go back to the water with Robert Hazel. This is 35 off. Look pretty silky smooth, I guess, on that 32, and he'll make this one look much the same, I guess.
Yep, 32, 35 off, consecutive passes, running with that Syndicate Works 1.
Whoa, a nice big number 4 there, but held on to it. He's a pretty strong kid out there. He's had a pretty solid year. He's been consistent all year, hasn't he? No massive performances. Last year he had a few big finishes. I think he had a second place somewhere along the lines, but he's always there. He's consistent through into 41. And I have no doubts he'll do the same here today. We're going to head over to the dock with Wade.
So you said it wasn't good, but I said you did a really good thing by not hanging on to that 6 ball. So tell us how it went.
Yeah, that was scary. Thank God I didn't. Wow. No, I mean, it was pretty rough. My gates were really bad. I was always slow. I was never jumping on the ski, so I never had the rhythm in the course. But when the cut is low, you have much more pressure than when you got to go. So we'll see tomorrow.
Yeah, you'll be in. So any changes for tomorrow?
Yeah, probably better gates, man. Better gates.
He said just better. So we'll see it tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So that was Brano Caruso. I think he's slowly turning English as well with his self-deprecating remarks. But, just follow on a little bit there. When the cut is getting progressively lower with each skier, how does that factor into your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I guess let's watch Rob here at this 38 pass first. Like you said earlier about Rob, he's had such a great year. He's such a consistent skier here. He's always got that unique hand that comes up, that outside arm and the outside hand that comes up. But this pass is just one of the best 38s I think we've seen almost all day. But going back to that cut, as it comes down, I guess it takes the nerves away a little bit. If you're down on the dock, you're one of the last skiers. You kind of, you don't like to see people not ski well, but as that cut comes down, it's nice. You don't have to work quite as hard and you're not as nervous about it. But at the same time, you want to go out there and put up the best score that you can. You want to try to be that top seed. You want to have that best score of the weekend. But I think the wind's playing a little bit of a factor today. But, again, it's all about survival mode getting into tomorrow. We're cutting, I think, 4 skiers today. So The majority of the field's going to move through to tomorrow, and tomorrow starts a whole new day. And whatever goes on today, you can kind of forget about and kind of hit the reset button for tomorrow.
So Nate, I would never disagree with you about making through a slalom cut, but I do often see when the scores come down a little bit, the skiing actually, not the nerves go up, but they start to ski towards the cut, right? Like they know it doesn't take 39, so they don't want to mess it up, so they ski a bit more protected. We saw it at the Swiss Pro-Am, I think earlier this year. Well, it's going to be a couple at 41. A few people had those early falls, and then everyone's starting to gun towards 4 at 39 and skiing just to make that performance. So sometimes those scores do suffer a little bit. They know they can do them, but they just would get onto that sort of protective mode.
Yeah, and I would agree with you when the cut's high. If all of a sudden the cut's a 3 or three, somebody puts a 3 ball up early, then they all chase that too.
For sure, yeah. Well, here he is. This is Rob Hazelwood. This is 39. He needs a big number 1. He holds on to it. And solid number 2. He's on time here. Handle slips up at number 3. He's pulling long.
Oh, and he skied for that. He skied to make it through to the next round of the competition. That was probably the longest safety check I've ever seen around buoy number 3. And he could have hung himself out to dry into number 4, but he got round that number 4 to the wakes, and it was okay after that.
Yeah, and going back to this replay here, the gate, the water's pretty smooth down there. He just got real deep here at 1 ball. Kind of got stretched out early, kind of fell out the back, but held on to it. Got a little bit narrow going over into 2. Still got a lot of ski in the water, but I think you're right. I think this was complete, playing it to be safe. You can see he sat back, didn't want to do anything silly. Knew that he had enough space to just barely sneak that ski around over to 4, and that's what he was shooting for there. I know he'll be a little disappointed. He wants more than that, but again, like you said, now that cut's down at mid-39, you can play it safe.
It's in the back of your head. You can see it, can't you? There's no safety check there whatsoever at number 1 here and 2.
No.
He knew he had to get a good start. I mean, getting to 4 at 39 is still a tremendous feat, especially in a little bit of a tailwind. So he roped number 1, had big number 2. Then it comes into his mind, hey, don't kill this 3 ball. You don't want to go down around this buoy because 2.5 is not going to make it at this stage. Stay in the game. Get your ski around 4. And he's safe, So that's what we see a little bit. Rob Hazelwood, there's a 4. He's into the next round. He's done his job. Maybe not the performance we want to see from him, though, and hopefully next round he'll step that up a bit.
All right, then. So we've just seen Robert Hazelwood. Now we transition from Great Britain to Switzerland. We've got Benjamin Stadelbauer coming to us out of Claremont in Florida. Entrance gates buoy number 1. Now, looking fantastic out there, and a style very reminiscent of one of the truly the very best slalom skiers in the sport. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm sitting down here in a 2023 MasterCraft Pro Star, and oh my God, this thing is just absolutely amazing. There's another one parked at the entrance to the lake that's being pulled by Dodge four-wheel drive pickup. There's some more of those on display. There's an Alfa Romeo SUV that I'm looking at that is absolutely legit. So besides all the action on the water, there's a ton off the water. There's food vendors as well, so you guys should come on out and check it out.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Wade. And as we work our way down this list, I mean, we have got, how many skiers have we got remaining? We've got six remaining skiers after Benjamin Stadelbauer. For a while, it took 2 buoys at 10.25 meters to be in with a reckoning. Now it's going to take just a piece of 4. Obviously, we can go ad nauseum about how that plays on your mind with a lower cut and everything, and we've explained a little bit there. But let's have a look at Benjamin Stadelbauer now, who's been skiing consistently well this season, and but still looking for that first pro win. I mean, he's placed second and third on a number of occasions, has podiumed, as I mentioned, but a skier that's just like anxious and biting his nails for that first pro win.
Yeah, Benny Stadelbauer looking smooth there at 35 off. He's posted some big scores. He's been in the mix. He's been in finals. I think he's been on some podiums. He's the Swiss national record holder. I think is 4 at 41, so he's capable. Today, his job is to make it the next round. He knows a piece of 4 at 39 is going to do it today. The guy in the hot seat, Corey Vaughan, probably sitting on the shore biting his fingernails. He's a little nervous. He knows 3 at 39 is not a bad score, but it's not quite enough right now, and he knows all these guys are fully capable of going past that. He's hoping one maybe comes unstuck somewhere along the lines and he sneaks in, but I'm not liking his chances with the look of the field to come.
All right, then. So, and just to kind of let you know for those people who are messaging in and are wondering what ropes they're using, well, they are using Masterline ropes. They have a choice of rope between the Optimized 2.0 and the standard mainline rope. One has a little bit more give in it, the Optimized 2.0, and the standard line is a little bit stiffer. But tell us a little bit about the rope, Nate.
Yeah, let's get through this pass with
Of
Benny
course,
here at
yes.
38.
Benjamin Stadelbauer, entrance number 1. And using his height. And the skier that I was mentioning a little bit before, and one that he modeled his technique on, is the late great Andy Mappel, of course, and obviously you'll speak to that. I mean, you skied a number of times with him, but let's explain the difference between the ropes.
Yeah, going back to Benny a little bit, I know he has a lot of knowledge about Andy, and he always speaks very highly of Andy and talks about a lot of details with Andy every time I'm around him. So I know he does try to, get his style to be similar to Andy's. But going to the ropes, there's the Optimized 2.0, and there's that the Masterline Pro line, which is that black rope. The Optimized is kind of the gray-looking rope, and it's a little bit more forgiving. It's easier on your body. You don't feel as sore after you're done skiing, and it kind of gives you a little bit more swing. You can pull on the rope, it kind of gives a little bit, and through the second wake when you come off, it kind of recoils a little bit more, giving you a little bit more swing. The black rope, the Pro line, is more rigid, I would say. It's a little bit stiffer. It doesn't give quite as much. And someone that loads the boat a little bit harder right off the buoy may not like a rope that gives quite as much. So a stiffer rope for someone that's a little bit heavier, a little bit bigger, they may like that, whereas someone, that's right behind the boat may like the Optimized rope. It's kind of a personal preference. I don't know that one is really, hey, this is going to give you an advantage or not.
And obviously, if you're used to skiing on less than perfect conditions, bumpy water and that kind of stuff, the Optimized 2.0 will probably be a little bit forgiving there, so you don't feel every bump out there.
For me, I like the Optimized 2.0 when it is, perfect standard day. But we've had so many different tournaments with so many different ropes. It's hard to really stick with one.
Let's get back to the water. This is Benny Stadelbauer. This is 39, is it? Yes. He's
39.
coming in at
Look at this.
number 4, big number 4. We talked about Andy's similarities with Andy. Andy had an amazing offside and onside, and so does Benny. Hooked up that 4 very, very strong and got him back in the game.
Yeah,
Easy pass.
It looked to me like he was in it to run that. We talked about people kind of shooting for that cut.
Was that even 39?
Huh?
Was that even 39?
That might have been one of the easiest ones of the whole day so far. I mean, I thought that was a really, really nice pass by him, and obviously it was in his head to run it. He wasn't going to stop.
Actually, that's what sort of caught me at the beginning. I was calling it, and the way he got through 1 and 2, it didn't even look like it was that hard. I thought it might have been the 35. But absolutely smoked 1 and 2, and just very confident all the way through this pass.
Yeah, I mean, he came out of 1 there with such a great 1. He always has really big 2 balls, but he came into 3 with all the confidence in the world to say, I'm going to run this pass, and didn't give up at all, and maybe a little slow here at 5 ball just because it is 5, but that was a really, really nice 39 off pass.
And what I noticed on that pass is he did pull out early for his gates. I actually pulled out a little bit late where he had to bleed off quite a bit of speed before he rolled that ski into his turn, but it didn't affect him any.
Well, and I think it's tough with the wind, and the wind is kind of up and down. I've seen it going down the lake. I've seen it coming across. Right now it seems to be pretty dead and more across, if anything, down there. This end of the lake, the first 4 buoys is glass.
To be honest, Nate, I think right now the conditions are pretty nice out there. I think things have got a little bit nicer. He's dropped his head at number 1. Ski got stuck, and 1 buoy for Benny. That's going to put him behind the pack at 2, but I don't think he's too concerned about that. I think he was the pressure was off there. He was going to sort of feel things out, see if he could get a good start, sort of get prepared for next round. So a good skiing from Benny. He's into our semi-finals and looked really, really nice at 39. Just took a little bit of a shot there with a big number 1 ball. He needed it. It's his offside. If he'd held on to that, got his hips back to the handle, got connected, I think with his onside, he would have been down to past 3 or 4.
Yeah, and I think we we saw that a little bit with Cole right there at 1. The gate looked pretty good. He's a little bit slow. You can see he was on that outside edge, plowing some water, getting a little bit slow water speed there. But his approach coming in here to 1 looked pretty good. But you see the ski just kind of bite real hard and kick him over the front. And that's exactly what Cole did right there. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if it's maybe this wind pushing a little bit. But, maybe there's a little bump there or something silly. But, I thought that was a good approach into 1 ball there.
All right, then. So continuing right along, and you folks out there have the opportunity to win yourself a slalom ski. Now, you have the choice here. You could win yourself a D3 slalom ski like Nate Smith rides on, or you can ride a Conley slalom ski. You can win one of those by going to our audience prize competition, waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play, to enter for your chance to win yourself a D3 or a Conley slalom ski. And also, we've got, and I believe this begins tomorrow, our official skier of the day sponsor, 2U nutritional bars, which are available in a variety of different flavors. They are available online and at great local stores throughout the Sunshine State of Florida. It is 2U nutritional bars, the official skier of the day sponsor. So,
all right, looking at that leaderboard there, the first skier off the dock this morning, Martin Bartelski, still sits on top. I know he's tied with maybe 5 other skiers, but Martin Bartelski definitely set the pace this morning, followed by Charlie Ross, who also scored a 2. And it was game on right from the start. Out of the first 5 skiers, I think 4 of them ran 2 at 41, and we were set for a big competition. We had a few sort of earlier misses there and through 39 in the middle of the pack, and now we're starting to see a few more 39s go down. And Benny Stadelbauer, the last one at 41. He's in the semi-final. We've got 6 skiers remaining. This next skier, Dane Meckler, he's one of those few guys, has got through 41. I don't know if it's going to count. He was at a runoff. It doesn't really go on the ranking list, but this guy is in exceptional form. Not the tallest skier in the world, but gets it done with absolute perfect technique.
Yeah, I mean, I think I count that 41 for Dane. I mean, it was at the Worlds on the biggest stage with all the pressure in the world to get into a final. And, I know it may not go in the scorebook that way, but everybody saw it. And, it was just awesome to see. So, so Dane obviously is staying with me here down in Florida. We ski a bit together. We grew up just a couple hours away from each other up in the Midwest and, grew up skiing with each other. And he's living in Charlotte. I'm down here in Florida now. And, he's got a real job traveling all over, not getting to ski a whole lot right now, and planning a wedding. He's getting married next weekend.
When you see him on the water, it doesn't look like he's got anything else on his mind. He definitely has the focus out there and keeps things tight. You've known him for a long time. You've skied with him for a long time. A lot of times when we sit here on the commentary, we sort of see the skiers in tournaments and, they did this wrong, or they kind of got a little bit off here and there. But what do you think, what's his strengths out there? What do you think he does so well that gets him with those big scores?
I think like we talked about earlier about where you spike the boat and where you load the boat, I think he does a really, really good job with his height. I mean, he's one of the shorter guys out there, so his timing is critical. But I think he does a really good job of loading in all the right places. I think he's very patient at the buoy. He knows where to stand on his ski. When he plants it on that edge change going out to the buoy, he's in the same spot every time, which is very, it's a very consistent pre-turn. And then when he comes around the backside of the buoy, he hooks up with the boat and utilizes the boat rather than working against it. When you start working against the boat, it fights against you and makes it even tougher. So he's really good at working with the boat and using the swing to get out to that next buoy and staying in rhythm with the boat and the driver as well.
All right, let's have a look and see what Dane Meckler can pull out of the bag, as it were. We've got 35 offer for the next run. Looking in good shape. Just
but
looking
you see, like,
really
even
smooth.
When that doesn't have the best turn there at 2 or even 4, he hooks up with the boat and just stands there. There's no drop in the shoulder or anything like that.
And let's check in with Wade.
You guys here with Benny Stadelbauer, and Benny, I don't know, was one of the guys up on the mic, said that's the best 10-7 we've seen all day. It's always good to get some gratification, right? Some validation.
Well, that's nice to hear about. I've seen a lot of good 39s. I really was out here early and watched Charlie Ross actually run a beautiful 39, I thought, let alone his age, just period. So no, I took some of that inspiration, hopefully.
Yeah, right. So the look at 41, so good, bad, any changes for next round?
Yeah, I was real conservative with the gate. I think I pulled out at the right spot, but I think I came off my pool too early, and I didn't really utilize that boat to its fullest potential. And so I just bled so much speed that I was like, okay, well, I got a tight line, maybe it'll be good, who knows? And then I think I was really slow into one. The look was good, I had good connection, good feeling from the boat and the driving, but I just had bled so much water speed that I broke in half. Right. So yeah, if I were to, dial in on something, would be that transition from pool to glide. Really got to lengthen that and make it stronger.
Well, let's keep you here then. And so let's talk about, they're going back at 11 meters. So let's talk about the differences between one end and the other.
Yeah, so on the first end, so from the dock, I thought the course comes at you quick, but today it didn't. Maybe I was more focused. We're dropping further down. So the first end, it's as traditional as it gets. You go straight in the lake. It's a good enough run in for the boat to be up to speed, you to be ready. So it's a real good pull out. On the way back, you go further, but the way the lake works, you're turning a little bit. And I think that's fine. The boat lines up well enough straight in, so both ends are really nice. It's just that wind's coming a little bit from that open water like we saw last year. This year it's beautiful, but although it looks absolutely glass here, when you're out there on the water and you're pulling out for your gates, there is wind there, although you can't see it here. So for conditions like today, I think we couldn't ask for a better day and a better sight. So thank you, Ski Fluid, for having us and putting such good work into making this event a real staple.
Awesome. We love it. I was just up there doing a spot on the boats and all the cool SUVs and trucks. So you guys come on out and watch. Back to you guys.
Why, thank you very much there, and a good job there from Benjamin Stadelbauer, although extending on from what he said, I don't know if I can offer any validation. I'm just a guy who just falls off the back of an army truck and grabs a microphone.
Well,
But there you go. Here we go. This is Dane Meckler at 39.5 off, getting round number 1, needs more than 3 1/4 to advance. Getting on the back of the ski, gets round number 3. Oh, he's got this. Look at that.
Oh, this is looking another beautiful 39.5 off pass. 10.75 in the books there for Dane Meckler. He's getting married next weekend. He's feeling it out there, skiing well. We saw a few misses at 39, then a few have got through it. Benny made it look easy. Some confidence back on the start dock, and it's showing there with Dane skiing. We've talked about his stature, not the biggest guy, but geez, he gets connected with the rope and really swings out nice and wide through this pass. Absolutely tight to each ball through this pass. Maybe one of the advantages of being slightly shorter, just a little more compact, maybe a little easier to stay connected and keep that direction across the lake, and he's doing a fine job of it.
Tell us about his reach and extension, because, that's rather unique to him.
Yeah, and it's not really something he and I have ever really talked about. It's just something he's done since we were kids skiing. But like I said, he has that very unique and confident edge change that he comes in, stands over that ski, puts that hand on the same spot, and kind of uses that as like the pivot point of what he turns around. And it's just how he holds himself up in the turn and feels that line tension. But, again, that was a perfect 39 pass. And I know everybody has their own excuses, but I know he's been busy traveling with work. He came from, out of town to here and hasn't really been skiing. He's getting married, dealing with a wedding, and here he is coming in at 41.
41's our lead. I think that might go down here if Dane Meckler can ski like he did at 39. He's got a big one, holds on to it. This is a good start.
Look at
Holds
this.
on to 2 as well. He's got a good approach to 3. Tied at 3. Here's number 4. He's got it. And a full 4 buoys
and
at 41 off.
Yeah, that's awesome. He'll be super happy with that. 41. That's definitely obviously putting him through to the final. May even be towards the top end, top seed for tomorrow. But again, this one ball, the ones that he gets at 41, I joke with him like it's too good. I think with his height, he comes over to 2 ball and he's there so early that he can't reach and stretch around 2. Like that 1 ball could not have been any better for him. And when he gets over to to 3, he has the confidence to turn his onside, and he's going to get over to that 4 ball. So I don't know the stats, but I'm not sure I've seen the guy get less than 4 at 41 or 3.5 in the last 3 tournaments now. Something
Wow.
like Seattle, California, and here.
Definitely one of the more consistent skiers on the tour right now, but that is an absolutely sensational number 1. Look at that leverage across to number 2. Like you said, I think he was there a little bit early. Had to sort of pause a little bit and then maybe lost the momentum, but it's not a bad problem to have being early at 41, but still tight line too, or tight turn at number 3. And, you know, he was a little bit narrow at number 4, but not far from going even further. So great skiing. We had a 2 at 41 off the dock with our first skier. We had to wait a while for that lead to be surpassed. It's Dane Meckler who's done it. He's sitting in number 1 spot, 4 at 41, 5 skiers remaining.
And with 5 skiers remaining and the lead score, that assures him of starting in the bottom end of the order, at least more than halfway down the list, and that is an advantage, especially when it comes to knowing what kind of score you would need to advance through to the final round of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to be at the top of the seating, but you know, again, for me, I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for what others do. When I go out and ski, I'm skiing for myself, and I'm skiing to put up the best score that I can. I mean, there's times that I'm trying to chase a score to get to where I want to be, but also I don't feel like I ever try to let up on purpose or anything like that. So, you know, I think for Dane there, he wanted to go out, and he knows what he can do. He knows he can get midway down 41, and that was his goal. You know, his goal wasn't to come and run 4 at 39 today. So, you know, it's going to put him at the top, probably, if not the top, really close to the top for this next round.
All right, then. Just to give you enough time to mention Drew Ross Realtor. If you're looking to purchase lakefront property in Central Florida, be sure to check in with Drew Ross. That's Drew Ross Realtor on Instagram. Drew Ross Realtor on Instagram.
And unfortunate news, Sasha Deschun is not going to be skiing today. He's hurt his bicep. He has been, you know, with a few injuries of late. Missed quite a few of the bigger events. But on the water, we're going straight to John Travers. This only means there's only 4 more skiers left.
And what that also means as well is that Corey Vaughn has made it through to the next round of the competition with his score of 3, which downgrades the cut line to 2.5 with Tom Paul.
That's right. So Corey Vaughn, it's unfortunate for Sasha, but Corey will be sighing a bit of relief there, and he's through to the next round.
Let's check in with Dockside.
Hey guys, I'm here with Mr. Dane Meckler, our leader at the dock, and so tell us how it was like. Must have been really good.
Yeah, no, it felt great out there. I mean, the wind's been a little up and down. I think I had it pretty nice. I mean, that end, I didn't have much wind at all. The boat feels great. I've been really fortunate to practice with the MasterCraft, so this boat feels super dialed in. Of course, Chris Eller feels great, and yeah, really happy to get to 4-ball.
So, I sort of always think about back to my skiing. Will you make any changes, you know, thinking about that?
No, I think, you know, obviously more of the same. I felt like I was in really good rhythm with Chris, and it's a driver that I feel really comfortable behind. So, no, I think kind of the same thing tomorrow. We got a couple more rounds, so we'll kind of keep trying to improve maybe just a little bit.
Just take more shots like basketball, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, thank you.
All right, he's fun to watch. Back to you guys.
Yes, and trying to earn a little bit of money from this competition so he can make the bar at his wedding an open bar, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, then, here we are at this Waterski Pro Tour Freestar event. The MasterCraft Pro on the water at this time is Jonathan Travers out of Groveland in Florida.
Yeah, so John Travers has been skiing pretty consistent. He's up there on the leaderboard somewhere along the lines of 5th or 6th, I think, on the Pro Tour this year. He's gone to a lot of the events over in Europe, been skiing pretty well. Another consistent skier, gets through 39 day in, day out, and sometimes puts up some big scores into 3s, 4s at 41. He's one of those guys that has run it. He's run it a couple times in his career. And today, not far from his hometown, I guess, just half an hour down the road. Made a little gentle drive out here this morning, and he has, you know, he's looking at results from the past couple of years. He hasn't really performed up to what he wants to do at this particular event, but I'm sure he's looking to make up for it this year in 2022.
But he was part of that multiple-way runoff to actually get through to the final of the World Championships last season on his home site. So I mean, he's certainly produced some great scores at critical moments during his career, including a Masters slalom title from a few years back. But as you correctly said, you know, it's been a while since we've seen something along that level from Jonathan Travers again, and we're looking to see what he can do right here and now as he attempts to become a part of the next round of this competition. All right, then. So bplayfuel.com, bplayfuel.com. Go vote for your favorite matches during the events and register to upload your own. It is bplayfuel.com. Jonathan Travers, take it away, Nate.
Yeah, you know, well, first of all, come back here at this 38. I mean, it's such a great start here, and John's always got that very unique 1-3-5 side. Can always just kind of slam the ski over there and get over to 2. But that 38 couldn't have been any better in my mind. But kind of going back to what you were saying about John, he had those years of some really good skiing, and I think it was the Masters, maybe 2011 or 2012, I think, that he won.
I think so, yeah.
But also, you know, the things that have changed a little bit is, you know, he got married, he's got a kid, he's taking more role of running the ski school, he's got a lot of other responsibilities going on.
He's a homologator as well.
I mean, he, you know, every tournament you go to, you see him in the water, moving stuff around, moving the ramp, even at the Masters. So there's a lot of things that go into this with John where, you know, maybe it's affected his skiing a little bit, but he's also giving back to the sport in a way that he can so that we can all enjoy it as well. But there's still times that he puts up these big scores, and you never know when that's going to be.
Yeah, well, he's obviously done a lot this year. He's got a 4:41 under his belt, and he's a fair ways up on that leaderboard on the Pro Waterski Tour. So a successful 38 off pass, and like you're saying, it's I love watching the different takes, the different styles that come out in this slalom event. Everyone sort of goes about things slightly differently. We saw Joel Pollan earlier jumping around over his ski a little bit. John Travers does a little bit more out there too than most of the skiers. He moves around a little bit. He slams his 1-3-5 a little bit more, a little bit tiptoes through 2-4, but he gets the job done. And here he is. This is the pass. He needs to get more than 2.5. Tom Poole sitting on the edge of his seat. He is the guy on the bubble. It's not a bad 1 ball though. Accelerates to 2. He's on time here. There's the 3. He knows he's in at this point. Goes round 4, and that's it for John today. 3.5. You sort of almost see him come out of 3 there. He sort of had that like, yep, I'm not in a great spot, but I'm in.
Yeah.
And he almost relaxed a little bit.
And I think that's exactly right. We'll see on the replay here in a second, but I think, you know, he was pretty confident in the start of that pass, but you could see about that 3 ball. He goes, okay, what am I going to do it for? Like, it's almost as if he thought about it too much there at 3 and 4 of what to do and just allowed the tail to blow out there. But that gets him through the next round, I believe, right?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, he's in. He knew it. Again, he had to get a good start. He's got a great 1-3-5, and that was a killer number 1 ball.
Yeah, one was good. 2 really not so bad. Got the ski in, you know, pretty deep there, but you know, I think here at 3 just really played it safe. As you can see, the tip of that ski come up, and you know, trying to decide what to do it for. You know, do I stand it up? Do I not? And you can just see the tail kind of blew out there. But
he was hoping for that sort of safety turn, but enough to still keep going.
Yeah.
And not quite enough today, and put him a little bit late and a little fast into his offside. But again, we're going to see him in the next round.
Yep.
Indeed. And Jonathan Travers and making it through to the next round. I mean, at this point in the pass, he knew he was going to go down course, and the safety checked up on number 3. So, I mean, he was definitely skiing to make sure that he was going to go to the next round of the competition. And, you know, he's very much a hands-on person, you know, within the sport of tournament water skiing, you know, not only out there on the water, but also being a technical controller and installing courses and stuff across the country. So kudos to him for his efforts in keeping the sport going in that regard. All right, then, here we go. Our next skier on the water, 3rd from last out, and the current European men's slalom champion from Italia. This is Thomas Tigas de Gasperi.
What has Thomas de Gasperi not done in the sport of water skiing? He's pretty much won it all. He's been a Masters champion. He's been a Moomba champion, world champion a couple of times. I think a 9-time European champion. He's had a long career, a successful career, and still doing it and doing it well. 32 off.
Yeah.
Pretty easy pass.
Looked pretty good. And one of the latest episodes for the TWBC podcast actually featured Thomas de Gasperi talking to us about his recent experiences. Unfortunately, the untimely passing of his father, Marco de Gasperi. That was very, very visible on his face and on his expression out there skiing in the European Championships, which he won that, and he also talked a little bit about his ski, which is a true asymmetrical slalom ski. It's actually a ski of his design. It's the good T-Gas edition, which actually has the bindings mounted offset from centerline because one side of his ski is a normal profile, but the other side of his ski is actually a wide rider, Nate.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've never really talked to him much about it. I've skied with him a little bit. He comes over to my lake or I'll go to his, but we just enjoy skiing. We don't really sit and talk about skis and that kind of stuff. But I have seen that, and he's been on it for years, and it really seems to work well for him. But I got to spend some time with Thomas this summer and went to his place in Trento, and that's one of the most unbelievable lakes I think I've ever been to.
I certainly look forward to the opportunity and going there myself and experiencing skiing on the big lake in Trento, which itself is an historic city.
Yeah, and he's been skiing there all his life and been with his family, runs a ski school on that lake, and I think we talked about his father. Yeah, very, very close family. Big loss there for Thomas this year. But you see that a lot in the water skiing circles. Very, very family oriented sport. We all sort of grow up skiing with our folks, with our parents, and keeps families close together. So it's a nice story.
Indeed. Just enough time to tell you about D3 skis, the ski of choice from many skiers, including Nate Smith, who currently has the world record and the world championship on that ski. High performance skis for all three events. They're two new skis, the Neon and the Ion 2. You can find out more by going to d3skis.com, d3skis.com, and they are the audience prize sponsor for the men's slalom. And also check out Conley Skis. They're the audience prize sponsor so far as the women's competition is concerned. Also check out the DV8 and Carbon V, both skis featuring the patented Versatile technology. Check out Conley Skis by going to conleyskis.com. There we go. We've got Chris Eller at the helm of that MasterCraft Pro Star right here on Lake Grue, the home of ski fluid and action water sports. Here we go, Thomas de Gasperi. This is 38 off, 11.25 meters. Go, Kyle.
Yeah, Thomas de Gasperi just going to walk on park here at 38 off. He knows where he's at all the time when he's out on his slalom ski. As far as managing what he needs to do, gets the job done, very, very consistent, kind of lifts his game up to do exactly what he needs. And we're down to the business end of this prelim round of men's slalom. Only three skiers remaining. Thomas de Gasperi on the water, Freddie Winter coming up next, Will Asher following him. Three skiers remaining. They're chasing 2.5. 2.5 is the score. And by the looks of things, Thomas de Gasperi won't just be shooting for 2.5. He'll be looking to run that past, chasing our lead right now. Our lead is Dane Meckler, 4:41. Here's Thomas de Gasperi. He sort of dances around a little bit too. So let's talk a little bit about his technique. He climbs up on that front, on that wider ski, I guess, in his offside. Comes up over the ski quite a lot. Makes a bit of a dive or a little bit of a reach there, but it works well for him. He gets the ski shut down, it pulls in, and he's off again. Like I said, very consistent. He can get the job done, whether it's calm, whether it's rough. He's done it in all sorts of conditions, in all sorts of scenarios. And so another easy 38 off pass for Thomas de Gasperi.
Yeah, and like you said, you kind of look at the edge change a little bit. He always has that very hard, firm, distinct edge change. He comes off that wake, plants that ski on its edge really hard and really firm and very confidently. And, maybe it's that little bit of a wider ski at the front that allows him to do something like that. But, Thomas is just one of the most consistent skiers that I've seen over the last 10 years. You can never count him out, and he's just always getting to get, up there at the top score.
All right, continuing right along, Thomas de Gasperi at 10.75 meters, 39.5 off, looking good round the first three buoys, halfway down the course. He's through to the next round, but he doesn't just want to merely do that. He wants to run the pass and have a stab at 41 off. 10.25 meters coming up next.
He's looks a little relieved after that pass. He had to work a little bit hard maybe from 4. He came into a good start again. 1 and 2 was great. Came into 3, and you saw the same thing as John Trappers. He went a little bit easy just to make sure he got that turn, but he managed it right. He did just enough to sort of keep going but not lose too much time. A big 4-ball got him back in the game, and there's 6 buoys, and he's going to take a shot at our lead now.
Yeah, and, you know, looking at that 39 a little bit, I don't think he skied a whole lot. I was talking with him a little bit on Tuesday, and, you know, he had just flown back from Europe, and, you know, he may have he won the Europeans for the 8th time over there, and this was just right after, you know, an emotional time for him with his dad passing away, and, you know, that I know that he dedicated that whole win for his dad. That was, you know, really, really special for him to be able to do that. But, you know, looking at this 39, I mean, it just looks like typical Thomas. Maybe a little bit down course here at 5, but he's a tractor. He just keeps on going. It doesn't matter what the conditions are, the wind, the rollers, you know, wherever we're at, he's just always right there in the mix of the top skiers, putting up the biggest scores. And, you know, we'll see what he can do here at 41, but, you know, I would imagine getting over towards that 3-ball, I think.
Yeah, well, 2 at 41, there's a logjam there. He's going to look to try and get past that, maybe chase Dane. Not a great one. He's going to pull all the way to 2, slams 2. Has he got enough to get around 3? Oh,
he gets the 3 and to the wake.
3.
And
well
that's
done.
the, you know, typical Thomas. I mean, he gets frustrated by only getting 3, but the thing is he gets 3 all the time. And if you can stay consistent, that's what keeps you winning tournaments and staying up at the top.
Would you count that as a genuine one-handed gate shot or a modified one?
I heard you talking about that, or where did I hear that? Somewhere on one of the webcasts.
Yes, that was at Hilltop.
Maybe Hilltop. You know, I don't know much about one-handed gates, but I guess if I had to consider it one or the other, I'd tell you that was a modified one, because some of the earlier ones of a one-handed gate were, you know, Cale Burdick used to do it too, and I think maybe Marcus, it was a strong late pull out and make like an actual 0-ball turn, like you were turning 2-ball to turn in for the gates, where Thomas is more of pull out, stand up, let go with one arm, come back to the handle and go. So I guess my definition would be modified.
All right, maybe. You don't often see too many of the full-on one-handed anymore, the aggressive sort of turn-ins on the gates one-handed. They're around for a little while, but I think maybe the consistency. I've seen them work really well. I used to try it back in the day, but I think there's just a consistency. Very, very hard to get a consistent start like that. When you get it right, you're bang on. You're off to a great start to the pass. But
if you get it wrong,
it's difficult. Yeah.
I think that's the tough part with the one-handed, especially the true one-handed gate. That, you know, the unmodified, as you might say, that, you know, if you hook up with the boat at the wrong time, it's not good. Where I think a two-handed gate or what Thomas is doing.
And whether you choose a modified gate shot or a true modified one-handed gate shot or a full-on two-handed gate shot, you can benefit by the enhanced grip offered by Pro Gear gloves, the original, created by Clint Stadelbauer and now led by Alicia Bagnoli. You can buy Pro Gear gloves by going to skiprogear.com, skiprogear.com. All right, so we're down to our final 2 competitors in this opening round. We're going to see Will Asher ski in a few minutes, but before him, it is Freddie Winter.
Look at these conditions.
Yeah,
completely
I think
glass.
Yeah, definitely eased off a little bit. I feel a little bit sorry for some of the middle of the pack guys. You know, at the start it was pretty nice. It picked up a little bit down that end, and now it's sort of the wind swung around a little bit. It's got a little bit easier. And the wind is laid down a touch maybe, or it's just coming in the right direction where that water's staying pretty calm all the way down the lake. It's pretty even on both ends right now, so we're looking forward to some stellar slalom skiing from our top 2 skiers, both from England, both doing it for Queen Elizabeth out there, I guess, recently passed away. So, and Freddie Winter, between this guy, Will Asher, and the guy sitting to my right, these guys are the ones that have been making the most 41s over the last few years. Freddie's got a number of 41 off passes under his belt, and hopefully he's going to get something like that today.
All right, here we go. Freddie Winter looking very, very strong out there from one side to the next, staying well balanced on his feet. And after he gets around buoy number 6, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Tomas de Gasperi. And Thomas, you had a good run, man, solid. Seasoned veteran, you made it through. Recent 9-time European slalom champion, but you've had to go through some tough stuff personally, loss of your father. So you said, yes, it's okay to chat, but I know it's been tough for you recently.
Yeah, it's been the worst summer of my life, and I had a good start of the season. I won the Watersports Pro-Am, so I got qualified for the Masters for next year, and then a couple other podiums, and then everything hit the fan, and it happened what happened. I was debating what to do. It's a page of life, and I really didn't know what to do. I felt lost, and but he wants me here.
No, I would agree. He was your biggest fan, and now your family's smaller per se, but it doesn't mean that you don't have all those memories, from your life skiing with him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I ski the way he taught me, and the way he gave me the passion for the sport is something that nobody could ever experience, in my opinion. But the bond that we had, it was special, and I'm happy to put to practice what he teach me.
Well, yeah, as I mentioned walking over here, you had a huge amount of Waterski fans here on site, and I know back home in Italy, everyone's cheering for you, and they was hoping you were going to do good today. Anyone you want to say hi to?
Well, yeah, my mom is home and watch, and all my friends at home and here. So, I appreciate everybody, and I can't wait for my mom to come to Florida.
So, hey, we're going to let him go get rested and see him in this second round tomorrow, but congrats, Thomas. Well done, mate.
Yeah, all right, then. Back here at the announcer spot, we've got Kylie on one side, we've got Nate Smith on the other. So your comments on that?
I got to correct myself. I said 8-time European champion. That would be 9-time European champion that we just heard from Thomas. So, but just listening to him talk, he's fighting some emotions out there on the water. I think every time he steps foot on the dock and goes to ski, that there's a lot of things running through his head. So to be able to fight all that off, go out and ski well, I think is really impressive. But I'm just glad to see Thomas out there. He's been a good, great skier for the sport. He's been a great friend to me and many others. And it's just good to see him back here in the U.S. and competing and being here.
All right, here we go. This is Freddie Winter.
Okay, so just short work of 32 and 35 for Freddie Winter, now at 38 off, and another pretty easy pass. You see a few straps there on his left shoulder. He's had a few injuries here and there. That shoulder injury just kind of flares up every once in a while. It's not holding him back right now. And as we can see, very, very strong pass. Probably one of the toughest guys out there on a slalom ski. Can turn that 2.4 very, very strong, holds on to a lot, throws himself for that extra quarter buoy or whatever he needs, has some good stacks along the way. Yeah, very, very powerful skier out in the water.
Yeah, and I think watching this replay, like you said, a little bit different style, but I think also he's changed his style a ton in the last 12, 18 months as well. You used to see the, going heavy and hard and hammering it off the buoy and crashing all the time and the one-handed gait and all that. And, things have kind of turned more into a little bit more rhythm with the boat, not as hard off the buoy, doing the work behind the boat and kind of being in, more of a swing with everything. So, I think that's helped him a lot over the last year or so. And, he had a little bit of a down slump, which everybody kind of goes through sometimes, switching skis and all that. But it seems as though that ski that he's on now seems to be, working well for him. Out in California last week, or a couple weeks ago, I guess. I'm not sure. I think he had a 3 at 41 because of a boat path issue, but I think he saw 5-ball every round, maybe. I could be wrong, but, it's all, really good skiing by Freddie right now.
All right, and we continue to monitor that performance and have a look at the Pro Tour leaderboard there, just momentarily on the right-hand side of your screen. Freddie Winter currently in second spot right now. He needs a 3 to advance. Just a full 3 will do the trick for him. He's round number 1 and number 2. He can get 3 buoys in his sleep, and he does.
No mistakes at all on this pass for Freddie Winter. Came in 1, 2,
Whoa,
and 3.
hello.
Very, very good. Oh, no, that 5-ball was good. It was strong. He was all over that, I thought.
He just tried to inject a little bit more excitement into it.
I think you heard Nate talking about how soft and smooth he was, so he thought, I'll just kind of mix it up a little bit there.
Make him sound like Dove soap there for a moment.
Yeah, exactly. That wasn't quite the same pass we saw before, but very much in control, like you said. You know, kind of watching ahead here all the way to 5-ball, you know, kind of reminded me of a little bit of California when he pushed it at 5-ball a little bit, which allowed me to take the win there. But, you know, it's just trying to feel things out a little bit. The conditions are perfect. I mean, it couldn't be any better right now. But, again, 39 off for Freddie is just one of the passes to get to 41, and we'll see what he can do coming in here. And, you know, keep in mind the last guy on the dock ran back-to-back 41s in Seattle and also ran 5 out in California. So the skiing only gets better.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Will Asher can do. But first, there's Freddie Winter. He's sitting down the end. He's got the wait time, 1 minute. Let the water settle a little bit, and he'll be coming back in 10.25, chasing a lead of 4, followed by 3 at 41 with Thomas de Gasperi. Let's see what he can do. He's super smooth, as Nate was saying, but when he needs to, he can grip it and rip it. And he's going to need to here, maybe around 2-ball. It's his good side. He doesn't get a great start. Can he get a big number 2? No, it's not it. And he's going to just sneak around 3, maybe tie up there with Thomas de Gasperi.
Yeah, indeed. That's exactly what he does. And that puts him currently in a 2-way tie for third right now.
So looking at this replay, similar gate shot, nothing too crazy, just a lot of loose line there at 1, and then just going on the back of the ski, pulling all the way to 2, trying to make up that big turn like he normally does, and just wasn't quite able to do it, and just throwing for the S turn there to take a second place tie with T-Gas and still leaving Dane Meckler in the top spot with 41.
Dane's still holding on tightly to that lead. Yeah, we saw Freddie Winter not getting the best number 1, but it shows you the experience there. You know, he didn't get. We've seen some other skiers down that end, not a great 1. They squeak around 2, and that's it. But Freddie, not a great 1, gets back into it, pulls hard long across to number 2, somehow gets his ski around and shuts it down, and still able. He's pointing straight at the boat at that point at the end of 2, and still managed somehow to get around number 3. So the experience, the strength, the power, and that's a big extra buoy.
Yeah, and I think the key word there is experience. I think.
Yeah, exactly. That was exactly what's going through my mind as well.
Yeah, so the experience that plays in there is knowing where you're at exactly in the course and what you can and cannot do at 2-ball or 3. So he knew that 1 wasn't great. He knew the work he needed to do to get to 2-ball, but he also knew what his ski was capable of doing to make up a turn that he needed to try to get over to 3. But I think going to 2 on the back of the ski, straight at it with a lot of speed, I think he already knew, okay, I got to S turn 3. I'm not getting past it. I got to do enough work just to get to that 3-ball. But, you know, we got one more skier here, Will Asher, that as far as I'm concerned, I think he's skied the best consistently all summer.
So, did I hear A2 off the dock?
I heard A2.
That is consistent with about 68% of the skiers.
Everybody's copying me. I was the only one with A2 5 years ago.
Okay, so let's explain a little bit to the good folks out there about the zero-off settings. I mean, you've got the letter which deals with the when, and the numbers which deal with the how much, right?
Correct. You know, I don't have a ton of experience. You can see that up there on the screen. Kind of explains how each letter, you know, where it pulls or where it gives you the gas. But I don't have a bunch of experience of playing with letters. I started with A. Zero off came out, it was just A, and that's where I was at. Then the numbers came out, and I was, I'll go A3, because somebody else did, a guy named Scott Tynan that I ski with back home. And somebody accidentally pulled me on A2 one time, and I skied really well, and I'm like, yeah, that's pretty good. So I just left it there. But for me, I think it's a load that picks up a little bit later and gives you a little bit more swing off the second wake. And that works for me because I feel like I can load in the correct spots, and I'm not working against the boat so hard through the second wake, where if you go hard off the buoy, it's trying to make up time, which will create more speed for you. But I think if you work with the boat well, I think that A2 works, you know, somewhere in there works really well. But, you know, the top score so far is Dane, and I believe he's on B1. So it's all personal preference. I'm not sure there's an advantage to one letter over the other, but I know that the majority of skiers in the early part of my career were all C2, and I was the only odd guy out running A2.
But I mean, it's But I mean, what it's basically trying to do, in all essence, using the zero off, is to basically replicate some of the best slalom drivers that were available at that time that drove using hand driver. Use hand driving. We'll explain a little bit about that in a moment, but let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Freddie Winter, and so you talk as well as a few of the others. That other end's a bit different, right?
I mean, there's a little bit of a wind. I think I had it better than most, but it's just hard. I mean, when there's an early cut like that, you can't go attack. So I mean, I got through my 39. I'm like, okay, and I didn't do anything on my gate with 41. So anyway, that's okay. It's just the format. You just got to make the next round. So it's almost like we're not going for big scores. We're just trying to make it till tomorrow, and then we're going to get the big scores in the final, and that's going to be the winner, hopefully.
Sort of more old school, like most of the cut rounds that I was involved with, and so we'll sort of talk over Will's 12-meter pass here, but yeah, let's talk about that pressure of just getting to 4 versus running the whole thing, knowing you have mid 41 to get through.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, often what we've been doing a lot this year, which is kind of what I've almost been used to, is 2 rounds, and you can go out there. Your first round, you almost relax. I woke up this morning stressed, and I haven't been stressed on qualifying day, at least not before the first round. Sorry, for a few, since Masters, I guess. But yeah, it's different. It's like Moomba, which is a great tournament. So, but yeah, just a different dynamic. And I think I didn't go hard enough through my gate at 1 at 41, and I wasn't in it from there.
Well, so let's talk about that too. So then you go through your 10-7 pass, and now you have a chance at the 10-2. But as you're just chatting, you've had a different rhythm and sort of a different attitude about this versus just if you're just charging right through the first 4, correct?
Yeah, like when I'm skiing through, in a final, or if I'm just trying to go for a really big score, I'm kind of attacking more. And here I'm just like, okay, just make sure I get around those boys. Just get to the next boy, I don't know, it's psychological, and probably I shouldn't change so much, but it's just there, you see that little different thing, and it's good to have variation, I guess. I think tomorrow Dane obviously skied really well, but maybe the other scores haven't been so good. A couple really, really good guys have not run 39, which I was surprised about. But I think tomorrow we're going to see it. It's top 8 tomorrow. It's cut from 15 to 8, which is, we're taking 7 out. That's going to be the big one, and then of course, hopefully the final.
You just don't want to be one of those 7, right?
No, I mean, that's the thing. You just it's my home boat. It's a boat I know well. It's a site I know well, and I'm like, just don't be that guy. Don't be one of the guys that goes out. You just got to make it through and give yourself a chance in the final.
All right, back to you guys.
All right, then, returning with Will Asher at 38 off, 11.25 meters. We heard there from Freddie Winter. Care to comment on some of that, Nate?
Yeah, I mean, I think I saw similar things what he was talking about there at the gate. It's always a little bit tricky from one end to the other here. When I skied here last year, we had that really, really strong wind. And I hate to be negative on the lake at all, because I've had some of my best scores here. Every tournament I've come to, I've skied really, really well, and a lot of people ski really well here. So it's just unfortunate we get a weird wind on a day like today. But, I think he'll figure out what he needs to do with that gate tomorrow. And, it's just a round to get through. I mean, you're going to be disappointed a little bit if you don't get a big score. But, midway down 41, tied for second, it's not a bad spot to be sitting either.
I mean, he's pretty safe there, and handy sort of first round. But I mean, I'm looking at this picture as Will goes down through this pass, and to be honest, the conditions have got pretty nice out there right now. Earlier on, we were seeing quite the ripple, especially coming from the west end there, if you like. Now it's looking pretty glassy down there. There's I think that wind's settled down or swung around enough, and great news. Well, not so good news for some of the earlier skiers, but great news here for these top few that are getting a really good shot at some of these short line passes.
Yeah, I think, the middle group had a pretty stiff wind, and it calmed way down for Freddie there. And there's a little head tail here for Will, but, I mean, gosh, Will, looking at that 38, just looks like a walk in the park, and that's what he's looked like all summer long.
All right, so continuing on, and as we go on to 39.5 off 10.75 meters, no matter what happens, another British skier will make it through. But the question is it going to be Tom Paul on 2.5, or Will Asher with something more than that? Round buoy number 1, a little loose line off that turn. Round buoy number 2, good to go. Round number 3 to the wakes. He's through to next round. We have our 15 skiers that have advanced through to next round of the competition. But he's not quite done yet, Will Asher, because he's taken it all the way down. a 6 buoy count at 39.
We complimented Benny Saddlebar on his 39. I'm looking at that one going, that's maybe a little bit easier.
Well, and I was just thinking about the same thing. Benny talked about, we talked about Benny's being so smooth, and then Benny brought up Charlie Ross, skier number 2 off the dock, and he had a great 39, and at that age, it's pretty incredible to see. So, that 39 here from Will, maybe a little hesitation there at 3-ball just because, but for the most part, he's just skiing confident. And, one thing I've learned with Will this summer, talking with him, being around him, and he's opened up a bit a lot on, to people and on webcast, is he's just enjoying the process. He's enjoying being at tournaments. He's enjoying trying to make himself better, and he just enjoys the process. Of course, he wants to ski well and do well and win, but he's content with just working on himself, showing up at a tournament and doing his thing.
Well, that's cool.
You sounded just like Nick Saban there. Trust in the process.
Well, it works for him.
No, it's good. It's cool to hear because, obviously Will Asher's been around a long, long time. He's like to Gasperi, he's done it all. There's not much more to achieve except for just do it for yourself, do it for the enjoyment of doing it. And it's good to hear that he's still seeking that from the sport.
And he's always at the top. Always right there at the top.
Here we go, 41 off, 10.25 meters. Entrance gates, buoy number 1, gets a good hard snap. Little over the tip of his ski into buoy number 2, but he's still there. He's on round buoy number 3, and a 3-way tie for second place now exists between Will Asher, Freddie Winter, and Thomas de Gasperi, and your leader after round 1 is Dane Meckler with 4 at 10.25 meters. The first time this season that Dane Meckler has led out of round 1.
I love to see it. I mean, I'm good friends with Dane, and I think he's skiing amazing, and he's it's very well deserved to see him up there.
So just watching the replay there of Will Asher negotiating number 3, sneaks back inside. He had a pretty good gate there. Looked like he was set up for a nice number 1. Folded a little bit. Ski got a bit stuck. We saw that with a couple other skiers. Maybe not quite keeping the speed through and setting him up quite early enough at number 2. But I think he's going to feel pretty happy with the way he's feeling on his ski and how he ran his 39. Yeah, just was a little bit late coming into here and a little fast coming into 2-ball at 41. You need all the time you can get. And obviously a little narrow, a little late on his offside, number 3. But great skiing, Will Asher. He's in second tied spot with Fred Winter and Thomas de Gasperi. Our leader, Dane Meckler, congrats to him. And then after those 4 skiers, we're back to a bunch of 2s at 41s. We got a few at 4.5 at 10.75. And there's our leaderboard there. Brando Crusoe 5.5 at 10.75. We talked about all the guys into 41. CV Island 4.5. And then I think that the last guy that snuck in, Corey Vaughan, he's going to be pretty happy. He's getting to ski again tomorrow.
All right, then. Many thanks to Nate Smith for his analysis and his contribution to the announcement of the event. And just like magic, it's Dane Meckler. How are you doing?
Good, Tony. How are you guys doing?
Not too bad. We are re-racking your attempt here at 41 off, so take us through this.
Yeah, I actually I had a decent gate. I thought I was fast, so I kind of was on the back of the ski. I didn't love that, but coming off 2-ball right here, this is kind of, for me, either make or break, and I had the tight line, right? As a lefty, if I can come off a 2, with a tight line, it's kind of like, okay, here we go, and can relax, and, was able to get out, around 4 and really happy with that score. So
excellent stuff. So first time all season that you've made it out of round 1 into the next round in the lead. How does that kind of make you feel?
Yeah, no, it feels good. I mean, but the thing you got to remember is, today is just to make it in, and you can't win on the day. So, I mean, as nice as it is, it doesn't really change anything for tomorrow. It's kind of still same game plan, same guys. I mean, look at that field. The first guys were 2 at 41 off the dot. I mean, it's right now the level is so high that, being top of the day is nice, but it doesn't really do anything for you for tomorrow.
Here's the critical question. Did you book your hotel room for tonight? Have you done that since then?
Yeah. So we're ready. It's been a lot of work, but we're ready. So.
All right then. Let's check in. I believe we're checking in with Wade on dockside. Let's go and right ahead and do that.
Hey guys, I'm here with Will Asher, and Willie, was sort of just business as usual. But while we have a moment, I want to ask you. At the 04 Malibu Pro, when you won your first pro event, could you ever imagine that you would still be here today and you're equally as good, if not a better skier than then?
I couldn't even comprehend being 40 years old then. So, no, that wasn't like a real thing. Yeah, no, I just take it day by day. I've never thought really that far ahead. It's just, how long can I keep doing the things I have to do to be where I'm at? And that's really it.
No, it was really interesting. We're watching you come back in, and I always sort of have, sort of one thought, but that just sort of popped in. I'm like, man, it's been 20 years, and you've just been sort of at this peak that maybe only a couple other skiers in the history of our sport have been at such a peak for so long. And, man, I want to hand it to you and just say I've become the biggest fan of all.
I appreciate that because, I grew up looking up to you. So, you kind of paved the way for how it's done. You taught me a lot, and, that's the main reason probably I'm able to keep going, from the knowledge I've learned from the legends before me.
Well, and you certainly had a few British skiers to chase. One is here, Jody Fisher, who is, sort of grinding along with me trying to chase some apples. So it's sort of funny that we talked about with a few of the other guys that the cut was substantially lower, more sort of in the cut range of it was when you came onto the tour.
Yeah, it doesn't matter which way you slice it, 41 off's a pass. So even 39, it's not a given. And, a lot of the things we're putting in place, monitoring the drivers a bit more closely, speed control, all that stuff is, 39 should be a hard pass. It shouldn't be that 40 of us go out there and run it. It's really that hard. So, I think it's a testament to the level of skiing and how many people can do it. But yeah, it's tough.
Willie, saying to you regular guys at home watching, yeah, it's bloody hard, man. So it was fun chatting with you, Willie. Back to you guys, Tony.
All right, then. Thanks a lot there for Wade and also for Will Asher for his kind comments after his run. Now, before we take a quick break, let me introduce you to Alex Mahalik. How are you doing there, sir?
Very good. Thanks so much for having us out here.
Excellent stuff. So you represent a car dealership around this area. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, with our Low Payment Kings, we actually have 7 locations between Michigan, Ohio, and here in Polk County. We have 4 locations here in Polk County. So we got a very similar to Action, the great team at Action here, where they started in Michigan. We did that back in 1966, and we've expanded to 7 locations now. But kind of like Action's come down here to Florida here.
Indeed. So what car brands do you?
We have Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Alfa Romeo and Fiat. So we're the official tow vehicle for this event here today. And tomorrow, so I want you to come out and check out our display. We've got them all spread around here. It's a great time, bunch of food here, so everyone should check it out.
Indeed. And Alfa Romeo, they're actually a team in F1.
Yeah.
And they've got a wide range of vehicles, like slowly penetrating into the American market. Tell us about the SUV that's actually used to pull our boats here.
Yeah. We don't have it doesn't have the capability, but the Ram truck does. It can tow the boats. But the Alfa Romeo SUV they have here is the Stelvio. Beautiful 280 horsepower turbo. They also have a 505 horsepower twin turbo. So they're amazing ride. Mini F1.
Yes, indeed. So you've got the powerful vehicles, but for those of you who want something a little economical, the Fiat Cinquecento, the 500, it will definitely be right up your street.
Exactly. We still have those. We get the fuel sippers for.
All right, then. So if we want to get in contact with you and find out your range of vehicles, whatever's in stock, for your dealerships all around Polk County, how do we get in touch with you?
Yeah, we got one easy landing spot for all 7 locations. Just go to lowpaymentkings.com, and you can pick which location you want to go to, and it can take you the inventory right there at that location. But we look forward to having. We're also going to sponsor the 100 years of water skiing in Winter Haven next month. So we're really proud to be the official tow sponsor of that also.
Excellent stuff. We thank you very much for your support, and best of luck to you going forward. Lowpaymentkings.com, lowpaymentkings.com. All right, then we'll continue right along with continuing action of the 2022 MasterCraft Pro. We've got the women's competition taking place in the next few minutes, but we'll step aside for a quick break, and then when we return, we've got the women's action. Do not go away. All right then, folks, we're going to go into the women's slalom elimination round, starting off with Taryn Grant, and then we've got Bree Carter, Jessie Dobberton, Karen Trulove, Sasha Denyashkaya, Neely Ross, Alicia Bagnoli, Chelsea Mills, Paige Reaney, Patrizia Yanni, Whitney McClintock, and Regina Jaquist. And we've got three more competitors after Regina, Ali Garcia, Ali Nicholson, and Jamie Bull. Well, we've got an all-star lineup here. We've got Aaron Larkin, a multiple-time Mooma Masters slalom champion, and we've got Corey Vaughan on my left, and to the right on your screen whenever you see him again. This is Taryn Grant of Canada, and she's in at 32 off. Now, this is one of the very rare occasions where the starting line length is actually the same for both women and men, it would appear.
Yeah, that does seem certainly unique. I guess, Corey, you're on the tour these days. I'm not, but 32 off for the women and the men. Is that unique?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're reaching a stage with how well everyone's skiing that even on the men's side, it may not be unreasonable to start proposing a 12-meter start. But it sounds like actually she chose 13 meters. They have the option of starting at 14 meters or 28 off.
Okay.
Taryn is maybe thinking about the head tailwind. It's just light out there right now, pretty straight.
Probably taking one or two cues from the men.
Well, you know, I was down here when Taryn was warming up, and she was already thinking about her jump set, which is going to happen later, and realizing the great headwind that's going to be available to the jumpers. And I'm guessing she wants that headwind for her 38 off pass. She wants to secure that pass, get a score at 39. And she needs to make the top 10. The top 10 out of these 15 women move on. And I think running 38 is about what that's going to take.
Okay, now be honest with us, Corey. Whenever you saw those scores go down at like 2, at 41 off whenever you're skiing, were you at all optimistic that you would make it through to the next round of the competition?
Well, we got Taryn coming in here. This is 35 off. We'll talk about me in a moment. Let's see how she does.
Indeed. Let's have a look. 35 off, 12 meters. A little bit of a split radius edge change there going into number 2 there, Aaron.
Yeah, a little turn at obviously tight turn at 1. It just pulled her off edge, but she's looking the goods as she rounds 5 and over to 6. No real problems with that 35 off pass, 12 meters. Taryn Grant, she'll be back in at what's going to be a 38 off, 11 meters, and the wind seems to have died down, even the breeze. But if anything, that breeze is going to be a slight tailwind. So I'm just kind of I'm questioning what her theory is behind these tactics.
Well, I mean, she looks pretty dialed there. She did get a little deep at the one ball, but after that, she cleaned it up nicely. And, you know, just the way it's been all morning as she watched the men, I think she was seeing people struggle from that far end more in the gate. She wants to run this 38, put that score out there as first off the dock into the rest of the competitors. And I think she's setting herself up pretty nicely.
Now, Taryn Grant, we know her more for her jumping capability rather than a slalom. I mean, this is the first time that she's been in this particular competition and skiing more than just the jump event. So, looking to try and expand her double threat in so far as this event is concerned. Let's have a look and see what she has got. Coming in at 38 off. Let's see if she's got the goods here. Entrance gates number 1.
Yeah, she's tight off a one ball here. She's in a rhythm to go. Let's see if she can keep that going.
And I'm not too sure what her personal best is, but to the best of my recollection, if she can get round buoy number 6, this is one of the rare occasions that she's run 38 off. Look at that.
Yeah, I've seen Taryn run 38 at a record tournament. Like you said, we don't see her on the Pro Tour and Slalom as often as jump, but she approached this pass with confidence, and she used her strength all the way through. It was really never in doubt.
Yeah, she did really did look good. Taryn Grant,
or like Martin Bartowski.
I just think that you're first off the dock. You've got nothing to lose. You've got all to gain. So you're going to throw down and basically just leave it all out there and see what happens. You know, it's hard to pick what you're going to need to make the final. So, you know, you're not necessarily going to stand up at full ball at 38 and try and make the cut. You know, you're just going to put the hammer down and go.
Absolutely, absolutely. So Taryn Grant now getting ready for 10.75 meters, 39.5 off now. I'm trying to recall the last time that I saw a Taryn Grant's slalom, and I'm absolutely at a loss. You know, I mean, in regards to her best performance, but I think this is going to be one of her better ones of the season, getting a little strong up into number 2. But I tell you what, she's still there. She's still trying to make a play on 3.
Wow.
Does she? Oh, yeah, a 3.
That's some skiing there from Taryn Grant. 3 buoys at what we believe is 10.75 or 39 off. Well, I'd be safe to say that that's going to book her a place into the final.
I'm going to say so. I mean, there is nothing shabby about that. When she came off of that 1, she was a little deep again from that end. I was a little worried about how 2 was going to go, being a lefty, but she hooked up strong off of 2. And, I mean, there's a huge difference there between 2 at 39 and 3. And I'm going to agree with you, Aaron. I think that's going to be safely through to the next round.
Modified or regular one-handed gate shot?
Well, it's a modified, in my opinion. That's certainly a hybrid where it's not as dynamic in the sense where you're pulling out hard against the boat and then trying to keep everything moving out and making a traditional offside turn. It's kind of more of the old Terry Winter sort of gig where you pull out, sort of control the line, let go of the hand, and as we can see now, make the turn in.
Well, Taryn, I know skis a lot with Matt Reaney, and I know he's a believer in the one-handed gate. You see Whitney and Paige both using a one-handed gate as well, or we will see them here shortly. I think the score was under review to make sure she got around that 3 ball. It was tight. We'll wait till we hear something. Even the full 2, I'm thinking, is feeling pretty good at this point for top 10.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, it's going to take. It'll take 2:39 off is going to for sure be into tomorrow. So as we look at the next slalom skier.
All right, here we go. This is Bree Carter.
Bree's a fun skier to watch. She has such a powerful style. I mean, she really gets down on it all the way across the wakes, and just uses a lot of power side to side to get herself early. And then she is not afraid of turning that ski hard as well, hooking up strong, getting in that solid position. And I feel like she's one of those skiers that lets the driver know where she is. That's super helpful to keep rhythm with the boat. And we're just getting word over that Taryn Grant's score has been revised. It's going to be 2, but I think she's still in a very good position.
Well, she's definitely tried to sell it, put it that way.
You know, sometimes in that situation, it was so tight, the judges had to do a video review. It took them obviously a few minutes. As the skier, it's happening very fast. You don't always know. You know, she's just trying to get full extension and get around there and get back. And when it's super close like it was, I'm going to give Taryn the benefit of the doubt and say she didn't think that she went inside of it and tried to sell it. She was just doing her best to get around it and get back.
Indeed.
Yeah. And as a skier, like you say, I mean, when you're out there and you're doing it, whether or not you run over the buoy, you skip off it, for example, I mean, you're always going to make an S-turn and try and get back because, you know, you never know what the judges are really going to score you. And if it's 3, then, you know, maybe it's your day. The luck's on your side of the coin, and if it's 2, then maybe it's not. And you know.
Absolutely. I don't know about you, Aaron, but I've actually sold myself short a couple of times where I've gone back to watch the video afterwards, and I have been around a buoy and not tried to get back because I didn't think I did. And sure enough, I should have actually held on.
All
so
right.
It can happen both ways.
Here we go. This is Bree Carter. Not looking too bad, getting good hookups and managing to make her way through that pass. Now, I think she started in on 14.25 meters. That would make 13 coming back. But I tell you what, that strategy from Taryn Grant yielded some pretty good skiing.
Yeah, no, it did, absolutely, starting at 32 off. You know, there's an energy factor too, right? You know, when you start at a latter pass, you know, and you get to your 38s or your 39s, whether you're a male or a female, of course, when you get to those harder passes, because you haven't, expended the energy at the beginning, you're going to have a bit more energy, to use at those passes. But, you know, in fairness, these pros are doing enough skiing in this day and age where that doesn't really come into play. But that was 13 metres. As we watch Scott Greenwood, our boat driver, one of the best in the world. We're very fortunate to have the 2 drivers that we have this weekend with Scott Eller and Chris Eller, and Scott Greenwood in the boats. They're phenomenal, and all the skiers are very fortunate and thankful that they are here. So.
Absolutely right. Yeah, I got to practice yesterday behind Scott. It felt amazing, and of course, we're never disappointed to have Chris Eller up there at the helm. So it's certainly a real treat. And Bree Carter, in one way, I feel like she's a veteran because we've been hearing her name since she was a junior. You know, she won a bunch of those junior titles, I believe junior masters, maybe even a junior worlds. But I think we got to remember, Bree's still pretty young as skiers go. So she's living down here in Florida and not making to all the Pro Tour stops, but, you know, potentially still has a long career ahead and skiing very solidly out there.
Yeah, really good skiing, Bree Carter, 35 off, making it look good. And like you alluded to earlier there, Corey, super strong. She's obviously around 1 there, right foot forward skier, gets stacked, good lean against the boat, and keeps a nice tight line on her good side, and really looking the goods. Using her knees a lot as well through the second wake to try and absorb that energy and that load to keep the tip of the ski, pointing away from the boat. In essence, that's what makes the rope stay tight. And really making easy work of what you would say is a tail breeze 35 off, knowing now that she's going to have 38 in the opposite direction, now with two boys at 39 off.
All right, so okay, so let me ask you this question. I mean, you alluded to our drivers. I mean, we got Scott Greenwood, Chris Eller. We've also got Becky Lathrop also in attendance. I mean, they're some of the world's best drivers, But for anyone that's like watching this for the first time or watching tournament water skiing for the first time, what makes a good driver?
I'm going to answer that after we watch Bree Carter coming at 38 off. Not so much a must-run pass, but she wants to get all the way down the end of it, and maybe I'll put the kibosh on her, and she's run a half, and that's not the start that she wanted. Obviously, she's swimming, but and I don't know, Corey, what do you think? That's gonna be hard to see her in tomorrow's final.
That is going to be tough, but I think that right there goes back and shows what Taryn Grant's strategy was. She saw some of the men struggling with the start from that end. That included myself, and she wanted to avoid that scenario. And if there's a little bit of wind or something going on from that far end, makes the start a little trickier, and it got the better of Bree right here. We'll have to see how the chips fall, but Bree obviously capable of running 38, and she's put herself in a hope and pray situation right at the moment.
All right, so let's go back to that question that I posed to you, Aaron.
Well, certainly, what makes a good driver? Well, a lot of people think that driving the boat straight is being a good driver. Well, in essence, that is, that's part of it. But when you get to a point where you're very good, it's only a very small amount. It's about working with the skier, knowing where the skier is. So let's say, he comes off the ball and into and through the second wake, for example. If you're counter steering too hard against the skier, for example, you're going to pull the handle away from his hip and open him up. Yeah, which basically in essence is going to make the tip of the ski now run more towards the ball. Yeah.
Okay.
It's having the ability to, almost like a paintbrush, painting back and forth with the steering wheel, working with the skier, so you're not at a point. You're there when he needs you to be. You're against him when he's loading the hardest, but you're not oversteering so that you're not pulling him out of position.
All right then. So that's good information there from our from Aaron Larkin. He's certainly driven a few sets himself and has been on the other end of the rope more than a few times. Here we go. This right now is Jesse Dobberton, who comes to us from Lakeland in Florida, and not looking too bad out there with the opener.
No, that's a nice clean opener from Jessie. She was an Eastern region skier for a very long time until she came down here to Florida Southern. And this is her home site. She skis here with Kyle on a regular basis. And she was living in Lakeland after school, but I believe just in the last year, she moved further west, more towards the Tampa side of the state. But I believe she's still commuting over here for her sets and her training. So I talked to her this morning, actually, and she said she's very happy to be having a pro tour stop right here at her home site. She's used to the settings, the water, and hopefully that just allows her to feel at ease and just let it rip out there.
All right, so let's continue on. We got Jesse Dobberton on the water. The remaining skiers on the list consist of Karen Truelove. She's going to be out very, very soon. Then Sasha Denyaskaya, then Neely Ross, although I believe Neely Ross may be a game time decision, so that would mean we'll continue on to Alicia Bagnoli and Chelsea Mills and the like. So let's have a look and see what Jesse Dobberton could do. A very, very forceful pull-out for the entrance gates. Take it away, Aaron.
Yeah, 32 off. Here comes Jessie, obviously skiing at A2. It seems that most of the skiers are doing that. She's looking really good as a left-foot forward skier. Really good offside turn there at 4-ball. Getting against the line out of 5 and around 6. And easy work there from Jessie. Very, very good stuff. And like you say, she does ski here on a daily basis. I come to work here at obviously at Action, which is the MasterCraft dealership right next to this great lake. And she's more often than not, I see her car here first up. She's trying to get a ski ride in before she gets back to work. And
indeed.
And yeah, it's good to see her skiing well on her home site. I know she'll have a few expectations, if you like. As you do when you do ski on your home ground, it sort of does give you that little bit of relaxed expectations.
But isn't the expression, does familiarity breed contempt?
Yeah, potentially. This is water skiing, right? And there's mind games all over the place. I don't know. It's one of those sports that it's difficult when you're late, and it's difficult when you're early in the past. So it's a real challenge to find some consistency in that department.
One of the things that's great about Jessie, though, is kind of no matter how her day goes, if she skis her best or she skis not quite where she wants to be, she's a real professional. She comes out of the water with a smile on her face, very positive and nice to everybody that she comes across, and she won't be going around complaining. And as a slalom skier, it can be hard to muster up that sort of positivity. So I'm hoping for Jessie that today is one of those days that she just knocks it out of the park and puts a little pressure on all of this huge field that's coming behind her. This 35 is looking really good and solid early there at 6-ball.
Yep, smooth as you like there for much of that pass. And let's check in with Wade's World.
Guys, I'm here with Regina Jaquist, and but this year you won last year, right?
Yeah. Back that I won after. So I'm really excited to be here, kind of coming into this event with a lot of confidence and getting that surgery behind me, and then having that win right after. So I'm excited and look forward to it out there. It looks gorgeous and excited to be here.
Well, we are super excited to have her here, and we're going to see her on the water soon. Back to you guys.
All right there, Regina Jaquist, former World Slalom champion, multiple-time world record holder, the current world record holder, coming to us out of Santa Rosa Beach, and we'll see her ski a little bit later on this list. Jessie Dobberton gotten through 14, 13, and 12, and now looking to at least get more than half a buoy in 11.25 meters, and maybe have a shot at 10.75 meters if she feels frisky enough to try. Here we go. This is Jessie Dobberton at 38 off.
She's through the gates now, and she's got a good start around 1. She needs to stay patient at 2. Not a bad 2 ball. She needs a big 3 now if she's going to stay in it. She's doing a good job. She's all the way to 4. Yeah, long turn at 4 there, and 4 at 38 off will be all she wrote there for Jessie. I'd say that's a pretty good score for Jessie. I'm sure she's got through it in practice. But Corey, what did we see in the replay?
Yeah, I thought this was a very good 1 ball, nice and tight. She's in a little deep, so she's picking up some extra speed here going into 2. But as a lefty off a 2, she gets the line. I mean, again, moving a little fast and then down course at 3. I like how she held on right there and was a little patient just to make sure she got the 4. Because here there's a big difference between a 3 and a 4 at 38 here in this preliminary round. I'd say with a 4 at 38, Jessie's put herself into the mix. She's got a good shot there, and she's going to have to see where the chips fall with the other skiers. But, you know, like you said, Aaron, that's a pretty good score for Jessie in a pro tour stop. And, you know, I think she's going to hold her head high, and, you know, we'll be rooting for her to advance with that. That's solid skiing.
Yeah, not looking bad for the most part. It's certainly a viable target. Certainly a viable target for the remaining competitors to shoot for. It's certainly not going to be a cakewalk in terms of making it through to the next round of the competition, and certainly not at least so far as Jessie Dobberton is concerned. Our next skier on the water, coming to us out of Windermere in Florida, this is Karen Truelove.
Well, what do you say about Karen Truelove? She's been around for many, many years, and what a fantastic career she's had. And it's a credit to her that she's still at the top of her game and is competing against some of the younger competitors in the pro event. Her and husband Freddie obviously both turn it up to pretty much every pro tour stop there is. So, Karen, as you would anticipate, opening pass 14 meters, 28 off, and that's in the bag and made it look pretty nicely.
And let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Jessie Dobberton, who just had her biggest score ever in a pro event, right?
Yeah, that's my PB for a pro event tournament.
And only a half buoy off your PB in an amateur event.
Correct, yes. I'm very excited about that score.
Yeah, that's a really difficult thing to do because we just sort of mentioned there's normally a much bigger gap. But when you're right there, that's awesome. Nice 1 at 38, huh? Got space into 2.
Yeah, with that 1, I was really excited. I just tried to really keep it calm and keep it moving and try to keep my head focused to get as far down as I could.
Well, you had a big fan club down on the dock, including me, going, yay, keep going. So it's fun to watch. Good for you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, back to you guys.
Why, thank you there, Wade, and nice to hear from Jessie Dobberton as we now anticipate Karen Truelove coming back into the course on 13 meters. I wouldn't anticipate her going into the course on anything shorter than 14.25 meters, but you know, we were rather surprised to see Taryn Grant go in on 13, and that tactic certainly worked out for her. Here we go. This is Karen Truelove, 13 meters, nice extension on buoy number 1. Good rhythm established right from the get-go. Here she is on buoy number 3, not exerting too much energy at this point, and looking in very, very good shape. That is Karen Truelove, a 6 buoy count on 13, and fellas, looking in very, very good shape so far.
Well, yeah, Tony, you said off the bat there, what can you say about Karen Truelove? Because she's, you know, been to all the events all around the world, won just about everything there is to win. But one thing I look up to Karen a lot for is that she has a very methodological approach. I think you see that out there in her skiing. She's a real technician. Everything looks very polished. She looks really nice and still on the ski, very dialed in. And that's because she's working on that in practice day in, day out. Just having done it for all the years, she's not resting on her laurels that hey, I know how to ski, and I'll just kind of wing it and assume that I'll come out on top. She does her homework. Freddie's usually taking video that they review in between the rounds, make any adjustments that are needed to get that extra buoy in the next round. So, she wants to lay down a solid performance right here, punch her ticket into tomorrow, and then, look for any opportunity to improve something in her technique or in her ski to go to that next level.
All right, let's see what she does here. She's gone through, 14, 13, and now this is 12.
So 12 meters.
Actually skiing good, but I didn't score as I wanted. Usually it's like, I don't get to ski as good, and I'm trying my best, but if I don't ski well, that's how it is. But now it's a shame. I just wanted more.
Well, there's that fine balance between being early and then being late, and when you're sort of on the fence a lot, you're getting different looks. It makes it really hard.
Yeah, definitely. Also, it sounds stupid, but sometimes when I'm too early, I stop, I pause, and I freeze, and that's when I lose the rope and I lose the line and the connection, and that's when I lose actually the pass.
Well, we're going to see her out again tomorrow, so back to you guys.
We've lost our fearless leader, Tony Lightfoot, for a few moments, addressing a technical issue, but we've got Chelsea Mills coming back in now, 35 off. A little bit of a stutter on that gate turn in, but smoothing it out at one ball right there. And a little down course at 3. Not a big deal, though. This is a pass where she can kind of get those feels, figure out what's going to happen, and she'll be trying to just dial everything in, get a better gate in 1 at 38.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As a left-foot forward skier, I can attest to the fact that the gates are, in my opinion, they're the number one thing that one has to get right. Because if you don't, then you're playing catch-up, and consistency is the game, really, in slalom skiing. And if you don't start well, then you can't expect to carry on well.
No, and these next couple passes are where it really starts to show. When you have a little extra rope on your side, coming in without the perfect line is manageable. You can take a couple buoys to reestablish rhythm. I think here at the 38, though, Chelsea's going to want to establish that rhythm right from the gate. She's going to need that tight line at the back of one ball. And we've seen it kind of go both ways for people from this far end today. A couple of great starts, and then we've seen some people struggle. And, she's getting this little bit of drop time right here to get her composure, make a plan, and, hopefully come in with some confidence.
Yeah, well, I think Chelsea's got a personal best of somewhere, I believe 3 or maybe 4 at 39 off, and she'll be looking for something like that today, as we see her now pulling out for her gates here at 38 off. Anything past 4 ball, and she's going to be skiing tomorrow. So she's around 1, a pretty good start. She's over to 2, around 2, little tip rise, but nothing to worry about. Big turn at 3. Now she's really into the game. She's going to have to stay patient here at 4. She's going to go all the way to 5. Big turn at 5, and she'll get over, and around 6 she will. And that's good skiing there from Chelsea Mills. That's some real course management there. She didn't kill 4 ball. She knew what she had to do. All she had to do was get around 4 and over to 5 to where her good side is and where she's confident. Make the turn and get her over to 6 and out the gates. That was good stuff from Chelsea.
Yeah, I think the key thing you said there, Aaron, was course management. Chelsea's one of those skiers. She's very strong behind the boat. She can get herself side to side to make up time. And she's never going to throw the towel in. If something doesn't look just perfect, you can't count Chelsea out. She is going to fight for it. And I think that's kind of how this pass was. She had a decent start, but a couple of hiccups along the way, but she never panicked. We said about Karen Trulove earlier that really that experience played in her favor. Chelsea coming at it from a different side. She's a little bit newer on the scene and really got into the sport later on in life, but has battle tested herself in enough of these pro events to realize when it's time to push and when it's time to just keep cool, and does a great job of that right there.
Okay, and by virtue of that, because she slotted herself into 3rd place with 7 skiers remaining on the list, it means that she has advanced herself through to the next round of the competition for certain. Here she comes, Chelsea Mills. Round number 1, she is looking for the lead there off number 2. Does she make a play on number 3? I'm not too sure how much of that 3 she would get, but if it's more than 2, then she would have the outright lead at this time.
That looked like a 2.5 to me. We will see what the judges say, but I think she played it very smart here. It was an okay one. It was not going to be a run the pass one, but she did a good job just managing her way back to the line here at 2 to give herself a chance to pull long, get the ski thrown out there for the 3. Looks around it to me. You know, these short lines, you're back inside the buoy line so quick. You know, it's not going to be a quarter unless you really skip out and lose the handle. So I'm going to say 2.5, and we'll wait for a confirmation. But as the potential new leader, Chelsea's got to be feeling pretty good right here.
All right, then. Let's check in with... we'll check in with Wade right after the conclusion of this instant replay. Now, let's have a look and see if she got enough of number... A little hard to tell from there, but I think she got 2.5 on that one. So good skiing there from Chelsea Mills. Let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Sasha Danishevskaya. And I know you get to go out and jump this afternoon and sort of redeem yourself, but I know you would much rather have just had a better run. Tell us what happened.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I unfortunately had the worst set of the season. But, I mean, it's sport. It happens, not without that. So we'll learn on my mistakes and hopefully fix everything for next big tournament.
So her longest jump is 182 feet. And so if you guys should go out and measure that, like in your neighborhood, and just see how far that is. So what made you want to become a jumper?
I don't know. I know when I tried, I like the feeling. And I feel like because you get more like nerves and more excitement from it because you're always like on the edge of risk. I don't know. I feel like it's very rewarding.
So for us Americanos, we call that being an adrenaline junkie. Yeah. Is that correct? Right? Understand?
Yeah. I feel so a little bit, and I mean, I don't know. I kind of started doing it, and we kind of get addicted. Yeah, like an adrenaline junkie. Yeah.
Hey, so you guys stick around and watch later because it's awesome. Back to you guys.
Why, thank you there, Wade. And just enough time to tell you about New Dimensions, located next to the Millennium Mall in Orlando. Trusted by pros such as Tigas, Alicia Bagnoli, Freddie Kruger, Whitney McClintock, and Paige Rini. They are offer online training and nutritional programs. So check in with New Dimensions, located next to the Millennium Mall in Orlando. All right, then, who do we have next? Well, I mentioned Paige Rini, and here she is.
Yeah, Paige has been skiing great this year. You know, I was watching her live at the California Pro-Am. I watched her on the webcast at Hilltop. I mean, I feel like she's really improved her technical game. She's looking really good on her ski. And I think she's just waiting for that special moment to break through and pop off one of these full passes at 39. I don't want to get ahead of things because right now it's most crucial that she runs her 38 and punches her ticket to the rest of the competition. You can't win the prelims, but Paige is, for this place in the running order, she's got a chance to put a lot of pressure on the top.
Okay, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Allie Garcia, who got her first pro win this summer at America's Cup. So you got new earpieces. Ricky, our camera guy, was noticing. So what are you jamming to?
I actually hadn't clicked play yet, so there's nothing up. It'll be a surprise for me too. But yeah, new earpieces, a little more sound canceling, a little more in my own world, and should be good.
So we'll see you at all the events this fall?
Yeah, I'm hoping to make it out. I have to skip a couple because it's collegiate season, and Raging Cajuns are working hard this year, but definitely be at as many as I can get to.
She'll be defending national champion, correct?
Yes, we're going for our 9th national title, so I'm proud of my team, and hopefully it comes out on our side.
ULL Raging Cajuns, back to you guys.
All right then, so it's very subjective, you know, and very much the skier's choice what they tend to listen to, you know. I mean, we explored this a little bit earlier. You never really asked me what choice of music I would have. It's probably a medley of all of the hits from the Eurovision Song Contest,
like
you know.
Barry Manilow, Perry Como, you know.
Maybe.
You know,
more like Motorhead. Anyway, here we go. This on the water is Paige Rini. And she has a really, really nice technique out there. Very, very fluid, and and gets back onto the handle, nice free-flowing style, and it looks absolutely sensational to watch.
Yeah, I feel like Paige uses her lower body very well. You see her stay very quiet and still up top, get a lot of that dynamic action done with the hips and legs and ski, and that just helps make you a lot more consistent. Once that upper body starts tipping, moving around, then you're a lot more susceptible to mistakes. And Paige has been skiing very consistently. Like I said, she's just looking to pop through that next level from mid-39 to the end of the pass.
Yeah, it's a real progress thing, isn't it? I mean, it shows my age. I do feel a bit old, but obviously I've known Paige since she was a kid. And ironically enough, my 5- and 7-year-old kids are slaloming on the ski that her dad cut down for her when she first started slaloming. So she's doing great. It's nice to see her progress, and she continues to do that. And that's the one thing that's extremely important, just to keep going, to keep progressing. It doesn't matter if you get stalled out for a little bit, you just got to keep progressing.
Well, I think in some cases we forget just how young some of these competitors are. Paige is she's been on the scene for so long. Again, one of those juniors that has won many titles. But, I mean, Paige is still in her early 20s. And, I mean, she's up here cutting it up with the best in the world for a long time already and looking to step into those top positions, and certainly making a case for herself with skiing like that.
Yeah, that was a great pass, 35 off from Paige. Obviously, advocate of the one-handed gait, taught by her dad, as we mentioned before, the Mount Rainier Ski School. Obviously on the radar, Vapor slalom ski, a good start. Tip stays down, and
she's on the back foot, but she's very, very balanced on it. I mean, she's able to control a lot of her speed and a lot of her direction whilst keeping a good portion of her weight towards the rear of the ski.
Well, I mean, look, the back of the ski is a heck of a lot of a safer place to be than the front. If you can get the rotation through the turn, get yourself pointed and not stall too much, not stop yourself, then you really eliminate a lot of vulnerability. When you start having to climb on the front, you're riding the razor's edge a little bit more, so to speak, and Paige is able to accomplish a lot of direction, and she keeps her center of mass moving without getting overly committed to the front. And I think, again, that just plays into her being so consistent out there.
I'm sure Marcus Brown may actually have a different view to that. I mean, I don't know whether you heard him a little bit over at Hilltop, but he's definitely of the persuasion where your weight distribution over your front foot is the way to go to gain more traction. But from a safety point of view, certainly I'd lean towards yours.
Well, let's talk about that in a moment. Let's see Paige here at 38. She's off at 2. She's in good shape in the pass. Good 3-ball right here. She's looking solid, gonna finish. Oh no!
Oh, and she's down on number 5 there at 11.25 meters.
When she got off a 4, okay, she's coming into an onside turn. I thought, okay, she's gonna take it down course just a tiny bit to secure the tight line and just get her way over to 6. I didn't see that coming. And I hate to see it. Now she's leaving a little more to chance. You will tell us better than I will, Tony, where we are and where the cut line is.
Well, there are 6 skiers remaining. We've got 4 skiers that have made it through. 2 of them are at 2 at 10.75 meters. One is at 1.5 at 10.75 meters. And that score from Paige Rainey secures a spot. Let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Chelsea Mills, and we're sort of waiting to hear the final confirmation on your score, but irrelevant. Nice 38, got a shot at 39, so welcome back.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, practice has been really good lately, so I just need to chill a little bit more tomorrow. Ski a little more relaxed like Wade.
Well, it's hard to do. Let's talk about that. Even with the break, sometimes that makes it better, sometimes worse, but irrelevant, just that sort of learning to slow your mind down in tournament speed is hard.
Yeah, and I'm just one of those people that I kind of know myself, and I ski my best when I ski a lot. And so this summer hasn't been conducive to that, but that's okay. And I'm back in it now, and I'm down with my coaches, and Chris and Jen are just getting back from Worlds, and Andrew's here. So I'm happy to be back for the last few events of the season, and hopefully I can build on that.
We'll see her out again tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So that score from Pedrini of 4.5 at 11.25 meters has not affected her her aim of making it through to next round because she's through with that score of 4.5. Now, a skier on the water, a rather new skier to these shores in the United States, but she is a very, very experienced skier on the European circuit. That is Beatricia Yanni.
Yeah, we got to see Bea skiing a whole lot over there as the European Tour went through the middle of the summer, and she was skiing really well. I mean, she got a number of podiums, I believe, both at the San Gervasio Pro-Am and
Kaiafas.
At the Kaiafas Battle in Greece. So, you know, once you've had that taste of the podium, you want to start finding your way there every time, and Bea's got the moves to do it.
Well, and she really comes from very good pedigree, because maybe a lot of people don't know, but I'm not sure the relationship there, but of course you've got Matteo Ianni as a brother, and then
she
you've
has
also
three
got
brothers.
Fabio Ianni, which was also, I don't think, the cousin. Yep, something like that. And those guys, Fabio was back in my day, or even a little older than me, but Matteo, man, if he didn't have a back injury, that kid was unbelievable. And he's not a kid anymore, but man, that guy could run some buoys. Back in mid 2000s, he was a young kid, 20 years old, running 4s and 5s at 41 off. It's just unfortunately he got a back injury, and it really stunted his career, you know.
And I'm sure he appreciates the nice comments that you have for him, because he has been a color analyst for TWBC on at least a couple of tournaments this summer.
Oh, I got a lot of respect for that guy. He could slalom, as did his cousin. But here comes Beatrice back in at, I think, what would be 32 off. She's a really good slalom skier, a very, very nice technique. I did coach her a few times when she'd come down. I was running a ski school down at the Miami Waterski Club, or the Greater Miami Waterski Club, for 4 odd years, a few years back now, and she's a lovely girl, very receptive to coaching, which is always a good thing when you get good skiers that want to learn, and as opposed to sort of shutting people off and believing that their way of doing things is best. So. She's a lovely girl.
And she's the female water ski slalom version of Johnny Cash, you know, all in black, you know. Every time she goes out there, I mean, she doesn't go for the colorful outfits or anything like that. She dresses in black.
Sure, yeah, I guess so. I don't know. It's, you know, maybe it matches her ski or her hair color or something.
Or a mentality, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe a mentality, I don't know. But she's always pretty bubbly. I mean, she doesn't have that sort of dark side. I don't see it from her anyways. But, you know, again, lovely skier, great technique, and making a mark in the pro water ski scene.
Yeah, a lot of fun to hang out with as well. Bea's just a good one to be around, and keeps it light, but then turns on the game face when she's out there on the water.
Now, I'm going to ask you about 4 1/4 to advance on 11.25 meters, 12 meters for Beatricia Yanni. And I'm going to ask you a question in just a moment, Aaron, and it concerns her handle grip.
So Beatrice, excuse me, now 35 off, 12 meters. She's around 4 and over to 5. Around 6, no problems again. So an easy pass there for her, and now the work really starts as the rope gets shorter. Now it's shorter than the ball, and into 11 meters.
Now, do you notice her handle grip? She's right foot forward. Now, typically a right foot forward would necessitate a left hand grip, right? Left hand up top.
Correct.
She's right-handed up top.
Correct.
You want to know why?
Tell me.
Shoulder and elbow injury she sustained at the European Championships in 2011.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I did know that, because I tried to get her to change it when she came down to Miami a number of years ago, probably 7 years ago, and she just wouldn't. And then she told me why, and I was like, oh, okay, that's fair enough reason. But it does open a pretty interesting argument. You know, I started my career, and that's why I had such a big 135 side. I'm a left foot forward skier, and my left palm was up.
Same here with me.
Yeah,
and
then
same
I changed
over
it
here.
when
That's 3 for 3.
Yeah, I changed it when I was around 20 years old. And it got better. I'm a huge advocate of it because I saw what it did for me. Took a little bit off my offside, on my good side, and added it to my offside. I could have done with a lot more on my offside because it really wasn't very good. But
oh, here we are with 11. This is the pass that she needs to get down. 4 1/4 is what she needs to secure her spot into tomorrow. But of course, she wants to run this pass, and she's off to a good start right here.
Look at that, a little flat-footed into number 3, but she's good to go round number 4. Oh no! And that establishes a 3-way tie between Jessie Dobberton, Alicia Bagnoli, and Beatrizia Yanni.
You know, she had a great 1 and 2 there, and then we're going to see it in the replay. I think she got kind of stood up over top of the ski going into 3 off of the second wake. Let's see if we can watch it slowed down. I was a big fan of this 1 ball. I thought, okay. And once she got off a 2, oftentimes that's when we can really settle into the rhythm of the pass. She got that tight line. I thought, okay, here we go. But right here, see the hips go back. She's a little forward with the shoulders. She starts running a little straight. And now that down course speed's chasing her into 4. Doesn't get the line. Tries to get, she knows she wants to get outside that 5. No way to get there, though. And now we face a runoff scenario. Potentially, we have to see how everyone else does. But we've got Whitney Regina, Allie Garcia, Allie Nicholson, and Jamie Bull. These are skiers that are most likely going to run this 38 off pass.
So, all right, so looking at the instant replay, so it's basically 1 position shared between 3 skiers at the moment in the potential runoff situation between Jessie Dobberton, Beatrizia Yanni, and Alicia Bagnoli. Looking at the tail end of this instant replay, a little on the back there off number 3, a whole lot on the back off number 4, and tried to push the ski outside number 5. And with that, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Miss Allie Nicholson, and earlier this summer, she did something, and then she did it again. She won her first pro event in Norway, backed it up the very next weekend in England. So back in the States now, life is good.
Yeah, life is good. It's been, a great summer. It's just been a lot of fun traveling around and getting to live the life of a ski bum, and I've been loving it. Back to work soon, so soaking up my last few weeks of bumming it on vacation.
So did you get a chance to get a practice ride in here?
Yeah, I came out yesterday, kind of got to feel out the boats and whatnot. I mean, it's looking nice today, a little bit of breeze, but nothing to be worried about.
Say hey to Mom and Dad.
Hi, Mom and Dad. Hi, Zane. Hi, Michael.
Back to you guys.
Yes, and I'm sure they're tuning in from Gallatin in Tennessee, or maybe from Zachary in from Monroe in Louisiana, where her brother Zane coaches for the Warhawks of Louisiana Monroe. Here we go. This is Whitney McClintock-Rini doing a fantastic job with the opening pass. Now let's try and update you so far as the runoff situation is concerned. Okay, we got 3 skiers. They're all tied with 4 at 11.25 meters. Now, the skiers that we know that are through so far consist of Paige Rini with 4.5. Chelsea Mills with 2 at 10.75 meters. Taryn Grant also with that same score at 2 at 10.75 meters. Karen Trulove with 1.5 at 10.75 meters. We know those skiers are through. Okay, that represents 4 skiers. So we need to have 6 more skiers to fill up the full 10 count. Now, we have 3 skiers that are tied for 4, which means essentially that between now and the end, in order for those skiers, all of them on 4 to make it through, there has to be 2 scores between now and the end that come up short of 4 for all of them to make it through.
Yeah, which is, I'd say, unlikely given who we're looking at right here. I mean, we got Whitney on the water, and Whitney has just been on a tear. She is dialed in right now, just fresh off of her win at the California Pro-Am. You know, I think she ran 39 every round, maybe one round lost the handle out of the gate or something like that. Similar story at Hilltop. So Whitney is right at the top of her game, which, you know, as a mom to a 2-year-old, I'm taking my hat off to. I'm learning about parenting life, and for Whitney to be right back at the top of her game and traveling around the world with her son, she is, it's an impressive feat. And that's just another beautiful, that's going to be the 35 off pass already. Whitney, I believe, opened at 32 off, which is what she usually does.
All right, not looking bad there, Whitney McClintock-Rini, and a fine job. Multiple-time world slalom champion and former world overall champion. Many-time world champion as part of Team Canada at the Worlds. And, you know, I mean, she is just as, you know, as determined as they come so far as competitiveness is concerned. riding that radar vapor, doing a fine job with that. And as she works her way towards the end of this run, just enough time for me to tell you about our audience prizes of skis from D3 and Conley are up for grabs. For those of you that could accurately predict the podiums in both the men's and the women's competition, go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play to win a ski of your choice, whether it be the Conley ski or the D3 ski. So, here we go.
This is 38 off for Whitney, but I feel like unlike a lot of the field so far, we really expect her to run this pass. She's really, I think, going to be trying to get her feels dialed in for 39 more than worry about making the pass. Of course, she has to do that, but I'd say it's been a long time since we've seen Whitney not take this pass down in true champion fashion, and here she does it again, early at 6.
Brilliantly executed and left foot forward as well.
Yeah, no, good stuff from Whitney McClintock with that tail breeze, 38 off. That was absolute strategy right there. She's going to now come back in at 39 off with a nice little headwind. And I know people have maybe struggled a little bit at that end, but it seems to me like it's turned enough now that it is almost a straight head tail, and that's going to work on her favour. And I would be surprised if we don't see her, at least past 4 ball, if not through this pass. That would be my take on the whole thing. And again, like with Whitney, we failed to mention the fact that she's just had a child. Zane, I believe, the young fella's name is. He's a cute little fella. And
spit an image of Jack from The Incredibles.
Yeah, but she's a mum, and here she is out here doing her thing, being a pro. It's very difficult. We all take it for granted. We males, I believe, what it's like to actually be a woman and to give birth and to get yourself back and get your body back into shape and get back to being a professional water skier. It takes a lot that we don't understand. But I take my hat off to her. But here she comes now, 39 off. Or a 10.75 metre line.
Already through to the next round of the competition by virtue of the fact that she scored more than 4 and 11.25 metres the previous run.
Good one ball.
Look at that. She's hooked up on number 1. Look at her go. She's on the tail of the ski round number 2. But I tell you what, she's managing that pass effectively enough to get round number 4 to the weight. She has your lead. There you go. That is Whitney McClintock-Reaney.
Yeah, it looked like she had such a good start here, Corey. The gate was good, and as you'll see, and you called it, she really turned 1 ball great, tight line. She was over to 2 ball, looking the good. Ski keeps moving away. She gets a good turn, maybe a little stall there, but just not the 3 ball, I don't think. She's a little bit back on the ski, and then from that point there, psychologically, I think she's just thinking, right, outside of 4, S turn, let's get the full buoy and start thinking about tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree with you, Aaron. I'm not exactly sure what it was between 2 and 3 there that caused all of that down course speed. I mean, she got a good turn and a tight line off of 3, but she had to run down course a little bit to get that, and knew that the 4 ball turn, if she had to turn 4 to go for the win, we would have seen a different approach right there. But in this preliminary round, she got a feel for the boat, feel for the water, just going to stand up the 4. It's a solid score, takes the lead, and see right here, maybe just not as committed as she needed to be at 3, but plenty good skiing and the new leader.
All right, let's check in dockside with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Jamie Bull, world champion Jamie Bull. That just never gets old, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So anyway, back here, sort of home stomping grounds. Anything shaking for you today?
Yeah, I came out and practiced a couple days ago. I haven't skied here since, I don't know, I was a junior probably in a record event. So came, checked it out. Everything feels great. So looking forward to today.
Good stuff. So college graduate now, correct?
Yep, all done.
So fun. We'll let her get back to her business. We're going to see her in the water real soon.
All right, we're on the water right now, one of the greatest women's slalomers ever, and that is Regina Jaquist. And did you notice something, guys, on that opening pass for Regina?
Yellow bib?
No brace.
Ah.
All right, let's check in dockside.
So, guys, here with Miss Whitney as she catches her breath. So, tell us about your ride.
Definitely feeling out the boat out there. Little different than what I was expecting. I don't know why. I don't ski behind that boat very much. So, just trying to get into rhythm with it. But the wind felt good. Definitely had a nice headwind down there for 39, and I thought I got a pretty good start. Just was a little tentative at 3-ball for who knows what reason, and ended up just being a little short with my pull over to 4-ball. So I S-turned it, got my feel for today. Hopefully tomorrow when we ski earlier, like that's more normal, I think that'll make a difference for me. It's definitely way past Zane's nap time right now, so that's in the back of my head.
Well, that was sort of my next go. They flip-flopped the schedule. The men went first, which I thought was cool. Puts you guys sort of at the heat of the day, though, and I heard one of the other gals say, yeah, it sort of beats you up a little bit because you're fighting the heat as well.
Yeah, and I think normally the women are done by this time and we have lunch, and it's silly little things, but I mean, it did play like a little bit. I realized down on the dock when Beatrice was coming back for last pass, I'm like, I haven't even thought about skiing yet. I should probably mentally prepare like at least a gate here, but yeah, wasn't quite ready.
Well, we're going to see her get ready for the next round tomorrow. Yeah. Back to you guys.
All right, continuing on, we've got Regina Jaquess out there on the water, former world women's slalom champion, still the world record holder, multiple-time professional event champion right here, and the defending MasterCraft Pro champion from 2021. And, you know, I mentioned this point briefly before we went to that interview with Wade and Whitney, and it looks like that Regina Jaquess has decided to shed that knee brace and go completely bare-legged.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that's a good feeling. I've also torn my ACL and meniscus and had surgery on my front leg, and when I started back to skiing and had the brace on, I felt like I needed it for safety, and I was telling myself that it was not hindering my performance, but I do know it felt really good to get out of that thing. And Regina has kept the brace around much longer after surgery than I did, so this is the first time we've seen her back in action without it. That's got to be a good feeling. I think it can only help, and it could show something mentally too, that she's put that event in the past and she's moving forward from there, and no longer that injury isn't really at hand and part of her mental game or physical game.
What about you, Aaron?
Yeah, I hurt my ankle, tore the ligament off the bone, but that was very much at the end of my career. But here's Regina now, and I believe this is going to be 38 off. She's one of the few skiers skiing on B2.
Bravo,
just
too.
because she's maybe a little stronger, I don't know, but that's the way that she likes it. She's around 5 and 6 and out the gates. And I need to confirm that line length, but maybe it was 30. It was 38 off. Wow, she made it look like 35. That was a good, nice pass from Regina.
Okay, which means she's through to the next round, essentially.
Yeah, we're going to see her here. But looking at the replay through the gates, and she's always had such a great offside. I mean, she's always had a great both sides, where she just kills 2-4. She manages to to stay over the ski, but really just keeps moving through the back of her offside turn 135. So nicely, and she's just a powerhouse, holding on to that load behind the boat. It is something to watch because she's not the tallest skier, out there, so it really is pretty to watch old Regina Jaquess.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen all of these passes nice and clean, like you said, Aaron. That 38 looked like a 35, but one thing we also know about Regina is that if things don't quite go her way, if she gets a little off her mark, the story is not over. Regina is the queen of putting passes together and staying in it and battling to the end. Hopefully she can get the start she wants at 39, but if not, we could be in for a show because she is not going to let go of that handle until it is taken away from her hands.
All right, we look out towards the dock and see Ali Garcia enjoying those brand new headphones. And just trying to get mentally prepared as we have a look at 39.5 off from Regina Jaquess. Gets a sensational start. She is early and wide on number 2. She is likewise on number 3. Probably the competitor that has run 10.75 meters the most out of all of our competitors in this event. There we go, Regina Jaquess. There, fantastic skiing there. It's a 6-buoy count at 10.75 meters or 39.5 off. Sensational skiing from start to finish, and you can definitely feel that you can definitely see that she feels a lot freer out there, but without being encumbered by that brace.
You see her confidence. She has a great one ball here. I thought given that, she was actually a little slow out of 2, more than I expected. Just this hesitation, which we're talking about 39, but look at this 3. Right back to where she wanted to be. And she just knows that she owns this pass. The 2 was a little slow, but she knows exactly where to go with the ski at 3 and 4. By the time we're at 5 ball here, we're not having any doubts that she can just do a little safety check, and she's in plenty of time for 6 right there. No drama.
Just absolutely amazing skiing there, Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at that pass, you see she had such a good start, great one ball, comes to 2, and it almost looks like she was just a bit sort of half asleep, a little bit lazy out of 2 ball, so she didn't turn it. But then she realised that she was obviously a little bit behind time, and she really bared down and got stuck into it. Now, off the second wake, you would have seen basically she just kept the direction so well, and that's where she stands out from the crowd. The crowd, she's able to hold on to direction. But here she comes now, 41 off. She is the world record holder. Let's see what she can do here now through the gates. Around 1 and just get stuck on the tip, and that's going to be 1 ball at 41 off. I mean, it's exceptional skiing, Regina Jacques. It seems like every single tournament, almost every single round, she turns up and she runs 39.
Yeah, she went at this gate pretty hard from the turn in. Like you said, she's not the tallest. She needs some of that energy to get swing. She's well outside of 1 for 41, but a little extra speed. Doesn't get the rope at the backside. But comfortable for the moment in the lead. But we still have Allie Garcia, Allie Nicholson, and Jamie Bull to go. This is a position we don't always see Regina in, going out there with 3 skiers behind her, but she has certainly set a high bar.
A very high bar indeed. That is 1 at 10.25 meters. Just as a point of reference, the 1 at 10.25 meters among our men belongs to Benjamin Stadelbauer, which I believe is good enough for about 6th or 7th place right now. So never mind the fact that there is a boat speed difference between the two, between 55 and 58K. She's essentially put up a score that beats most of the men.
Yeah, I think with new line length, it's like what I said about Regina, knowing that she owns 39, she knows that she can come into that pass, even have a small mistake or a hesitation out of 2 and get the job done. And, that has set her apart for a number of years. But she does have other ladies breathing down her neck right here. So she can't rest too easily tonight. She's going to have to show up tomorrow and do it again and potentially more.
All right, then. And, yes, we will have the opportunity to see Regina Jacques ski. That... Absolutely, 1 at 10.25 meters. You kidding me? So we got 3 more skiers to go. We just had a look at the temperature stats. Apparently, there's about a 4-degree differential between the water and the surrounding air. It's about 87 degrees Fahrenheit. It's 91 degrees in the water right now, and it's going to feel a little sticky out there in the water, so to speak.
Well, I don't know about you, Tony, but I wouldn't mind jumping in the water right now. I'm pretty sure that would feel all right, especially go in the water and come back up here in the air. I'm about ready for that.
Yeah, where I coach a little bit in South Louisiana during the summer, the water just gets so hot. I mean, it's just absolutely incredible. Like gets into like triple digits. Sometimes it gets a little bit miserable, but I mean, towards the beginning of the summer and towards the tail end, it's pretty nice.
Well, yeah, I've been in the lake here today, and it feels nice to jump in. And now that we're talking about it, I'm getting a craving. Once this ladies slalom event wraps up, I may go do just that.
All right then. So Ali Garcia about to take to the course, and Aaron, a skier that we've seen in recent times, really raising her stock in this event.
Yeah, another young lady that's really started to progress through the Pro Tour ranks. As Wade mentioned down there, she had her first Pro Tour win there at the America's Cup, which is a huge accomplishment for anybody to win a Pro Tour stop. Currently sitting 3rd in the overall Pro Tour standings, and 28 off, 14 meters, looking easy. skis out of Winter Garden, Windermere, if you like, there over the Isles of Hancock. Her brother Taylor Garcia is obviously the jumper that's at the top of his game as well, and the top of the the rankings. Goes a long, long way. I think he's injured.
He is, yes,
from what I understand. But comes from a great family, Dana and Steve, and enjoying the college life too. Which is something I never did. But
you never enjoyed college?
They wouldn't let me in. I'll be honest. The old IQ test, I didn't score high enough.
What, they had IQ tests for colleges? I took the ACT. I did all right.
I mean, we're seeing Allie progress up the ranks here, and I happen to be having a conversation with her out in California at the Pro-Am there, and I came to the point where I asked her, Allie, how old are you? And said she's 20 years old, and I thought, oh my goodness, that feels like a lifetime ago for me in many ways, and to see her making so much progress at this stage, is very encouraging. She's got a bright future ahead in the sport, and also seems very focused in what she's doing with her academics. So the whole package going on for Allie as she comes in here at 32 off.
All right, not looking bad, and selecting A2, which seems to be the most common setting for 0 off. There is Ali Garcia, and looking pretty good. And let's check in with Wade on dockside.
Hey guys, here with Miss Regina Jaquist, and so good and bad, right? You run 39, you get a shot at 41, but you're sort of going, could have had more.
Oh yeah, no, it feels great out there. In my head, I expected more out of myself. But today was to make sure you ran 38, made the finals for tomorrow, and go from there. So I did that, but it felt so good out there. I was kind of expecting more out of it, but it feels great out there, and I'm excited to be out here skiing.
It's always almost good sometimes to leave the lake though, going, right?
Oh yeah. I think that's every skier. No matter if we break a PB, we're like, man, but I felt so good. I could have done more. But no, that's why we all are addicted to this sport, and it just you always want more out of it. So, but yeah, I'm super stoked with how I skied, and plan to come back and kind of do what I thought I was going to do in my head out there today.
All right, we'll get to see more tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Fantastic skiing there from Regina Jaquist as we get ready for Ali Garcia lining up for the course. Make sure you check out bplayfuel.com. bplayfuel.com. Go vote for your favorite matches during the event and register to upload your own. bplayfuel.com. Here we go. Ali Garcia looking strong. I believe she started in on 14.25 meters, which will make this 12.
Yeah, this is 35 off, and we actually saw a big hesitation off of 1 ball there. She settled it right back down at 2. That's the advantage of these earlier passes to get dialed in, but she's going to want to improve this gait and this look at 1 for 38. You see right here, just a stall into the back. Nothing that she can't overcome at 35, but at the shorter line lengths, that would have given her a little more concern for the rest of the pass.
And tends to manipulate her back a little bit more than most skiers there, Aaron.
Yeah, no, she's. It just looked like she was a little bit late for her gates and turned in on the back foot. And I'm a huge advocate in the fact that the way that you turn in for the line for your gates, and if you don't have a tight line when you turn in and you've got no pressure in your hands, then you move back on your ski, and as a result, because you move back, you load the line too hard, which forces you to lean too long. And in turn, you're going to do the same thing at 1. So, yeah. It's the fact that I think that the gates are so important, as a lefty.
Yeah, absolutely critical that you get to the best start you possibly can. So, I mean, she is looking for anything more than 4 and a quarter to get her through. 4 and a quarter at the very least will do that for her. Here comes Ali Garcia. Entrance gates number 1. A little down course there, but she's still there on number 2. Handle up high. Critical moments now. Round number 3. She's good to go for number 4. Does she? No! And she's into a 4-way tie. Now, 4 for 4 buoys at 11.25 meters. Joining 4 competitors, 2 spots between herself, Patrizia Yanni, Alicia Bagnoli, and Jessie Dobberton.
I got to tell you, I actually think it's good that she got to 4 there. With all due respect, you know, she stayed patient. She didn't have a great start, but and she kept in the game. Like there, you see the ski, you know, jump out of the water. She's all the way to 2-ball. Now the ski's going to do the same thing. She's slow there. Now she's got to get all the way to 3. Now it's basically a case of I just got to get to 4. And right here, obviously she's leaning back, and it's all the way there. That was a bit of a scrap, and I think she'll admit it. You know, and I think she'll actually be happy that she got 4 and she's in a runoff, you know, because it could have gone south pretty quickly there.
Yeah, there's wise course management from a young skier to know where the cut line is, know where she needed to get to in that pass, and she's kept herself alive for now, and it's going to be an exciting runoff here. She has one advantage, which is she's skied right now, and the runoff will be after just 2 more skiers versus, you know, we have Jessie Dauberton who skied, it's been well over an hour. So she's dried off, and she's going to have to kind of refocus and get her game back together to go out there. Hard to say what's better, and we got a few in the middle, Alice and Bea. So they at least have 2 more to get their equipment put together, get focused, get ready to go. And let's see if Allie Nicholson can punch her ticket. She's got a 32 off start, so we're getting right into the action here.
All right, not looking bad there with her opening pass. Allie Nicholson, who's traveled extensively this season, has absolutely thoroughly enjoyed her adventures in Europe this season. And with that, let's check in dockside with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Allie Garcia, and you had some real world stuff go down at ball 2, right? At 11 meters.
Yeah, I have contacts. I'm very blind, and one of them flipped over, and I was like, I didn't get a good start either. I kind of set myself up not really how I wanted to, and just knew I had to get to 4. Tried to turn 4, started to feel like I was about to fall, and decided to stand up.
You know, I thought the same. I thought you were a little slow out of 1. You didn't have all the space you needed at 2, but like a seasoned veteran, as if I'm watching like Will Asher or Thomas DeGasperi, I watch you sort of manage your space at 3, still gave yourself a chance at 4 to possibly get 5, but you're like, nah, I can't get 3.5 because we got this tie break, and it's way better to be in a tie break than not.
Yeah, definitely fight to live, or live to fight another day. That's how it goes. So just tried to play it smart and ski smart.
And we're going to probably see her out there again really soon. Back to you guys.
All right, then, just trying to get a handle on the situation so far as the runoff is concerned. But in the meantime, let me tell you about Drew Ross Realtor. If you're looking to purchase lakefront property in Central Florida, be sure to check in with Drew Ross. That is Drew Ross Realtor on Instagram. And also check out our official Skier of the Day sponsor, 2U, with nutritional bars and a variety of different flavors available online and at great stores throughout Florida. That is 2U Bars. Here we go. This is Allie Nicholson. Look at her go with this pass on 12 meters and absolutely safe as houses.
Yeah, it's nice skiing for Allie. You know, you mentioned that she made it to all of the legs of the European Tour. If you remember, of course, she snapped her ski in the prelims at the San Gervasio Pro-Am.
Yes.
Had to get on a backup ski, then went to Greece, got a new ski from an HO dealer, hopped on that, got 2nd place, then won her first pro event in Norway. And I can see now, based on the color of the ski, she's on a new ski since then. So,
what color is it?
Well, the top of this one is white. I don't remember that being the case before.
That's the Works 02.
So the Works 02 for Allie. You know, she's had to make some adjustments through the season, but it seems like no matter what she's on, she's been looking, you know, very in control, very dialed in, and you know, that 32-35 right there is exactly the start that she wanted to have. She's got the 38 from the tailwind direction, so I'm guessing she's trying to set herself up for that headwind 39.
Indeed, indeed. Let's see what she can do. This is Allie Nicholson, originally out of Gallatin in Tennessee, now making a home in Central Florida, where she is a traveling nurse. And let's have a look and see what Allie Nicholson has at 38 off.
Yeah, and let's remember, Tony,
number 1.
She needs to get a piece of 5 here to secure her spot.
Crushes that off number 2 into 3. She's good to go round number 4. Oh, she stalls up on 4. Does she make it round 5? by the skin of her teeth. She makes it through to the next round of the competition by scoring 5 at 11.25 meters. And you kind of had the inkling that that was a very, very calculated move off number 4.
Well, absolutely. I mean, she knew at that point something went a little bit wrong. What was it, at 3 ball, I believe? You know, but she knew she had to get off of the 4. She's okay still here off of 2. A little funny off the wake, and that might have thrown off her line. You know, she's just a little more down course at 4. She's a lefty, so she doesn't want to hammer it there. She really gets that stick, but she knows she's just got to get outside that buoy. She does that. I almost thought she was going to dig this out right here. You know, might have put a little more into it if she knew she needed it, if this was the finals or something like that, but she lived to ski tomorrow, and that's going to be enough, and she's not in the 4-way runoff.
What do you reckon to her tactic of stalling up on 4?
Well, it's to me, it's basically she has a great start here. Obviously, now she's got over the 2. She gets a really good 2-ball, a little heavy off the backside of it. See, she gets stuck in here, and then wham, right there. It's the tip of the ski comes up. She gets stuck in that little bit of a trough, and it just stalls her out at 3-ball. And then from there, she's all the way to 4. Stands herself up, and she's pretty lucky to actually get over to 5. I mean, she was pretty down course out of 4-ball, and at that point, I think she knew that she'd already made it, and that's all she wrote. But 100% for me, it was the bunny hop that she had, you know, off the second wake going into 3-ball that threw her off there, because she was actually in pretty good shape out of 2.
All right, then, and what that means is that there's only one spot remaining for our. From multiple weight finishes with 4, so I mean you can probably work out for yourself that we are definitely going to have a runoff between all of those ladies that are currently tied with 4 and 11.25 meters. But we're not quite done with regulation skiing quite yet, because our last skier is about to take to the water, coming out of North Bay in Canada. This is going to be Jamie Bull. Let me tell you a little bit about Waters wetsuits with new designs and new graphics. They are designed and created by Brandon Waters, and they are jumpsuits for some of the world's top water ski jumping athletes. Go to waterswetsuits.com to find out more. That is waterswetsuits.com. Also, check out Wake House, the online water sports pro shop. Find the products that you need to suit your water sports needs at wakehouse.com. That is wakehouse.com.
So Jamie Bull now, she's up on the water now. I would suggest she's going to start at 32 off. She is the current world slalom champion. She won basically almost every tournament there was last year, and whatever she didn't win, she finished second. She really did dedicate her life to it, certainly last year. This year's been a bit different. I was speaking to her just a little bit earlier today, and she hasn't been sort of as committed just with college and etc. And didn't do too much pre-season training. So you know, it's been a different year for her, anyways. But making her opening pass there looked pretty simple.
And I mean, and as we explain a little bit more about what she's doing, let's check in dockside with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Allie Nicholson, and so a little bit of a different story. Sometimes the cut would be a bit higher, where it's mandated that you run the 11 meter. But you sort of look like mid-pass. You knew exactly what you were doing. I heard Aaron Larkin say the same. You controlled your 4-ball just enough, make the cut, move on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very fortunate the cut wasn't higher today. I got in some trouble there at 3 and was just like, get to 4, don't fall at 4. When I came out of 4, I was like, I think I can get outside 5, get myself out of that runoff. Unfortunately, I did just enough to get through the final, but live to ski another day.
Well, no, that's it, because there's just such a massive difference between moving on, as Stevie Island and Chris Parrish, I was standing over with him the moment they moved on. But when you can confirm it on the water, it's a different feeling. It's like instantly you get your ski outside 5, and it's like, yeah, job done.
Yeah, I mean, I got on a new ski. I've been skiing really well. I definitely wanted more today, so a little bit disappointed with that. Yeah, so filling the boat out, hoping to get more tomorrow, hoping, you know, for a better day tomorrow. So, yeah, moving on to the next day.
All right. Right on. We'll get to watch her tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, here we go with the current world slalom champion. This is Jamie Bull out of Canada, not looking too bad there with 35 off the second pass right off the dock. And just has a controlled style which is just absolutely satisfying to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Jamie's always been a very strong skier, but I think over the last couple of years as she's really risen to the very top here, you've seen it get more symmetrical. She actually, like similar to me, she's a right foot forward skier and had a better 1.35 turn and would, lose the line a bit more, lose her rhythm a bit more on 2.4, and she's really worked hard on that. And I mean, now you see her approach that 2.4 side with utmost confidence, know she can just drop her hand off, make the turn that she wants to, connect exactly in the position she wants. And I mean, she's one of the most symmetrical skiers, one of the most rhythmic skiers you're going to see out here in this women's event.
And Jamie Ball currently riding on her own signature model slalom ski, the Syndicate Jamie Ball model, and certainly working well for her. It's a little bit of a modified Syndicate Alpha with a slightly enhanced flex pattern that suits her and those that tend to ski more in her aggressive fashion. Let's have a look and see what Jamie Ball can do. All right, so as she pulls out for the entrance gates and gets ready for this pass, take it away, please, Aaron.
Okay, 38 off through the gates now, and a good start. Turns her shoulders a little bit over the top, but nothing to worry about. Great two. And, well, this is looking pretty simple here for Jamie Bull. She's staying up over the top of her ski, very balanced. What can you say about that? That was pretty simple stuff, just continued riding the line. The line stayed tight. She didn't try and overturn any buoys. And as a result, she's not getting load that's throwing her out of position, Corey.
No, I mean, Jamie's really good at dialing in her gait, and I think that's why we don't see the speed through the pass looks very consistent. Her rope stays nice and tight. Like I said, she's fairly symmetrical from side to side, and a lot of that comes from bringing the right energy and the right path into the course from that gate shot. Jamie's one of the best at that, and, by the end of this 38, it kind of looked nice and slow. 38 is a challenging pass. We've seen the stack up at 4 in this competition, but by the time she was at 4, she was settled in, and that just comes from really having the rhythm established from that gate turn-in and gate shot.
And indeed, and Jamie Ball, much like you, Corey Vaughan, is an ambassador for the Flow Point method, and you can find out more by going to flowpointmethod.com, flowpointmethod.com. It's a program created by Marcus Brown and Jenny LeBar, and it is all you need to ski your best with online coaching and nutritional support. It is flowpointmethod.com. And also check out the United USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation, who continue to work hard to preserve the heritage of towed water sports by maintaining the Hall of Fame. Here we go, Jamie Ball. This is 39.5 off. She's already through to the next round. But I tell you what, look at this. She is on buoy number 3. She's on for 4.
Wow.
She has the ski out ahead of her. And ladies and gentlemen, look at this, 39.5 off for Jamie Ball.
Wow. Hats off on that one. I mean, we saw something similar with Regina, a pretty good 1 ball and then slow off of 2. Then Regina had this full commitment 3 ball that really reestablished her path through the course. Jamie didn't get as good of a 3, and I got a little worried, but man, did she get it at 4. And once again, that composure, that comes from just stellar training, trusting your movements, knowing where you are in the course and where you need to apply pressure and when you need to hold back. This 4 ball right here, this is the one that sealed the deal. Boom. Got the line tighter off that 4 than she had it either 2 or 3, and then she knew she could safety 5 a little bit more and make the slightly long pull to 6. Really, really good course management right there.
So what's the typical kind of conversation that kind of goes on in your head, on your inside, when you attempt something like that, because, you come off number 2 like Jamie Ball does, a little bit behind the line and having to work back. There you approach number 4, and that's one extra opportunity to get this right, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, you can't get too far ahead of yourself. We'll talk about that in a minute, because here comes Jamie Bull now, 41 off. She's got 1 ball to beat. She gets outside of 1, I believe, and she'll get through the gates. So 1 buoy, which ties Regina Jacquis for the top spot in the women's slalom event. But we'll watch the replay now. She makes a turn for the gates, leans pretty hard, gets pulled up to the inside, and then just realises at that point there that it's probably not a good thing to be able to try to turn one ball, and just sort of safety checks and get the one. So, but going back to your previous point, you know, in my opinion, you can't get too far ahead of yourself in slalom skiing. Too many people try and think about too many different things. You know, if you're thinking about maybe 1, 2, let's say 3, I mean, as a pro, you're probably thinking about maybe 4 or 5 in a course. But, you know, if it's 2 or 3 things in a course that are your keys that are gonna basically, if you've got the right keys by going to a coach, if you like, you know, like Corey Vaughan, etc., it'll help you. But obviously.
All right then. So as we put that to bed, let's have a look at the results as it stands right now. Regina Jaquist, Jamie Ball with their scores into 10.25 minutes. As a matter of fact, Jamie Ball got 0 at 10.25 minutes, so that explains why she's in second. Winnie McLean-Top, Tarrant Grant with 4 and 2 at 10.7. And let's go to Wade for the draw for the runoff.
Hey guys, we've had a draw and we're waiting on sort of final clarification, but what we think the order is going to be would be Alice would be going first, Bea second, Miss Allie third, and Jessie fourth. With the ruling being each skier has to beat the skier in front of them. So we think that's the way the rules are. We're getting a judge's clarification right now, and we'll be back to you guys.
All right then, so as we get ready for the runoff situation, 4 skiers battling for 2 spots. Now, from the best that we can understand from our officials, we're using the Pro Tour way of actually discerning this is actually a rule based upon this event in itself. So the second, in order to advance or put themselves in a position where they can advance, has to beat the previous skier. Is that what you're understanding?
Yeah, so basically, let's just say for argument's sake, Alice Bagnoli goes out and runs 4 at 38, and everybody else runs 4 at 38, then Alice goes through. And then the second person would then beat the third person.
Yes.
So it's as simple as that. When you stand on the dock, you know, if you're the third person, so that's going to be Allie, you ideally know what you have to do. You have to beat one of the 2 scores in front of you.
Yeah, but as a skier, I find this rule very unfortunate. Like, put yourself in Jessie Dauberton's shoes. She's at a massive disadvantage right here. She skied equal to the other skiers so far, and now being in the last position, she's going to have to ski better than what anyone has done. And that's much more difficult.
Let's check in dockside with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Jamie Bull, and went pretty good. I thought your 39 looked really nice.
Yeah, it was pretty good. A little slow around 3-ball area, but then was able to kind of pick it up 4. So that's not usually the case, so I'll take it.
So with that, you had 2 good looks at each end. Any changes for tomorrow?
No, probably not. I mean, we'll see what the weather does, but I'd rather start at 32, so probably try and keep things the same there.
Okay. All right. Well, we heard it from her. We'll let her dry off, and back to you guys. Yeah.
All right, then. So let's explain again for those folks that didn't quite get it the first time. The second person out has to essentially defeat the previous skier in order to put themselves in a position where they could potentially advance. But we've got 4 skiers, which complicates matters a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. You know, again, let's say for argument's sake, Alice runs 4, and then
Bea
runs 3. Okay, then of course, Allie Nicholson knows that if she runs 4 buoys, then she's going to be in because she's beaten Bea. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. So anybody that's third or fourth has to beat the next 2 skiers. It's basically like what it is in a head-to-head format. You know, when we run a head-to-head. But
and then as an extension from there, if Ali has made her way through by beating the top score, then the last skier, Jessie, would only have to beat the second place.
Correct.
To make it through.
Correct. Yep.
There we go.
Yep.
Okay, I'm glad I got that.
There's no ties. Basically, there is no ties. So
absolutely,
if whoever's skiing behind the other people, then and you tie that score, then that's all she wrote. So I think they came up with it from a time standpoint. That's what they needed to do, because of course now we're in a situation where there's 4 skiers, 2 spots, and they can go up and down the lake, and we could be here for another hour, running off, and it's unfortunate, and I do sort of I believe what you're saying. I'm on that side of the camp, but we also got to kind of keep things moving. Here in Florida, obviously, Orlando, you can almost put your clock to a 3 o'clock thunderstorm. We're going to sit around for a couple of hours. So it's just a time thing.
Yeah, no, it's always unfortunate. I feel like when it has to be settled that way, though, because it really shows who's better at coin flipping than at skiing in some cases, and we're here to see who's the best at skiing. If they all run 4, then it's really tough luck for the last 2.
But what do you guys think out there in looking at the webcast and participation in the live chat? But some of you are saying, how do I participate in the live chat? Well, you better subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. Subscribe and also hit the bell icon to be informed as to when the next live broadcast is active. But first things first, you've got to subscribe in order to be a participant in the live chat on the TWBC YouTube channel. Looks like we've got Alice about to take to the water, but just enough time to tell you about Punta Largo, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. Located close to Palm City with 5 lakes, 42 exclusive 4-acre waterfront home sites. That is Punta Largo, pantalargo.com. And also check out Summit Orthopedic. Got some water skiing injury that you need a shake off? Summit will get you back to your peak again. All right then, so this sets the mark. Alice Bagnoli, all of our competitors go in on 12 meters, their last completed run.
Yep, so 12-meter line. This won't be something that these competitors practice too much. 12 meters, and they might have started at 13 a lot in practice, but not 12. So Alice Bagnoli, here she comes through the gates in her opening pass of this runoff. She's
good tight line on 1 though.
Yeah, she's looking pretty good. She's around 3. She's going to get 4, no problems at all.
Oh, rearing up off number 4. Now she's got to control this down, and a huge sense of relief is very, very palpable on the face of Alice Bagnoli.
Yeah, there's no question. Obviously, she fell over a little bit there at 4, but fortunately enough, she hung on, got to 5, and managed to get her good side turn. But we're going to go down and see who Wade's got.
Hey guys, here with Miss Jessie Doberton, and I had just asked her. She goes, "Yes, I've been in a runoff, but not at a pro event." It's kind of exciting, though, right?
Yeah, it's exciting. It's great to have another opportunity to beat my score again and see what we can do to push these ladies.
It's always better to be in the runoff than be on the wrong side of the runoff, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
So we're going to let it get ready. We're going to see out really soon. Back to you guys.
All right, then, as we get ready to bring Alice Bagnoli into the course, just enough time to tell you about La Guapa, located in Tequestengo in Mexico, about 2 hours south of Mexico City. It's a luxury villa resort, all-inclusive with water skiing. Check out La Guapa, located in Tequestengo, just outside Mexico City. And also the Travers Grand Prix, which will take place on October the 7th and 8th, broadcast exclusively live by TWBC. Get your entry in quick for this unique event featuring slalom, go-karting and shooting. Go to jacktravers.com to find out more about the Travers Grand Prix. Here we go, Alice Bagnoli.
All right, good one right here for Alice. She's now into this. Ooh, a little slow off a 2. Big 3. And the 4 again. Consistent.
Yep, give her that much.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, she looked pretty good there. Yeah, she had a good start. It wasn't too bad. 4 is going to be a pretty tough score for, let's say, the 3rd and the 4th. Again, we have to remember that if that is the second score, let's say, then the rest of the skiers have to beat 4. It's as simple as that. So she gets not a bad start, as we said. She's going to get over to 2 in pretty good shape, where she stalls out a little bit, and that forces her to have to lean all the way to 3 ball, and then from there it's a Hail Mary turn, tip rises, and at this point, again, she's just thinking, right, let's get around 4, stand up, do some S turns, and get back to the dock and see what everybody else does.
Yep, seems to be going pretty much to plan there so far as Alicia Bagnoli is concerned. Probably was a little pessimistic of her chances of running that pass right from the get-go. So getting 2/3 of the way down the course on 11.25 meters certainly makes this runoff very, very interesting indeed. From one Italian to the next, our next competitor to take to water out of Rome, Italy. This is Patrizia Yanni.
Yeah, we saw Bea come in looking very good in her round where she got 4. She had the start at 38 off to go. So I think, she's hungry for those last couple buoys. She knows she needs at least 4 here to stay alive. And we have Italian versus Italian here in the first 2 in this pairing, or in this 4-way runoff.
Coming in.
Well, first and foremost, she's got to get through 35 off, and she rounds 2. Looking pretty good. Looking nice and early as she rounds 4. It's good stuff here from Bea. A little stall out at 5, but she's around 6.
Just gave just a little bit more push off number 5 in order to get round number 6. A little bit more speed and gaining width.
Yeah, well, again, she did stall out a little bit there. She turned her shoulders over the top a little bit, Corey.
Yeah, well, Aaron, we mentioned all 3 of us here in the booth started out as reverse grippers, which Bea is here. And you mentioned, Aaron, that when you switched, you lost a little bit of your onside, although that's hard to imagine, really, because that onside was pretty wicked always. But gained something on the offside turn. And I think that's what we're seeing here with Bea on this 135. It's almost like I'd like to see her get some more extension, but with the orientation of your arms, the way your elbows kind of either tuck in or poke out, you almost have to manufacture a little bit more of that connection to the boat through the edge change and that upswing to carry that momentum out and release it into the turn. And I feel like she could stand just a bit more of that swing out into 135 and a bit more extension away from the handle the way that she gets it on 2-4.
Yeah, and you know what? Sorry, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just people's preferences. There's been some great skiers. Steve Cochran, Doug Ross, Christy Overton. All these people are world beaters.
Lucky Lowe, Wim Decree.
Yep.
All right, here we go. This is John Battleday even. There we go. That is Patrizia Yanni coming in on this pass, 11.25 meters. She's a little bit stalled on 3. She's round number 4. Look at this. She's established the lead now. She gets to 5. S-turns for 5. That is Patrizia Yanni. And now we've got the 2 scores that are established now for our remaining 2 competitors in order to make it possibly through to the next round.
Yeah, well, theoretically, you need to get past 4 ball. I mean, 4 is just not going to cut it now. So these 2, Ellie and
Jesse.
Are gonna know what they have to do coming off the dock, and it's good skiing from Bea. Really good stuff. I thought she'd stalled out again, obviously at 3 like she did in the first round, but she got the better 4, and that allowed her to get over to 5 and put the top score up now. So it remains to be seen what the next 2 skiers do.
Yeah, I just want to make a clarification here. I wasn't saying really one way is better than the other. To be honest, I've thought about switching back sometimes, knowing what it feels like from both ways and trying to learn the best of both.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you. I guess I'm saying, all I was saying is, there's lots of people that say, well, maybe it's better to do that, maybe it's better to do this. I don't think there is a better way. I mean, I personally believe in the way that I did it because I felt the differences. But look at the people that have come before us that didn't, and still were killing it out there, So, for people at home, for example, what I would suggest you do, like most things, is experiment. Give it a crack. There's nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Maybe this time of year, especially if your tournament season is over, this is the time. I used the winter. The first winter that I ever got to ski through the off season, that was when I committed to the change.
All right, here we go. This is Ali Garcia. Anything above 5 on 11.25 meters will see her advance for absolute certain. But she has to get through the opening pass first of 12 meters. Look at her go. She's round number 4. Can't afford to be conservative here. And there we go, around all 6 buoys there on 12. Let's check in with Wade on dockside.
Hey guys, here with Miss Alice Bagnoli again, and you only have to wait one more pass now. You've already gone out. Your 2 scores, if with Bea's score, you would move through, but sometimes the wait after you ski is more sort of excruciating than the wait before, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, as I told you just before, the wait is awful, just waiting and getting to see what they do. But running 35 off, I was already happy with it. I never started at 35 off in the last couple of years, and once I ran it, I was pretty confident about that. I didn't have the start that I wanted, but I put down a score that is 11, so you never know what happens.
So we're going to sit here and wait with her because in just a few moments we're going to know if she's pass or fail, correct?
Yeah, right. Let's just hold on and wait.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
And once again, Alice does it with Pro Gear gloves, the original created by Clint Stadelbauer and now led by Alice Bagnoli. Find out more and buy those Pro Gear gloves by going to skiprogear.com. That is skiprogear.com. All right, so it comes down to this, really. We've still got one more skier to come. That's Jesse Doverton.
It does, but here comes Ali Garcia. I apologise, I called her Nicholson earlier, but she needs more than 4 here. She's got a good start. She's around 2, stands herself up at 2. She needs a big 3. She's around 3. She's going to have to take it down course a bit around 4. She's got 4. Can she get over to 5? Oh, that's a judge's call.
A piece of 5, I believe. Now that it is really seriously going to come down to the officials, and it could function. It could initiate our video review to make that certain. But here is a pretty darn good view right here to see if she made it round 5. Now, Corey, what do you see?
I actually think, I think Ali might have actually hurt herself. I'm not sure. She's out in the water. She's not moving too much, but...
it could be the ankle there at the 5 ball. She was tight on top of it.
Yeah.
We're going to see here in a moment. I thought she was outside of it. Could have punched the buoy a bit with the boot. Let's see if we get an angle of it right here. Oh, and she's stuck. Yeah. The way that ski kicked off, it released, but she had a lot of tip pressure there.
So look, so we're just waiting on the score to come through, and it appears that Ali Garcia is still in the water right now, waiting for some attention to. Looks like she's swimming okay to shore, but that doesn't mean to say that she doesn't.
Really good effort right here to get off of this 4, hold on, do everything she can. I thought she got outside of that.
At least a quarter, because she still had the handle in her hands as she made that edge change into the turn.
Indeed.
Ultimately, it's not up to us, but we are all fortunate now at this day and age where we get replays. So it remains to be seen. So
so what does that essentially mean so far as scoring is concerned? I mean that puts Alice through, right? With with Beatrice Yanni.
It puts Beatrice. Okay, so 4 1/4 confirmed. So that means going through is going to be Beatrice Yanni at this point, and Jessie has to basically get 4 1/2.
Yep.
She knows exactly she can't get 4 1/4. She has to get 4 1/2 at least.
Correct.
At 38 off. So, and I got to tip my hat to Ali Garcia. I mean, that was gutsy stuff. Throwing yourself at 5 ball, it's a pro tournament. Lady after my own heart. You just go. This is what we're here for. When it comes down to it, you got to throw yourself and put your body on the line.
Absolutely. So Jessie said she was excited about the opportunity to improve her score, and that's exactly what she's going to have to do. The same score is not going to cut it. The same score plus a quarter is not going to cut it. She's going to need the same score plus at least a half.
Not the best of starts. And just stalls in and doesn't make an impact upon the opening pass, and so she gets 2 1/2 there on 12 meters, which means that through to the next round of the competition is Beatrice Yanni and Ali Garcia.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there for Jessie, like you were alluding to before. I mean, it's been a while since she skied. It's probably an hour and a half. I would next to guarantee you that she's never started at 35 off, cold off the dock, and even let alone trying to do that in a pro tournament, So But hats off to her. Congratulations to Jessie and the rest of the girls. But that was an exciting slalom final.
All right,
All right,
and that was the competition that was in the women's slalom elimination round. Regina Jaquist, your leader, ahead of Jamie Ball, Whitney McClintock, Taryn Grant. Taryn Grant and Chelsea Mills currently tying for 4th. Karen Truelove, Beatrice Yanni in 6th and 7th spot, although that will be revised because of the runoff situation. But there you see the skiers that have made it through the top 10. Ali Garcia in amongst them, along with Pedrini, Ali Nicholson, Beatrice Yanni, Karen Truelove, Chelsea Mills, Taryn Grant, Whitney McClintock, Carini, Jamie Ball, and your leader after round 1, Regina Jaquist. Okay, so that is the conclusion of the women's slalom. We've got more action to come as we continue on the 2022 MasterCraft Pro right here from Lake Grew, the home of Action Watersports and Ski Fluid. We got much more to come right after these.
The Low Payment Kings Mahalik Auto Group family dealerships are the official tow vehicles of the MasterCraft Pro Ski event. Please view hundreds of vehicles, videos, and Low Payment Kings specials at lowpaymentkings.com or call the Low Payment Kings toll-free today.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
Try Match Play at bplayfield.com.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
The Low Payment Kings Mahalik Auto Group family dealerships are the official tow vehicles of the MasterCraft Pro Ski event. Please view hundreds of vehicles, videos, and Low Payment Kings specials at lowpaymentkings.com or call the Low Payment Kings toll-free today.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like,
I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass?
why don't you just sign up for Float Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, do you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
All right, then, just before we go into our next event, which is the women's jump competition, I get to talk to a friend of mine here from Action Watersports. Tell the good folks who you are.
Yeah, my name's Jathan with Action Watersports. Super pumped to be here. Another year of the MasterCraft Pro event. It's been fun.
And we thank you very, very much in stepping up and becoming a webcast sponsor for this competition, the MasterCraft Pro. Tell us about Action Watersports, how it came into being. I know that its foundations were in the Midwest, but their most recent dealership that they opened within about the last 3-4 seasons is right here in Polk County.
Yeah, yep, for sure. Started our roots in Michigan. We got locations in Michigan and then just started down here in Florida a few years ago. It's been a ton of fun. MasterCraft boat dealer, thick and through with Watersports though. We live and breathe it, all the way from grassroots events to pro events like this. So it's been awesome to be able to do this over the years and bring families together on the water and all that.
And when people come to Central Florida and they come here to Action Watersports, which is located on Holy Cow Road right here in Polk City.
Yep, Holy Cow Road.
Yes, which is just a short drive away, relatively short drive away from Orlando, somewhere in between Orlando and Tampa. Tell them what they should expect when they come through those doors for the very first time.
Yeah, for sure. So when we opened up down here, one of the things that really, really excited us is the private ski lake. So what you're seeing on Lake Greer right now with fluid being here, we really felt like this was a great addition to our dealerships and to be able to bring water sports in the backyard. This is our only location on the water. So when you get off the exit, you come on down to our store, you'll be able to test out the product on the water. You'll be able to test out boats on the water. And then obviously we have the brick and mortar pro shop as well. So your water skis, your wakeboards, we have instructors. Obviously we have boats and service and the whole 9 yards here. So it's been great to be able to have the location on the water and to be able to do what we're doing here.
Okay, so what kind of products we talked about? Obviously the MasterCraft towboats. I mean, Action Watersports were actually one of the very first dealerships to take on the MasterCraft brand when it came into the being all the way in, I think it was like the late 1960s, early 1970s type deal.
Yeah.
So in the Midwest, that's where that created. Then you have MasterCraft here. But tell us what other products you have within this Watersports dealership.
Yeah, so very first MasterCraft dealer. Yeah, not many people know that. So it's when I first joined Action, I didn't realize that in its entirety. So that's really cool to be able to go through the history and look at that. But yeah, so as we've evolved, we're water sports sticking through. We also do pontoon boats as well, bow riders, all that. And then once you come inside any of our pro shops, you'll be able to find water skis, wakeboards, vests, ropes, handles, a lot of stuff these guys are using out here. You'll be able to find in any of our pro shops. And that's intentional, right? No matter what dealership that you go to, it's going to have the same experience as you do in Florida all the way up to Michigan. So be able to take the product and then get on the water from there.
And from what I understand, with the digital billboard that's located on the side of I-4, you guys are actually hiring, right?
We are hiring, yeah. So if you are on the webcast right now looking for a job, go ahead to actionwater.com or give us a call. But yeah, always looking for new teammates for sure, whether it's in service or sales or pro shop, whatever it may be, always looking for people to join our team. So Tony, if you are looking for a job, we would love to have you too. So let us know.
Oh, why thank you. Why thank you. I'll probably take you up right on the spot, but there you go. So, but you alluded to the website.
Yeah.
That's actionwater.com.
Yeah, actionwater.com is where you can find all of our information at.
All right, there. Thank you very much indeed, and we wish you the very best of luck and best of fortunes going forward. Action Watersports, right here in Polk County in Florida, and we'll be back right after these as we have continuing coverage of the 2022 MasterCraft Pro here at Lake Crew, the home of Ski Fluid and Action Watersports. All right, then. So, welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2022 MasterCraft Pro. Sitting to the right of me and to the left of you on the screen is Robert Hazelwood. Say hi to the good folks. Hello, everybody at home. You might want to switch the mic on. It's called a mic on
mic's
button.
on. Whoa,
there you
I
go.
can hear myself now.
Absolutely. Okay, Augustina Vara will take to the water first. She is on the water right now.
Nope.
Actually, it's going to be Valentina Gonzalez. I kind of switched them up. They're both Chilean.
I'm here to help you, Tony.
Yes, indeed. We got Valentina Gonzalez from Chile out on the water. We got Augustina Vara coming up second. She's the U21 World Jump Champion. Taryn Grant for Canada third out. And then we've got Sasha Denyaskaya and Hannah Streltsova. Here comes Valentina Gonzalez on jump number one.
She is coming in, looking like a good spot. Oh, looking a little bit late.
A little bit left leaning.
That will be a solid first jump for her there, I think. Oh, I think my dinner's here.
Where's mine?
You got to order it. I think that's a nice solid jump for her there. As she had started the year, she was struggling a little bit from my memory, but she's really kind of come back for this part of the season. And I think she's going to be happy with this as a first jump. First jump's always a little bit of a feeler. Feel the wind. The wind's been switching and changing all day. All the jumpers have been stressing about it. And we now have an absolutely perfect headwind. So there's no complaints. It should be kind of getting the first jump, getting a feeling for how strong that wind is, and just getting a little bit of a shoulder lean going on there. Maybe just a bit tentative, leaving her right behind in the turn.
But nice weight crossing, though, from off the turn into the ramp, though.
Yeah,
very solid.
I think she's going to want to make sure that she just gets a little more set. Just that left shoulder starts a little heavy, then it stays a little heavy. So just making sure she gets set out that turn and she can keep that acceleration, and she'll be away.
Okay, so we're just waiting on the distance to come through for Valentina Gonzalez out of Santiago de Chile, and no doubt she'll be a part of the Chilean team setup when the Pan American Championships comes into play. And additionally, in October of next year, Santiago actually hosts the Pan American Games, which is about the nearest that this sport comes to actually being a participant in the Olympic Games. A 45.6 or 150 on jump number 1, and there you go on jump number 2. So 45.6, 150 feet, and I reckon that second jump has the legs to being a little bit further, I would say, Robert.
Yeah, I think so. A little bit more of an aggressive cut, just a little bit later there. It looked like she got her legs a little bit more off the top. I know she's going to be wanting to get near that kind of 1.7-ish 50-meter area, and I still don't think she's quite there here. This is Kyle's side, so I'm sure he knows those distance boys to a T, but getting those legs a little bit better. You see that left shoulder not quite getting as low. She ended up staying much more balanced.
Yes. Yeah, so you can see right there where she landed. There's that. There's a distance buoy there. It's one of the check buoys for the Splasheye computer system. It's right around 47 meters. 47.7 there was jump number 2 for Valentina. Valentina, one of the top overall skiers in the world right now. She's a very strong skier in all 3 events. Tricky. She doesn't really have a weakness, does she? She's an 8,000 point tricker, deep 38, maybe even run 38 here and there, and a solid jumper, a personal best somewhere just over 50 meters. I say she's a strong overall skier. She doesn't have really one outstanding event though that she's on top right now. She's trying to get her jump up there, and she's getting closer. She's been improving the last couple of years. She's broken that 50-meter barrier, and I'm hoping she can get close to that today. 47.7. This first round, 5 years. They go. It's a kind of a seeding round. And they'll go into the final for tomorrow.
All right, here we go. Jump number 3. Let's see if she's got a little bit more to work with here. Coming into the jump. Ooh,
slipping.
It's a little bit slippage, so probably safe to say 47.7 or 156 feet is going to be her best jump distance. And looking a little bit despondent on the basis of that third jump, but 47.7 is not a bad distance to open up with there, Robert.
Yeah, I think that last cut was the one. You see her just a little bit away from that corner, which is about the right spot. But it's pretty tough when you know that you're already in the final. This is almost a little bit of a warm-up round for the girls to commit to that kind of cut. It's late, the load's there, kind of getting where you need to be, mass in the center of your feet and getting an extension of that can be a little risky, a little scary. So when she already knows she's in, she's got a 156 on the board.
47.7, yeah. Like I think you alluded to it earlier, she hasn't been jumping a ton lately. She's back at school, getting a few things done there. So that's a safe first round. She's obviously in. I think she's going to be, these other girls are going to push past that. The next skier, Agustina Varas from Chile as well. She's been jumping really strong lately. She's takes one of the bigger cuts at it. She's just graduating up to 5.5, but she's been going consistently over 50. And the next few girls are around 55 meters or so too. So not a bad opening round for her.
And the current U21 World Women's Jump Champion from last season, Agustina Varas. Yes.
Yeah, she's an incredible talent that kind of came through. And I think Valley was kind of one of the first women's jumpers that came through the Chilean kind of federation. But, we're just going to go to the dock and get an interview. Come on, buddy.
So, Valley, 47.7, how happy are you with that?
I mean, I wanted more, of course, but we're all into finals tomorrow, so I'm hoping for a bigger jump tomorrow. I think the last cut was the cut that I need to take. Now I got to kick that, so excited for tomorrow.
And I mean, it's a different sort of situation. You're coming in here, you know that you're going to go tomorrow, so it's really just a practice. Did you get your line, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, it was a practice set, but I wanted to take advantage. It's an amazing side, amazing boat, driver, everything. So I wanted to take advantage of that and get a good score. I didn't do it, but I'm hoping for tomorrow.
Better to get a better score tomorrow than today. So congratulations, you're in the final. We'll see you tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right then, and a skier on the water right now, Augustina Vara and Valentina Gonzalez. We just heard from her, you know, and she was pretty lukewarm in describing her performance out there in this round, but where she needs the distance here in this round.
She knows she's got Augustina coming up next. Kind of the two Chileans fighting out. Two girls are right at the top end of the sport. Augustina obviously a little younger, and she's been jumping lights out. Lovely turn as she comes in. Oh, I think just a little bit too late, I think, on that first jump for her there.
Just a skosh.
Yeah, very calm turn, though. You didn't look too panicked out there, Kyle, I don't think, but what do you think?
Yeah, maybe she was a little early first set up there, but I was back. You run a first jump, I think you'll notice the difference in intensity from Agustina versus Valet. Valet's kind of pretty, was a little more on the controlled side. Agustina can get into it. That one jump, maybe not particularly that one, but she doesn't mind having a good cut at it, and she gets a lot more speed. She's learning to control the 5.5-foot ramp. She's only recently gone up. She doesn't quite get her ramp work all the time. But when she does, we're going to see her up in the 180s as well, along with some of these other girls.
Okay, let's check out Freddie and friends.
Go your way in slalom today, but you're out to jump. Last event, California, you lost by 10 centimeters, like way less than a foot. You are ready for a big one, I imagine, today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've been skiing well, so... And I mean, it's perfect conditions, so very excited. I'm sure all the girls will jump well and just focus and do what they can.
Now, not a jumper myself, as we all know. What are your keys today?
Mainly just to keep my speed and mainly find the spot that I can trust and make all the small pieces perfect.
Sounds like a good idea. Well, good luck today. Back to you guys.
All right.
We saw there the distance for Sasha there for her season best around 55 meters, and we'll notice these top three girls are all around that mark, all hitting around 180 feet. Unfortunately, we've lost a couple of the girls. We'll better speak to that a little bit. Lauren Morgan was out here practicing, hurt her knee just before the event, so we're going to miss her here. And Brittany Greenwood as well, taking a little bit of a crash a couple of weeks ago and not able to compete here today. So two of our top girls not with us, but the three coming up are definitely challenging 180 and plus.
Oh, and passing up on jump number 2 as well.
It's hard to tell from this angle. I'm trying to get used to the camera angle mixed with that, but she doesn't look massively late, but just not quite looking settled out the turn. I'd like to kind of see what coach is saying out there. I can't quite find him, but just looks like she's struggling with the weights a little bit, dropping that left shoulder. Looks like she's not quite getting set out of the turn, which, I mean, is kind of the whole game of jump. If you're not set, it's very hard to get moving.
Do you think it comes down to the letter as well that they selected?
Kind of. I mean, I've never been one to be too crazy about kind of changing letters here and there. I mean, especially when you come to the MasterCraft Pro, you know the boat's going to be strong. You know you're going to have one of the best drivers out there. So in this kind of situation, obviously you want to set your ladder to where you would train, where you know is correct. And I mean, for me, always, if I was to come to a site like this, I go to the driver, especially if I don't know if it's Scott Greenwood or Chris Eller, but either one, like, hey, you do what you want with the ladder. I want this kind of pull. Maybe go 1 or 2. Tell me if you're going to do it, but if you feel like it needs more ladder, do it. If you don't, don't.
Yeah, because, I mean, most of these skiers will ski behind a variety of different boats. I mean, I won't go into the specifics, but some boats... react to different.
All of them have different timings, whether strong, weak, whatever it is. Kind of the big three, I guess you could call them. All of them have slightly different timings. But MasterCraft is very well known to be one of the strongest boats out there, especially at these kind of events.
And that's the point that I was trying to make. It may be a little bit strong for her based upon the letter that she ordinarily goes with.
Yeah, I can imagine. But it's just the pull. I mean, we've got big engines, big boats now. The countercut, that one looks a little sturdy, but
let's hope she figures it out
good.
here on jump 3. She hasn't got a score on the board right now. Doesn't look like she's panicking that one, but she's staying strong into the ramp. She's pulled that back.
And she
She's
can
going to be
bless
okay.
her.
That was very close though, guys.
And she can just bless her lucky stars that those skis were underneath her when she made impact, because if that had gone any further...
That was like a crash I've never seen before.
Oh, watch this replay, guys. So yeah, I think she kind of found her timing here, but still maybe was getting pulled towards the corner. A very uncharacteristic set from Agostina. She's a pretty consistent jumper.
Losing her shoulders
Sneaks
a
on
little
there.
bit.
She made it on pretty easy.
Oh,
but-
she dipped her left.
And
yeah,
then-
just on her left ski and drops her shoulders a little bit, and no support off the ramp there, and very lucky almost to pull that back. That could have been a lot worse.
Go home and buy a lottery ticket because you're feeling I mean, obviously you don't want that to ever happen, but see her shoulder kind of getting a little low off the wakes there again, and just out on the ramp. I mean, that's a straight out the front, all 99% of the time. And obviously there's a lot of bodily movements and feelings that can save you from a crash, and I mean, cat-like reflexes help a lot. But I think wind catches one ski at the right time. You're kind of pulling up, managed to save it, but the right was gone all day. Somehow it floated back up, and a little bit of a mess on landing, but I think she's going to walk out of that one all good and ready to fight another day.
Yes, and thankfully she can walk away from that one. I mean, other situations, other skiers might not be as fortunate, but that was Agustina Vara. Now we're getting ready to bring on our next competitor, who is Taryn Grant. Now, this is a regular campaigner on the Waterski Pro Tour, certainly very, very experienced. So, and she's definitely got chops in this event.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she has her eyes on this. I was out in California watching the girls jump as well, and she looks. I think she's looked the best she's ever had. I believe she may have PB'd out there, but I know she definitely has had a PB recently this season, and she's been looking strong. She's had a few injuries in the past that kind of have always kept her down, but she's injury free. She spent a lot of time in the gym. She spends a lot of time making sure her body's right, and
I think she's slalom pretty darn well as well.
Really good. Yeah, just inside 3. She got 2 at 39.
Yeah,
and that's kind of been a big breakthrough for her. I've known Taryn for a long time. She came out with her and one of the good skiers at the lake, a best friend. So she used to come out kind of probably maybe 6, 7, 8 years ago. She used to come out and ski there for a few weeks. So I've seen her ski for a long time. She's been battling that 11-meter rope for quite a while. But she's finally kind of managed to get through it a bit more consistently this season, and let's hope she's kind of broken the back of that one and can run 38 a little more consistently.
Well, we're focusing on jump right now, and hopefully Spav is watching here on the YouTube channel.
I'm sure Harry's watching back home.
Yeah, with the live chat. And if you want to be part of the live chat, what do they need to do?
Oh, pressure's on. I believe you go on the YouTube channel that you're watching right now. If you're watching this, you subscribe to the channel, and then you are allowed to comment and join in on the live chat. The comment section's always fun. It's always juicy. It's where all the real opinions go down, and that's what we love to see.
Indeed, indeed.
So yeah, Taryn Grant, our first skier out that's probably capable of getting into the 180s. I think she's been very, very close. About 2 weeks ago, she actually came to an event here, Rob, and put 0.1 of a meter on her personal best, went 177, 53.9, I think it was. I was actually lucky enough to be sitting in the boat judging that round, and I agree with you. She's looking great this year. She sometimes doesn't have the biggest cut, but she was coming off the ramp as good as anybody and getting a lot of hang time, a lot of height, a lot of float. And if she connects with a slightly bigger cut, we could see definitely her first 180.
All right, let's check in dockside with Freddie and friends.
Hannah, you've had a bit of form this year. You've been jumping pretty big. How do you feel going into today?
I feel pretty good, okay. I'm ready right now, so we'll see how it goes.
And take me through the conditions. I mean, we've got a little bit of wind coming from this direction. How do you like that?
It's more of a crosswind. Actually, this year I didn't jump in a wind at all. It was always flat, so just look at the conditions. They change a little, cross, headwind, so just see and just work from there at the time, you know.
Nice to always have it flat as far as I'm concerned, but maybe not for a jumper. Back to you guys.
Why, thank you there, Freddie. And we got Taryn Grant out there on the water, who comes to us originally from Canada. Not too sure what province she's from. I think she's from, what is it?
She is from Manitoba, Winnipeg, Manitoba.
A cold one.
Yeah.
I don't know I feel like all of Canada
The
is cold,
cold
but
one.
it comes from a cold one.
The
I know
cold
that.
one.
She's
They're
told
all
me.
cold.
They're all cold in Canada. No.
So from Manitoba, so we're talking
Jarrett's
Winnipeg.
laughing over
Yeah,
there.
she's from Winnipeg. Actually, I had the opportunity to go up and coach here many years ago, around 2004 or 5, somewhere around there, with a good friend of mine. And her and her brother Cole Grant were just young little 8, 9-year-old skiers, and that came out and just learning the trick, and enjoyed working with them then. And it's great to see her make her way now to the international pro stage. So
Apparently
she's come a long way.
Apparently from Jarrett, Winnipeg is the home location.
Yes, indeed, in Manitoba, home of the Moose and the Jets.
And a lot of ice.
Yes.
All right, let's see what she can put. Let's see where she goes at the 6. Looks like a similar spot to the rest of the girls. The wind is, with that slight crossy head situation, you can make it a little bit challenging, but let's see what she can do. Smooth turn. Looks like a late cut on this first one.
And there it is.
There you go. Got a hold of that one.
Yeah, nice opening. Slams the ski down. She came off the ramp like a rocket ship then. She
say,
really
she's
extended and carried down the lake. So that's a beautiful opening jump.
What do you say?
One to work on, and in jumps 2 and 3, she can add more.
And I feel like the other two girls kind of came out a little bit calm, a little bit smooth, just trying to get a score on the board. Taryn came out hot, getting those skis around, and look at that dig straight into that first wake, dealing with those wakes well, and she gets everything out of that ramp. I'm excited to see if we're going to have our first 50 meters. Whoa, yes, we will.
Yes, indeed, 53.3.
175 feet. And you said a PB was 177?
177. She's thrown down the gauntlet to the two girls after her. It's pretty close to a PB, jump number 1, and she had some room to spare there. She wasn't super late. She had a bit of room on that corner there. Hopefully a little wider, a little later, and that same awesome extension off the top of the ramp.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see. This is where a lot of the mentality comes in. Obviously, unlike slalom, where you have one go and jump, you have three opportunities, and she knows she's in the semi-finals with that. She knows she has a good seeding. Is she going to kind of go down the route of, all right, let's see if I can find my spot. Let's see if I can take things, get a feel for things and maybe not take it? Or is she going to go, the conditions are good, the boat's good, let's see if we can go for a PB?
She's probably got the most jumpers mentality. When she's that close to a PB on jump number 1, she has a chance on actually, maybe breaking 180. She's going to take it. Even if it doesn't count today for the money, she's still going to want a PB out here.
Oh, a ramp.
Oh, there you go. All right, slamming it down.
Ramp work is, like you said, you can
Absolutely.
see ramp work's phenomenal.
Yeah, and that one she was closer on the corner. I don't know if she had more speed or not, but she was definitely a little bit later. But came off the ramp, perfect position, got a lot out of it. I don't know if that wind's quite holding her up as much as she wants. It's kind of a little bit cross and maybe not quite straight head on, but still a fabulous jump number 2 for Taryn Grant.
Any ideas what the Canadian national women's jump record is?
I believe it's her. I imagine it's her PB of, was it 177?
It's either her or Kim de Macedo.
Oh, no. I know she has it. And I know Taryn has it. Oh, no. I didn't think quite as much speed on the cut there. So 51.2 meters, 168 feet. Ramp work just phenomenal. I think if she can get the cut of that first jump with the ramp work of that second one, I think she's going to be going a long way today.
The Canadian record may be Dominique Allard.
Maybe.
Dodo, yeah. I think she's somewhere up around high 170s. We'll look into that for you. But I know Taryn Grant is very, very close. If she hasn't got it, she will definitely wants it, and today could be the day.
You've got
a little bit more she needs.
You've got Tony on the research over there. He's doing
I'm trying.
He's trying. But yeah, so let's see what she can put together on jump 3. Coming through the trees. Oh, she is close to that 6. She is going for it. Spraying the 6, coming in, beautiful counter cut, nice and balanced. Oh, this one looks a little bit later. Get in the dig. Come on, Taryn. Hold it. Whoa, I think that's going to be a big one.
That's it.
That was much later. She got her legs on that one. Let's see if we can see maybe even the 180s. I don't know. It's impossible for me to tell distance. There's like one boy in.
Would love to see her go over 180 here today. But she's pushed it down a bit. You heard Rob talking about the 6. That's a 600-foot buoy. That gives the skiers their timing to set up their approach to the ramp. And when you come later on that, it puts you later making your turn to the jump and hopefully taking more heat, more speed, and more distance down the lake. And we will wait for a distance. 177. I think that's actually her PB because 53.9, I saw it up earlier, was. until that jump right there. Well done.
There you go. That was a good cut and a super consistent set there for Taryn. I mean, every single jump, I believe, in the 170s. And really, just so you see it there taking a minute, it is hot out here. And I imagine with all that jump stuff on, all the helmet, it is a little toasty. But let's go to the dock and see what Freddie has to say.
So you slalomed an equal PB, pretty much ran a PB, you're running over 3. You've just tied your PB there, I imagine. What did you have for breakfast?
I had oatmeal. Yeah, that's the key, I guess. We'll do that again tomorrow.
Unreal. So you must be just extremely happy. I mean, you've got something going. Have you been working really hard in training? Anything extra, or are you just kind of going through the motions?
You know, the beginning of the season, we kind of took a step back and more on fundamentals, and it was a slow start to the season for me, but I'm jumping really well now. I'm consistent, so I'm happy with how things are going.
Amazing. So you've got obviously a final here tomorrow, and then Malibu Open for the last jump event of the year. Going to go and get a big win?
Unfortunately, actually, I'll be headed to Dana and Janina's wedding for Malibu Open, so I'll miss Malibu, but I'm excited to go and celebrate my friends.
Back to you guys.
All right, then, doing my due diligence and research, yeah, the Canadian national women's jump record set in 2021 is actually 54.4 meters, and that was from Dominique Grandin-Ala. So she's about
knocking on the door.
Yeah, absolutely, about half a meter away from that.
Yeah, and it's good to see. I know from speaking to Taryn at the start of the year, she was going back, taking some time, and here that kids, the foundations is where it's at. You set good foundations down the line, you can push those foundations, and that's where distance comes. So it's exciting to see that, and let's see what she can put together. But who do we have next?
We have Sasha Denierskaya.
Okay, and Sasha skied exceptionally well here last year, broke 180 for the first time. I think she ended up in the second spot here at this the 2020 MasterCraft 2021 MasterCraft Pro. And that's a pretty late approach jump one, guys.
That was a good 5 feet later than... I'm just looking out behind your back there, Kyle, and can see the MasterCraft flag next to the wake house. And that's kind of how I'm bearing how late they are. And that was a good 3-4 feet later than Taryn's last jump. So I think that one might be a little bit much.
Yeah, so even though this is only a seeding round, these girls are not worrying about that. They want to be top spot. We saw Taryn with a PB. Sasha's going, hey, things are nice out there. We got the boats, we got the conditions. Hey, I'm going to make the most of this. I want 180 and be top seed.
Yeah, and in jump, seeding is very important. It's if you can get that top seed. It obviously depends on the mentality of the skier. But I feel like in jump, for me, it was always if I'm later off on the dock, you know the score that you need to go. And there's nothing that can control that. But if you're last off the dock and you go and you put out there a big risk, you go 182, high 180s, you know that you're winning or wherever you're going to be. I think that makes a big help in jump. And just, you know the score in between each jump. And I know that can be really nice for jumpers to know when they've won or when they've done the job.
All right there, Sasha Denierskaya, the current world women's overall champion.
She can do it all.
Yeah, absolutely.
She can do it all. Unfortunately, I know she was incredibly frustrated with her slalom this morning, going down, I believe, was it a half at 35, and that's not even close to where she normally is. So let's hope she can take a little bit of that anger and aim it towards that jump ramp over there. And I think she maybe did that on the first jump, so let's maybe bring it down just a touch. Bring it back just a touch
just
see.
Just a touch.
And see what you can put together.
Maybe she's taking out a little of those slalom frustrations here in the jump event, pushing it late on jump number 1. But she'll dial it back a little bit. She's been jumping extremely well, up over close to 180 all the time. And she's been out here getting a few practice sets in. She's been looking good. Hopefully she can get her timing. And there's
there you go. Good pull off the top. Fantastic pull into the landing there. That's got to be close to about a 54-meter jump, I would say.
Yeah, I think my guess is around kind of 50, high 52s. I think there.
Yeah, it didn't look quite the same lift and carry as Taryn Grant had. She had a pretty strong cut here. Maybe bobbled a little bit through the wakes. This is a good angle as you see the extension. She leaves that ramp, but yeah, maybe not just the same amount of pull. And I'm thinking, 51.5 there for jump number 2 for Sasha.
And that is 8 foot behind the lead right now. So she's going to want to have a little bit more. And I think I agree with you there, Kyle. Put in a pretty big turn. I think maybe the biggest that we've seen today, but not quite been able to manage that through the wakes and coming a little flat into the ramp. But Let's see if she can fix that. And she knows where she's lost distance there. Her coach the side, helping her through, making sure she gets that drive through those wakes into the base. And that is where all of the distance comes in. So she'll be figuring that out as she goes back down the lake, putting some keys into her mind and working on those wakes.
She is out there chasing the lead of 177, but she knows she's got this girl, Hannah, on the dock, ready to come out. She's got plenty of 180-foot jumps under her belt, maybe 185 is her somewhere around her best. So she's going to want to not just get ahead of Taryn, but to put a big score up there and hopefully be top seed tomorrow.
All right, and as we get ready for Sasha's last jump, make sure that you check in with the TWBC YouTube channel and subscribe. Here she comes.
There we go. That one seems
definitely forcing the issue on that one.
I think
she's got a bit more out of that one, maybe, but I don't think it's challenging Taryn's 177 or 54.1, I think it was.
Yeah.
Maybe around 53. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I
she's
agree.
definitely bringing the heat here, but not quite putting it all together.
No, and you can see, I think the better cut, much better turn, much better cut, but just not quite getting the same pull through the ramp that we saw Taryn have. So a 52.6, so improving, and a 173, so improving by 4 feet there, which I'm sure is always nice to see on the scoreboard, but she knows she's not quite done enough to take that top seed. She's in second place right now. Not a bad place to be, but...
Yep. It's a good sighting round for her, you know. Yeah. She's come out tomorrow. I've been looking at the weather, you know, all this week. We've been seeing this kind of these storms floating around, trying to see what things are like. But it looks like it's going to be even better tomorrow with a nice headwind kicking in here for us. So I think she'll be happy with that sort of preliminary round.
Yeah.
Okay, let's check in with Freddie and friends.
Sasha, you've just gone out there and you've taken second spot in the seeding round. Did you not quite get where you need to go?
I mean, I found my spot, and I think I know the setup for tomorrow. I had one good kick and one good cut. I just need to put them together. So.
You'll put them together. This wasn't the round to do it in. You're figuring some stuff. So it'll be a good one tomorrow. Back to you.
All right, then. So we're down to our final jumper in this elimination round. Coming to us out of Zachary in Louisiana, this is Hannah Streltsova.
She's had a couple of big years over the last couple of years. She's been performing very, very well. Kind of had a few big wins under her belt, and been posting some big scores. Works up there with Jay Bennett, and has been improving her jumping and her overall skiing over the last few years. She was maybe not far away from the overall crown last year at the World.
Yeah, she was in second place.
Yeah. So not just a talented jumper, also all three events.
There was only about 60 points separating Hannah from Sasha for the race for that title, as a matter of fact.
I'm not quite sure about you guys, but I feel like the 27% humidity thing needs to be looked at.
Incorrect.
Oh, Vince is in my ear. We have a sensor. Well, I think your sensor's wrong. I am so wetted under here. But anyway, back to the action. This is Hannah Streltsova coming in jump number 1. Let's see where she ends up. Pretty early on this first jump here. Just a nice little ride over. Ooh, a little bit of an upper body push there. Not quite what we like to see on our first jump. But
like you say, Rob, but definitely a little bit early there. And you see her come across the wakes, and just in front of the ramp, she almost had to let up a little bit. And that's why she had that full-on upper body crash, and it didn't really get the extension she was looking for. But hey, jump number 1, she's found her spot.
First time she's hit this ramp, didn't have enough time to practice prior to the event.
No, Tony, she did actually she got her here yesterday and had a little bit of a sider. It didn't go that well by the looks of things, to be honest. She was sort of I think she just got out of the car after driving, all the way down from Louisiana. So sometimes, you're just trying to feel things out, not really pushing things. I will say that, she's probably a little bit nervous last year. She came down for this event and it didn't go so well. She ended up taking a pretty horrendous crash, actually, jumping down the west end of this lake. There were some big jumps, but there was also a couple of big crashes too. And Hannah, she was okay, but a little bit sort of knocked around, maybe a little bit of a concussion. I'm sure she's a professional. She's put that behind her. But maybe that first jump, just kind of taking it easy.
And it was certainly a different look as well, because, the ramp was positioned going in the opposite direction last year where she took that fall. So that might have, the ramp being in this position at the moment probably helps her out a little bit so far as familiarity is concerned.
Well, Tony, this is definitely the typical way we jump. We do get mostly east winds, northeast winds, kind of like we're getting today. But occasionally, it spins around. We are going to face the jump west, and it's a great setup down there. We get some big jumps, but for the spectators, for everybody, this is the best end. And here's her jump too.
That's
that looks
it.
a lot better.
That's the jump.
That's it.
Getting off the ramp. I'm watching behind your back there. She donkey kicked the ramp hard. And look
is that our lead, or it's going to be close?
I think it is.
I think that's
it's going
the
to be
lead.
ahead of
The cut
Sasha.
didn't quite look as strong, but check the ramp work off the top. Just massive extension, and she goes up massively. And we are going to head to the dock here and see what Freddie has to say.
So Felipe, your first jump event in a year and a half after an injury. So you're back, you're raring to go. You excited?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. Excited to be here. Excited to be here at Fluid because perfect side, perfect wind, perfect ramp, an amazing boat.
From memory, so forgive me if I'm wrong, but you had a really big jump score here 2 years ago, right, in the first year of this event. So you must be ready to repeat that, I guess.
Well, I'm just trying to be in the water, trying to get confidence back. I'm trying to be here, get some jumps, compete against the best guys. So, yeah, it'll be amazing if I can do that, but I got to start little by little.
Well, good stuff, mate. Congratulations for coming back. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So we just saw the score flash up during the course of that interview with Felipe Miranda. Hannah Streltsova with 55.7 meters. That's the equivalent of 183 feet.
That's a lot of feet.
It is.
And that is her most feet she's had this season. That is a season's best.
Working off letter T. Let's have a look and see what she has got.
This is one's a little later.
On one final attempt.
Sorry.
Didn't quite hold everything in on that one, but I'll tell you what, 55.7, I'll take that.
You can see from my noises, me and watching jump can be a little bit nerve-wracking. Get a little whoa here and there, just standing up pretty aggressively into the base and getting a little bit of an upper body crush there. Not what we like to see, but I mean that second jump was what she needs to go to bed remembering and really try to put that together for tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we saw a ripper second jump there, and it's sometimes hard to back it up on your third. She knows she's in the final. She's top seed. She's close to your best this season, and to back it up and then do another one right after is sometimes hard. And yeah,
Just got twisted as soon as she hit the jump, though. I mean, she got the good direction, she got the lift, but everything was going towards the boat coming off the top.
I didn't look as bad from the camera angle. I was been very dramatic from here. Anyone that knows me from home will usually hate sitting next to me and jump because I like to freak out. But there's the full leaderboard. Obviously, all the ladies through to the final in this first round, just trying to get a feel for it. But Hannah Streltsova out there in the lead, 55.7 meters or 183 feet, down to Taryn Grant with a 54.1. But we are going to head to the dock now and see who Freddie has.
Hannah, I've just had a quick look through your results, so I think that might be one of your best scores ever, maybe your second best score ever, is that right?
Yes, I had 184 and now it's I think 183. Excuse me. Well, yeah, 184 and now it's 183.
Well, congratulations, that's great. I mean, we said you were jumping well and you've proven it, so you must be raring for tomorrow. You're in the top spot. Is that where you want to be, really?
Yeah, it's always nice to know the result and know, how hard to go.
Well, great stuff. Congratulations on a huge jump, and we'll see you tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So good to hear from Hannah Streltsova there, and one of her better jumps this season and ultimately in the course of her career. So great skiing from her. And we're getting ready to transition the ramp and everything concerned to the men's jumping event. This is continuing coverage of the 2022 MasterCraft Pro here at Lake Gru, the home of Ski Fluid and Action Watersports. We'll be back with more right after these. All right then, getting ready for the men's jump event, and the start list will be revealed any moment now. We've got Rob Hazelwood right here on my right and on your left on the screen.
Sorry.
Yep, as the...
wake-up call. That's your wake-up call back home.
Hello. And here's our list. Felipe Miranda taken to the water first, then Luke Outram from Great Britain, followed by Dorian Llewellyn of Canada, Jack Critchley from Great Britain, Emil Ritter of Chile. We got Igor Morozov, then Joel Poland, Freddie Kruger, and Ryan Dodd.
I'm incredibly excited for this. This one, I feel
How
like
excited are you?
I'm just incredibly excited, Tony.
No, that's not excited enough.
I just think I'm just so excited, and the format I think is pretty cool actually. So obviously you saw there was 9 skiers there, so it's gonna be like an LCQ format. So 4 people going through in that first round, which will be a big score to make it into a top 4 with that crew. I mean, my guesstimate has to be it's going to be mid 220s, maybe a 225. And then just after that first round, I believe it's still today, they're running it
straight away.
LCQ.
Straight away, we're going to go straight into that LCQ with the 5 that don't make it, and they'll be vying for 2 spots into the final. And we heard from Felipe just a little earlier. Freddie was talking to him. He's been a little bit injured, getting back into it, and I saw him out here the other day just getting a few practice sets. He's looking pretty good. I was holding back a little bit, but I think once he gets on the water, I think he's going to unleash. And he had a personal best and a Chilean record here 2 years ago, 233 feet. One of the few guys that have been over 230. So.
And here's a little snippet of information. The next 13 months for Felipe Miranda are certainly going to be critical because he wants to close out his career at the Pan American Games in Santiago come October.
The amount of times I've heard
Next
Pipe's
year.
going to quit skiing, and I'm like, Pipe, you're not going to quit skiing. He just keeps going.
No, he keeps going. And
It's
he's
like the Energizer
Why not?
Bunny.
Why not? He's still doing exceptionally well. He's actually telling me he's getting back into overall.
Something usually breaks at the start of every year. He fixes it.
No,
he's
he's
back
good.
out there. He's like, oh, I haven't been skiing much. I believe Pipe. He's going to be putting out a big jump.
He's a 2-time world overall champion.
Oh, he knows what he's doing.
I mean, why not? He knows what he's doing, and I love the way he jumps. When he gets into it, and let's see what he has for jump number 1 here. Boat speed's up at 35 mile an hour. Ramp 6 foot high, and we'll see a lot further here as right from jump number 1. There's your first 200-foot jump.
All right then. So decent jump in there from Felipe
It's
Miranda.
definitely 200 foot plus, I believe.
Yeah,
nice little feeler.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in this event, I spoke to him myself, and he's trying to downplay it a little bit, as you probably alluded to, Rob. And I asked him straight up, what kind of distance would ultimately please you? And he said, well, if I jump 216, 217, I'll be good. If I end up jumping 206, fair enough. I can work off that. So he's trying to manage expectations here, Rob.
From spending the last 3-4 winters with Pipe, he wants to put out a big score out there. Obviously, I know he's been dealing with some injuries and some visa, getting his visa sorted at the start of the year, and he couldn't quite get into the country for a little bit, but he managed to get all that sorted. He's here now. He's willing to put a lot on the line. I mean, this guy's been on the Pro Tour for years, and he has so much experience, so much knowledge, and every time he gets his jump skis on it, it's going to be an exciting day. The ramp work he's cut is kind of like no one else's. He stays a lot taller. He stays a lot. He stays a lot in a very different position than most people.
That must hurt your back, though.
What I don't know. Hitting the big ramp hurts no matter what position you're in. Gets your back going. But no, he has a really exciting style, and he's been working on that a lot in the last few years, trying to get a little bit lower, trying to get a little more distance. And I think that was kind of shown by the 230 he went. I think it was 2 years ago at this event. But let's see what he can do. Get in the all-important countercut. Let's see if he can get that right. Wind's pretty flat out here at the minute. So let's see if he can capitalize on that. Always looking late. This is a better turn. Getting the drive into the base. There we go. That's more like it.
Nice lift there. Good flow. Decent effort there.
And so he pulled up with a 197 on jump number 1. I think he's added a bit to that. I think that's in the low 200s, maybe 205, something like that. I had a bit of a glance over my shoulder, and there's a few distance buoys out there. We've got one right around 220, and he was just a little bit back from that. And we're having a guess, though, that to make the top 4 today, to go straight through, we're going to need an excess of that 220, maybe even a little bit further. There it is, 208, 63.5. Let's watch this replay as he comes in. He had a lot more pull from the boat there off the top of the ramp, and you see that extra bit of height. just floated it down the lake. I think he'd be pretty happy with that one.
And the little twitch from the feet that transmits all the way down the length of the skis, you know, indicating how much float he got underneath those jump skis, you know, is a pretty telltale sign, you know. But I mean, the 6-foot ramp is nothing to be, you know.
Oh, it's nothing to mess with, Tony. Especially when you're
massive.
It's massive. You know, your uncle tried to persuade me to jump on the 6-foot ramp before I was ready.
Definitely trying to go for a laugh on that one, I can tell you, Tony.
and I still remember the flashbacks of crashes that I took at Wyoming while hitting the 6-foot ramp.
No, so, 6 foot, something to be respected for sure.
Well, that ramp, 6 foot high and about 6.9 meters or 7 meters long. Very hard, very, very fast, pretty steep. But also, these guys are trucking in there at 70 mile an hour. So
on 90-inch jump skis too.
Let's see.
That's some serious force on your body.
A little bit of wind coming down the lake here, so let's hope he saw that at the 6 and can bring it down. He's going to slow him down, but looking like he's got the spot a little early there. But let's see, driving into the base. No, just too early. And that's, I feel like, one of the most challenging things about jump. Looks like we're about to get very wet, actually, as I turn around and see a massive storm cloud coming in.
Yeah, it's looking a little dark over our shoulder here, and he didn't see that sort of wind picking up. Hopefully it doesn't pick up too much, but definitely shut him down on his countercut. That headwind is definitely preferable for these jumpers, but it's obviously affects your timing, so let's hope it stays consistent through these next few skiers.
And I don't know if we saw that on the webcast, but I believe that the exit was pretty cool. We have a big gust coming down the lake here, and it's definitely jumpable for sure. Oh, I'm losing my paper. It's definitely jumpable, but you're going to have to be able to see it at the 6. You've got to be confident, and you're going to have to make sure that you can bring it down. Nearly tripping out there. I believe he takes a little exit. Oh, Vince not showing it.
And well, the jumpers on the dock, I think, are going to be liking that the headwind's picking up, but they're going to get a little nervous that it's going to be picking up too much.
It's blowing at about 25 mile an hour, though.
No, not right now, but it's traditional here around here in Florida this time of year. We can get these little afternoon storms.
Really windy.
And we might be having a whole
Luke, tell us how he really feels. It's windy. This is windy, and I don't know if you... Sorry about the language there to the webcast, if you heard it.
Yeah.
We did. It's got windy. There's a little bit of a storm cloud coming in, and it is a wind. I mean, this is... If you can get this right, you're going to go a very long way, but getting that timing right at the 6 can be a little bit challenging. 13 mile an hour, but gusting to a solid 20 mile an hour wind coming down the lake, and it was dead flat about 30 seconds ago. So you can see the trees moving in the back there, the hair blowing. And this is the one thing about jump. You got to sit there on the dock, you got to look at the conditions. And
it would help if you actually had hair.
Tony, yeah, you jackass hair. But you got to sit there and you got to be like, right, I'm ready for whatever these conditions put at me. Change my 6, everything else the same. And the toughest thing in jump is, I was always told, and I always felt I agreed with, no matter how you kind of come into what the wind's doing, you got to drive into the base, you got to be confident, and you got to go for it. As soon as you start backing off, as soon as you start going easy, we saw it from Agro this morning, or a little bit earlier. As soon as you go easy, that's when the problems happen. And if you're coming a little bit flat in jump and you decide, it's windy, we'll be fine, that's when the skis start moving, and that's where the load disappears. So Luke's got to sit on this dock, hopefully not get cramped in his feet, and just commit. But he's going to go a long way up, I can tell him that.
Well, they're taking him. He's off. Luke Outram, he's heading down for jump number 1. You saw there around a 10 mile an hour headwind. And to be honest, I mean, that's perfect jump conditions, but we are seeing it a little bit gusty. So you see those sort of dark patches come down the lake, you're going to try and kind of adjust your timing for those and hope it just stays consistent for everybody.
Well,
that's the thing we're hoping here for these skiers is this headwind's great, but just want to make sure it's the same for everyone.
And when he's not training over at Bennett's Waterski School in Zachary, Louisiana, he is an electrical engineering student at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, the all-conquering Raging Cajuns.
I thought ULM won more than ULL.
Well,
that's not very all-conquering, is it? I love stirring the pot with collegiate disagreements.
Go Cajuns.
All right,
then,
you
here
can
we
see
go.
from that camera, it's a little, we've got treats coming in. It's a little bit windy out there. Nothing that can't be handled, but he's going to have to bring it down to that 6. He's going to have to be really, really confident here. 14 mile an hour wind at least coming in, as you can see there on the screen, but he's going to have to be close, if not going around that 6. He's very light, so I think this one's going to end up being a little bit early there. Yeah, and you can see him there on the counter cut, just stopping dead with the gust, nearly turning from the wakes, driving through that base, staying back. I actually think that one wouldn't have made a podium on the women's competition. That one.
No, but the thing about it is he's up and over and he's safely through with that jump. And sometimes that's all it would take in these kind of conditions, because some of the others might actually push and they'll come off second best or even worse, you know?
Oh, for sure. He had to just feel things out there. You know, the first skier off the dock, Felipe had pretty much flat conditions. He's got quite a strong headwind. He didn't know how strong. He was obviously misjudged it on the counter cut, set up a bit too early. He just wanted to ride that one over, feel out the ramp. He didn't get a practice out here yesterday. I think he sort of probably realizes, hey, it's pretty strong, but it's doable out there, and we'll see if he can push down on this jump number 2.
All right, then, so 49.7 or 163 feet, 163 feet.
And and this is the biggest challenge out here. Obviously, Luke's been the conditions have changed massively in the last 5 minutes, so going out there and everything that he's watched, everything, I assume he's been on site. I know he's been on site for the last few hours, watching the wind, watching the 6, seeing how people are going to be reacting, and now he's kind of stood there on the dock and he's ready. He has a plan, I imagine. He knows exactly where he's going to go on the 6, and everything changes, and that's why it's an outdoor sport. That's why it's a little bit of a challenge. But okay, so this is where the timings on the strong MasterCraft has pulled in a fast second segment. But if he outjumps it, we can forget about that.
But when you do have a fast second segment, does that automatically require the boat to revise the letter?
No, I don't believe so.
I don't think they'll adjust anything there. They'll just realize that he was really, really early setting up, and the boat's still giving him a lot of power into the bottom, and he just wasn't holding it back. So that's the reason for his fast time. He'll outjump it, though. It's 160 feet, so let's see what he's got here. They're bringing him back. He's staying behind the boat. We're going to have a bit of a delay, and we'll head to the dock and see what's happening.
All right, let's check in with Freddie and friends.
Move that. Got the bad focus. It's sport.
Piss.
Some guy chucked it on before I got it.
Joel, you're looking extremely relaxed. You're up in 2 or 3, bit of wind coming. What are your thoughts right now?
Right now, I'm just kind of like hanging out. I got like another 2 or 3, and then I'll start warming up. But we got a nice storm coming, so I'm wondering if I'm gonna have to warm up. I'm hoping it will hold off. It won't rain. The headwind will stay nice, and we can do some big jumps. But till then, I'm just kind of chilling.
So your thing is no jump?
Well, I wouldn't be against jumping in the rain, but I'd rather not do it. If it's if it's Florida rain, I don't think I want to jump.
Joel Poland, we finally found something he doesn't want to do. Back to you guys.
What is he like for singing in the rain?
I've heard a lot of Joel singing, and it's not something that you ever want to hear. Not that I'm much better. And I've heard we have a weather delay, and I think that's for sure the right call. Storm clouds are rolling in pretty aggressively back there, and I think it's a good idea. Obviously, Luke had some pretty unfair conditions there, and it is an outside sport. But when there's big drastic changes like that, and we know that it's going to pass in probably 10, 15 minutes, it's a much better option to just go, all right, let's pause things for 15 minutes. Let's make sure Luke's traveled, I think, 12-hour drive from Lafayette to get here. So putting him out in unfair conditions is a little bit unfair, obviously.
Yeah, what's it?
All right, so we're gonna take a little bit of a break. We have continuing coverage of the 2022 MasterCraft Pro. We'll be back right after these.
The Low Payment Kings Mahalik Auto Group family dealership are the official tow vehicles of the MasterCraft Pro Ski event. Please view hundreds of vehicles, videos, and Low Payment Kings specials at lowpaymentkings.com or call the Low Payment Kings toll-free today.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
Try Match Play at bplayfield.com.
My name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together, we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
The Low Payment Kings Mahalik Auto Group family dealership are the official tow vehicles of the MasterCraft Pro Ski event. Please view hundreds of vehicles, videos, and Low Payment Kings specials at lowpaymentkings.com or call the Low Payment Kings toll-free today.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like,
I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass?
why don't you just sign up for Float Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, do you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
Get down to business. Tell everyone nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone you can have anything you want.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
The Low Payment Kings Mahalik Auto Group family dealerships are the official tow vehicles of the MasterCraft Pro Ski event. Please view hundreds of vehicles, videos, and Low Payment Kings specials at lowpaymentkings.com or call the Low Payment Kings toll-free today.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
Get down to business, tell everyone, nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone, you can have anything you want.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
My name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together, we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
The Low Payment Kings Mahalik Auto Group family dealership are the official tow vehicles of the MasterCraft Pro Ski event. Please view hundreds of vehicles, videos, and Low Payment Kings specials at lowpaymentkings.com or call the Low Payment Kings toll free today.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like,
I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass?
why don't you just sign up for Flow Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, do you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
Get down to business. Tell everyone nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone you can have anything you want.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
The Low Payment Kings Mahalik Auto Group family dealerships are the official tow vehicles of the MasterCraft Pro Ski event. Please view hundreds of vehicles, videos, and Low Payment Kings specials at lowpaymentkings.com or call the Low Payment Kings toll-free today.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
Get down to business, tell everyone, nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone, you can have anything you want.
Try Match Play at bplayfield.com.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together, we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
The Low Payment Kings Mahalik Auto Group family dealership are the official tow vehicles of the MasterCraft Pro Ski event. Please view hundreds of vehicles, videos, and Low Payment Kings specials at lowpaymentkings.com or call the Low Payment Kings toll free today.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You want to go around all 6 of them? You have no idea what you're doing. All your friends in the boat are like,
I don't know, Larry. Maybe get your shoulders down and your thumb out of your ass?
why don't you just sign up for Float Point and figure it out? Ask some people that know what they're doing. If you were lost in the desert and you saw somebody walking down the desert and they look fully hydrated, sunscreen on, friggin' sombrero, wouldn't you be like, do you know how to get out of here? Or would you just walk by them and keep guessing your way out of the desert, dumbass? Sign up.
Get down to business. Tell everyone nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone you can have anything you want.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2022 MasterCraft Pro. Our apologies for that weather delay. Nothing that we could do to control that, except to control the after effects. The rain, for the most part, has subsided and has moved away. So with that, let's take a look at the running order up on your screen in just a few moments here at this event on Lake Gru, also the home of Action Watersports and Ski Fluid. Now, Felipe Miranda, our first competitor, has already skied. He has a jump of 63.5 meters or 208, so he is done. Luke Outram started his set. He jumped to 49.7 or 163 on his opening jump, but that's when we implemented the rain delay. So when he takes to the water next time around, he will have a fresh set of 3 jumps. And then we will continue on as if nothing had happened with Dorian Llewellyn, Jack Critchley, Emil Ritter, Igor Morozov, Joel Poland, Freddie Kruger, and Ryan Dodd. This is our 4th and final event of the day. Where there's also the LCQ round for 2 remaining competitors to make it into the jumping competition, aside from those top 4 that would make it directly out of round number 1. So there is your schedule there on the left-hand side. You see it pop up, and good to have you on board. This is continuing coverage of the 2022 MasterCraft Pro here on Lake Gru, the home of ski fluid and action Watersports. A great event, and we're going to go dockside and check in with Freddie and friends, hopefully.
What's up, guys? So we've just insane. I'm not sure I've ever experienced thunder like that. I mean, you've been around Florida for a little longer than me, but how does that affect you? Like, you were kind of getting ready, you were probably half an hour out. How does that change your mind?
Well, we knew it was coming, and you know, honestly, some of the earlier guys here that, like Dorian and Luke, that were having to just, you know, am I going out, am I not? You know, that they're really kind of in that tougher position. You know, we're jumpers. We're always at the end of the day. There's always a delay for this, that, or the other. So we're somewhat used to dealing with that. Again, the harder part is, you know, like Luke right now having to figure out, like, okay, when are we starting? Are we, you know, like you asked me, are we staying with the same formatting? Did that change due to the delay? So some of that stuff can get in there mentally, but at the end of the day, we've got a job to do. And the weather has, you know, the wind has turned quite nice. It's just nice little steady headwind here. So should be exciting.
So actually, after all of that, we could end up with a lot of very good scores, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody's, you know, at the end of the day, we still have a cut to make here, and conditions are good. And again, you know, as jumpers, we're used to, you know, kind of standing around all day waiting until it's time to go. So I don't expect anything but big jumps.
Used to rolling with the punches. So going back to the format, we've got 8 guys left. Take the top 4, and then all being the same, we haven't heard any different, it'll go to a last chance qualifier. All those people that do not qualify will have a last chance qualifier for the top 2 right after this round. What's the mentality for that? I mean, obviously you're at the very top. You're going to just go as big as you possibly can, right?
Yeah, I would prefer to go out and get it done in the first round, as is obviously everybody. That last chance is really the guy it saves is the guy that comes out here and stubs his toe. You know, 2 or 3 jumps. We had the young girl. I'm going to butcher her name.
Augustina.
You know, she had a very unfortunate opportunity there, but the women would have an LCQ if they needed it. She could go back out there and save the day. And so, you know, it's kind of a format I think we've pulled from some of the night jump events like the LA Night Jam and that, and guys tend to like it. If you're one of the up-and-comers, it gives you that second round of jump, so, you know, helps the entry fee feel a little better, if you will. But, you know, yeah, honestly, I'd like to go out there, get my job done, and just relax for tonight.
So not content with having 3 attempts already, 2 more than a slalom skier gets, you want to have another deal. Is that fair?
Well, I guess what we could do is change it up. We could go out and do a single cut, like your first pass, and then do a 3/4 cut, like your second pass, and then an easy double, like your third pass, and then finally do the one that matters. But now I know I'm losing that argument. But, yeah, hey, that's why we jump, right? Like, we don't have the fortitude to go out there and have to do it all at once. And being married to a slalom skier, there isn't much discussion about, in our house, which event is the hardest.
It's very generous of you. I got to say, I wouldn't want to have to go out there and crush 230 feet like on the first cut, but very generous of you. Well, Freddie, good luck today. We'll catch up with you later. Back to you guys.
Okay, and that was a fantastic edition of Freddie and Friends there on the starting dock. Great to have Freddie and Freddie on the starting dock, just outlining us what is going to occur with the men's jump event in this first round, and then with the LCQ round to come afterwards. All right, so we're in the midst of preparing. We've got Luke Outram there with his jumpsuit on. He's got he'll don his bib along with his arm sling, and let's check in once again with Freddie and Friends.
Not your best jump set of your life earlier, but you are in one piece, so you'll get to ski tomorrow. You want to take us through that? Like, what happened?
Yeah, I just felt a little later than I wanted to on the first 2, and definitely wasn't in a very comfortable spot on the last one. But, you know, we're out here, just had to take the jump, and I'm glad I walked away from it. Definitely could have been worse, so just try to forget about that for tomorrow and hopefully get it together and boost a good one tomorrow.
I'll stop talking about it in a second. I did go back and look at it, and I on the replay, and I looked at your shoulder on the ramp, and I'm like, I don't know how you stayed on top of your skis. Very impressive, cat-like reflexes. Congratulations, you'll do better tomorrow. Good stuff. Back to you guys.
Why, thank you there. That was Freddie Winter there with Alcastina Vara. And we'll take a look at this jump, the replay again, and saw how things turned pear-shaped. She got pretty deep into the hole and brought the handle up, but then reared back on the ski, and then came into the jump, and then tried to overcompensate by getting over the tip of the left tip of the ski, and then just cartwheels her out the front, unable to fully control that jump. But she was able to keep those skis underneath her and prevent what could have been a particularly nasty fall. So that was the replay there of Alcastina Vara a little bit earlier on in the competition in the women's event. So far as the women's are concerned, for those of you wondering where the results are for that one, that much I can tell you. We got Hanna Stroltsova with her best jump of 55.7 meters or 183 feet, her season's best at this time. 52.6 from Alexandra Danyevskaya, or Sasha Danyevskaya, with 52.6. We had a jump of 53.9 from Taryn Grant, her best of the season, and only 0.5 of a meter behind the Canadian national record. And the only other registered jump was a 47.7 or 156, courtesy of Valentina Gonzalez. Augustina Vara not landing the jump, but because we take all competitors through to the next and final round, it means that she will ski on tomorrow anyways. So that's where we are right now. Those of you that are So just to give you confirmation of the women's jump, and also let you know what's about to take place with the men's. We've already had the slalom in the elimination round. For those of you that want to watch that and are watching us on the YouTube channel, all you have to do is go down to the bottom of the player and just scrub to an earlier time, and then you should be able to watch the event unfold right from the get-go. Also, why not, whilst you're there at the YouTube site, why not subscribe to TWBC? You'll get the opportunity to be a part of our live chat during our broadcast, and by hitting the bell icon, you will be informed as to when we do go live at any given time. So there we go. That is Luke Outram on the starting dock there, getting ready. Guiding Scott Greenwood to the ignition key. Yeah, I think it's that one towards the right-hand side there. It's that little silver button. And we've got there Connor Pauly on the starting dock there, one of our camera personnel. We've got Augustina Vara trying to get her equipment back and dry, and one of our camera folks along the ramp side. And there is the man, the myth, the legend from Scott, Arkansas. It is Scott Greenwood, and also in the towboat there is Kate Adrianson, who comes to us out of Zachary in Louisiana. So, not too much to say at this time, I guess. We're just getting everything set and getting everything ready to go. And then we will proceed on with our next competitor. Just to remind you that our first skier out in the men's jumping competition, Felipe Miranda, is essentially done. He registered a jump distance of 63.5, and then everything turned sideways for Luke Outram after his first attempt, and that explains the reason for our delay. So we're just taking a quick walk around the skiers' tent, kind of like the skiers' green room, as it were, as they get ready to take to the stage, as it were. And it looks like there's some activity around starting dock area, which would suggest that the boat is going to be cast off, and we would send that boat up and down the course to make sure that things are are A-OK. So far as all the systems ready to go. Looks like we got a few of our folks back on site. A few left to get some refreshments and all that kind of stuff. Trying to at least make some good use of the time during the rain. And with that, let's check in with Freddie and friends.
Joel Poland, we talked to you before that infernal weather, and you seem pretty relaxed. Then you now know that you are weather permitting, going to be jumping fairly soon. What would you say is your sort of pre-jump ritual?
Before jump, like I normally have a little warm-up, but mainly just kind of chilling out and making sure I'm not too amped up and trying to go too hard, which I think I've nailed that. I'm feeling pretty mellow, pretty chill. The English weather was kind of nice as well, brought me back to my roots. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty relaxed, ready for the prelims, I guess.
I think that's very smart. I mean, I remember back in the old days, we used to see you going up against Rob Hazelwood, at the junior nationals, and we'd kind of be like, well, if Rob jumps really far, then Joel's going to really, really go for it. So, good idea, keeping that heart rate low. You've been jumping good in practice?
Better than ever before, so I'm really excited for this tournament. I had a little practice on Tuesday, and I was pretty early, but I felt pretty good, so I'm definitely excited for today.
Last year you came second, so with the following wind of some good practice, you must be thinking, you won the Masters earlier this year, your first pro win. It was your first pro win, and then you followed that with the first trick ski win like a week later. So you think you could do it again?
Once you win, coming second's not as fun. So I'm definitely going to be going out there to try win tomorrow. But a wise man once told me you can lose in the prelims and you can't win. So I'm going to try bring that into action and try not to lose in the prelims and just ski decent.
Very smart. That's a good thing to remember as a jumper. You'll set yourself up, and probably the two big guys ahead of you over the years have been Freddie and Ryan. And who are you more scared of?
Oh, they're big fluffy dogs. Those guys are harmless. I actually really enjoy competing against them because I grew up watching them. These are my idols. So actually getting to be on the dock with these guys, gets me pretty excited, more than scared, I would say.
And you've shared the podium with them this year. You were second at Night Jam this year, Ryan first and Freddie third. You won Masters and then just ended up fourth at California, right? With that, you couldn't quite ride out that jump, strangely, but you'll be looking to get back on the podium with those three and hopefully at the pointy end. Well, good stuff, Joel. I'll leave you to it. I'll stop taking up your time. Back to you guys.
All right, then. In fairness of Freddie and Joel, there was nothing British about that weather at all from the amount of rain that came down in such a short amount of time. They say in England sometimes the rain comes down like cats and dogs, but this was cats, dogs, elephants, giraffes, and donkeys, and tigers and everything else. The whole freaking zoo. So Anyway, hopefully we put that towards our rearview mirror, and looks like we're getting a thumbs up from our official in the towboat, but we've yet to send that boat on its way during a phantom or ghoster run down the course. But in the meantime, we'll allow you to get your favorite seat and get your favorite beverage and get ready to check out some of the world's best male jumpers here at the 2022 MasterCraft Pro. We'll return after these. All right, so we're back live with the 2022 MasterCraft Pro right here on Lake Gru, the home of Ski Fluid and of Action Watersports. We thank those folks very much indeed for allowing us the use of their facility for this event. So let's try and reacquaint ourselves with the jump running order once again before we take out our first competitor. Felipe Miranda, for those of you wondering, is done with a 63.5 meter jump, or 2:08. Luke Outram, he will start right from the very beginning, so his jump of 49.7 on the first attempt is going to be scrubbed. And then we'll have Dorian Llewellyn, Jack Critchley, Emil Ritter, Igor Morozov, Joel Poland, Freddie Kruger, and Ryan Dodd to take to the water within the next few minutes, starting with Luke Outram. And speaking of Luke Outram, there he is. His jump bindings, his D3 jumpers are about to be donned. So, we're actually going to pick up from his previous score, but because the delay was in excess of 5 minutes, and that's putting it mildly, because the delay between him taking his first jump and taking his second jump was more than that amount of time, we are going to take him in for a practice jump, a non-scoring practice jump, and then we will continue on from jump number 2 and go on to jump number 3 afterwards. So, Luke Outram, who was Great Britain's representative at the World Games in Birmingham, Alabama, in the men's jump event. And we'll see what he can conjure up with the 2 remaining jumps that he has at his disposal, preceded by a non-scoring warm-up jump. Conditions are after the rain, the calm after the storm, as one would call it, looking pretty darn good at the moment. Hardly any wind at all, which for some is an advantage, but for others could create 1 or 2 problems as they come off the jump and hope to press on the jump skis and looking for a little bit of support, which in that situation won't present itself. As we see Emil Ritter, he'll be jumping within about the next 3 competitors, and we just saw Dorian Llewellyn go down towards the dock and get ready himself. And there is Dorian Llewellyn donning on his Red Bull branded helmet. Quick smile over there. So here we go. We have got Luke Outram for a non-scoring jump. This doesn't even function as a second or a third attempt or even a first. This is a non-scoring practice jump because of the delay caused by the weather. Here he comes. Doesn't even bother to kick it all that much. He just wants to feel out the jump, feel out the conditions. And then once that boat turns and heads down towards the opposite end of the lake, he will start his preparations for hitting that jump a second and a third time. And those jumps will score provided that he rides those attempts away. So, we've got about 8 more jumpers to come, including Luke Outram. And Luke Outram, who when he's not competing at the pro level, competes for the University of Louisiana at Lafayette's Raging Cajuns in South Louisiana. And not looking bad on jump on that non-scoring practice jump. As we look into the tent and find a few of our remaining competitors get ready, there is Ryan Dodd, just getting stretched out and just getting prepared, making sure that all his physical extremities are working correctly. And we've got another one of our jumpers making his way towards the dock. That is Jack Critchley in that brand new design of a Waters wetsuit. One of our webcast sponsors here during the course of the season. We thank those folks very, very much indeed. All right, there, emerging out of the shrubbery there that surrounds the 7, 6, and 500-foot cut buoys. Here comes Luke Outram on his second attempt. Sets himself up well. Good stability over his feet. There you go. That's the kind of jump that we expect from Luke Outram. A better looking attempt. And certainly sets himself up well for the third and last jump. And rejoining me here at the announcer's point is Kiwi, that's Kylie, and what do you see here?
Oh, well, this is Luke coming back out. He obviously got interrupted in his first attempt. He had a warm-up jump, and then that one looked very nice as he came off the top. A pretty easy sort of cut in, but he got nice lift off the top of the jump and float down the lake. So jump number 2 for him. He's got a score on the board, and hopefully he can push it down the lake this time.
All right, working on getting the official distance there for Luke Outram on jump number 2. I would almost guarantee that jump is significantly further than jump number 1, and here is the distance. It's a 59.4, 59.4, or 195 feet. 195 feet. We score officially in meters and we convert to feet so that our folks over here on this side of the Atlantic have a better appreciation for the distance.
And also, obviously, if there's anything sort of tied up, we always go back to meters. If they're tied at 200 and something feet, they always go back to meters to sort out that dispute. But our leader right now with Felipe Miranda, he was out there before we had a break. 208 feet is our current top score.
Or 63.5.
63.5. And yeah, like I said, Luke went out and he had like 163 feet. He got a little bit, so unfortunately he had quite a bit of wind, but didn't get to retake his first jump, just had that warm up. And that second jump showed, he's a very capable jumper, 195 straight away. And here is his third and final. Let's see if he can get one together well over 200, try and track down that lead of Felipe Miranda. He's got to get some good speed in here. And very nice pull.
Nice. That's more like it, certainly.
Still maybe lacking the intensity to get down the lake and compete with the rest of the field, but it's a nice jump there for Luke.
Yes, and one of the latest competitors to jump over 200 feet for the very first time in his career. Had a look at that spreadsheet a few days ago and saw Luke Outram's name being the latest one. We're going to go to the dock after seeing this replay of Luke Outram. So let's rejoin Freddie and friends.
So, you've just told me big jumps come after the storm. So you're looking ready.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they say. Cold air, a little bit cold water on top of the surface, so let's rip it, right?
Getting very scientific with it. Not just a feeling, it's a fact. Okay, I walked up to you and I saw you taping your feet up. As a slalom skier, I don't know what that's for. Do you want to just take us through us a little bit?
Well, whenever we put the ramp at 6 foot, landings are a little bit harder, so this puts a little bit meat under our heel, so we protect a little bit the bruise of the heel, so it makes it a little bit softer. It's nice.
Very scientific. Well, anyway, good luck, mate. Have a good one. Back to you guys.
All right, so having spoken there with Emil Ritter, let me tell you that 62.3 or 204 is the best jump distance for Luke Outram. A pretty decent effort there from him. As we now transition to our next competitor, he comes to us from Central Florida, towards the south of Central Florida, and he skis for Canada. His name is Dorian Llewellyn.
Okay, so this guy is an absolute talent on the water, and he's been skiing very, very well, especially last year. Had a breakout performances with some overall scores, and also in the jump. He ended up being the top seed going through to the final in the World Championships. He's one of those guys, not just jumped 200 feet, he's joined the 230-foot club, which is over 70 meters. That's a huge jump. He's been 225 just recently. He's getting back close to that form that saw him go over 230 last year. And, Felipe was taking it easy. He's one of our top jumpers. Luke was out there getting up close to his best, but I think we're going to see big, big difference here on this next competitor and from here on in.
All right, so what does he conjure up with on jump number 1? He was in contention for the world overall title. He was chasing a target of over 71 meters at the World Championship last season to try and affect that kind of move. So he's definitely capable of producing something along those lines. Here he comes, Dorian Llewellyn, jump number 1, and he absolutely explodes off the jump there and comes in for a brilliant landing. All right, and whilst we find out the distance, let's check in once again with Freddie and friends.
So, Luke, you kind of had a bit of an interrupted set, only about an hour between jump 1 and number 2, but you got a good score.
Probably the longest competition jump set I've done of my life. Yeah, I just got unlucky with the weather on the first one. It was super windy, so the judges decided to take me in after that one. There's lightning in the area, so waited about an hour, weather's all cleared up, and then we got one warm-up ride and then came away with a 2:04, which I'm happy with. I didn't get to practice yesterday, I only came in this morning, so that was my first set. I'm going to treat my first round as like a familiarization set, and then try and give it a little bit more on the second round. Hope to get a little bit of a big jump.
Perfect. Well, so you're happy after this round, you know, getting ready for the next one, I guess, if you're not going to make it through here. Where did you come from today?
I've been staying with Joel and Taryn, but I'm still at Louisiana, so I got in at 1 o'clock this morning, staying with Joel and Taryn, and then just drove here this morning. Bit of a grind. Bit of a grind, and I mean, maybe not, you haven't done too many pro jump events, so like that, getting those nerves going must have been pretty tough. But yeah, good stuff, mate. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks very much, Freddie. Good to hear from Luke there. He seems pretty happy with that 2:04. Like he said, didn't get some practice. But there we go, the score for Dorian Llewellyn, 212. He takes the lead on jump number 1. And what you'll notice about this guy on the water, geez, he can really just get some unbelievable extension off the ramp and floats down the lake as good as anybody. Not the biggest guy, he's pretty light, he gets a lot of speed, but it's the extension, it's that kick off the ramp that we're looking for. And here it is, another one as he flies by in the background there. And another big jump there for Dorian. He seems pretty happy with that.
All right, a good-looking jump there, and some great action there from Dorian Llewellyn, proving positive to us that not only does Red Bull give you wings, he certainly has wings of his own.
And look at him come. Oh, actually, set back. I missed that. With our screen kind of went blank. We missed a little bit of the his exit off the top of the ramp. So. Yeah, he sat back on that one. But you'll notice when you're watching him come to the bottom, he does it as good as anybody. Just through the wake, slices, lands on his right ski, and keeps his position very, very steady. Gives him a lot of control into the bottom, and that's why he gets so much height off the ramp usually. So jump number 2, 2:05. You can see obviously he had the speed, just didn't quite get the legs on it.
All right, 2:05. Both of those jumps, I mean, are well in excess of 200 feet, and the 2:12 jump that he had on jump number 1 is enough to give him the lead, and that should be a viable target for the remaining 6 competitors that we have on this list. Now, 4 competitors actually advance out of this round directly through to the final, which means that the remaining competitors that didn't qualify go into a repechage or an LCQ round to determine the final 2 spots to make it a 6-competitor final tomorrow. So here we go. This is Dorian Llewellyn. A 2:12 is decent, but he knows that he can thrust one out there and would probably need to, considering the kind of competitors that will be coming up very, very soon.
Yeah,
here he comes.
He knows the 2:12 is not going to be enough to make it straight into the final in those 4 positions. He's got another good jump, whether it's enough. Oh, he almost kind of went forward on his landing, but it's going to be close.
Absolutely.
We're guessing, we were making projections earlier. We're thinking over 220 to make the top 4, maybe even a little bit further, and straight into the final. Otherwise, in the LCQ, which is going to come up right after this.
And just looks absolutely solid. I mean, and the weight crossings as well. I mean, that's the hallmark of the Llewellyn jump-in style, you know. Nowhere off the first or second wake and almost over-rotated into the landing there, and he knows it too. So the skier, formerly of the University of Louisiana at Lafayette Raging Cajuns, has skied for that program as a graduate student, and certainly looked pretty good out there. And it's a 67.4. It's a 221. 67.4.
That is a great third jump under pressure, knowing he needs a little bit more. It's going to be very close. I think what's happened there, Tony, is he came off that ramp. He knew he didn't get all of it, but he knew it was going to be a pretty decent jump. And he just milked it as much as he could in the air and just press and right till he landed, and almost a little too much and went out the front. But we're going to head to Freddie, and he's to be with Dorian.
So Dorian, happy with that? It's all right. I wanted more. We always want more. The way we've been practicing out here, it's felt really good. So yeah, I think there was a lot more left. That last one should have been my first one, but it's all right.
I've been sneaking your Instagram. I saw you post something the other day saying you were trying to like get back to, you know, those huge jumps you were putting up towards the end of last year. To be honest, not an expert here, but it looks like you're getting there.
Yeah, I definitely feel like I'm going in the right direction. I've been waiting for that. Like, I mean, everything revolves around Instagram and social media now, I guess. But I've been waiting to put up that post, like, all right, I'm back. And we're in September, so it's a little late. But yeah, I've had a bit of a miserable year. You know, Masters and then California a couple weeks ago. My first jump was super sketchy. So, you know what? This is a better start. So it's all right.
Well, I don't think you need to do an Instagram post. We'll all do it for you when you win this weekend, maybe. Just put it together and you'll be good. Back to you guys.
Excellent stuff there, Freddie and friends there with Dorian Llewellyn. And continuing on with coverage, the leaderboard shows Dorian Llewellyn with a 67.4, along with Felipe Miranda with a 63.5. And Luke Outram there currently in third spot.
All right, we got 6 skiers left. Jack Critchley is on the water right now, 5 remaining after him. And the mark has been set 221 feet to get in the lead right now for Jack. He's used to this side. He trains here frequently. He's a strong guy. He takes a lot of heat in. Didn't quite get his legs, but still a nice opening jump for Jack. That's going to be up there over that 200 feet. Whether it's enough to get ahead of Felipe, we're not sure yet. I don't think it's going to be enough to catch up with Dorian. But like a lot of these guys, just sighting things out on jump number 1.
And just look at the conditions out there, absolutely top notch. You know, the water very, very calm out there. You know, and the ramp and the boat and all of the elements coming into play was. I mean, as he came up the jump, you're still trying to find his feet, just trying to keep his feet directly under his body. Having said that, though, it's a 63.7 or 209.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's only, I mean, you can see there, he obviously had a lot of speed, a lot of pull into the bottom of the ramp. And that's, I think he's going to be kind of excited about that, even not coming off the jump well and still carrying down the lake 209 feet. He knows he's got to get his legs together and float one down. He's going to be looking not just to catch Dorian with his 221, but put a bit of pressure on with the 5 guys out after him. He knows he's got to get a place in the top 4 with the likes of Dodd, Kruger, Poland, Morozov, and Ritter coming out after him. It's going to be a big task.
So there's your format. Top 4 out of this round go immediately through to the final. The rest go into an LCQ repechage.
All right, jump number 2, Jack Critchley, here he comes. Boat speed, 57K, 35 mile an hour, and he's sitting up, leaving it till as late as he possibly can. This is a late cut. Can he get his legs on it? He's got off pretty well. He's hanging in the air. That's not bad.
All right, and as we get ready to receive the distance, let's check in with Freddie and friends.
Off. Good weekend in California, maybe a month ago on the podium. You feeling good for this weekend?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to jump at Fluid. It's such a nice place to jump, and I really like how the boat feels, and the ramp is nice, and you know, we'll see. Gonna take it day by day, but looking forward, excited.
So the aim is to make it top 4 and then not have to mess with that LCQ round. Are you feeling good for that?
I mean, yeah, well, that's the idea, and sure, I'm aiming for that. So yeah, let's see.
You'll rip it up. All right, cheers. Back to you guys.
All right, waiting for a distance for jump number 2 there for Jack Critchley. It's further, it's 217. 217, so he's up the ante on jump number 2. You can see him get in the course. He turned a little hard maybe. I think Tom Pulls on the bank here, one of his good friends and one of his training partners. Just tell him to calm down a little bit, settle out in the turns to start a fraction easier, so he's got a little bit, maybe a little more control, a little more power into the bottom, and get that the lift off the top that we saw Dorian get. So he's got one more chance. 217's not bad. I don't think it's going to be enough to make that top 4 with the likes of the skiers, the field that we have after him. But he can. He has been 230 feet. He's one of the top British jumpers they have right now, and I expect big things from jump number 3 from Jack Critchley.
All right, here he comes. Jack Critchley, jump number 3, in second place right now, but wants to ascend higher than that. almost going out towards the back there, coming off the second wake, and did well to control that jump, but won't score that attempt, or at least he won't want to, based upon the amount of distance he got there off the ramp. So 66 meters is going to be it for him, or 217 feet. Now, what do you see here, Kyle?
To be honest, I kind of turned around, looked over my shoulder on that jump and watched his turn, and he definitely adjusted a few things, and I think that was one of his better turns. He didn't panic. Maybe he was a little bit early to the bottom, I'm not sure, from the angles we're looking at. Obviously didn't get his left through way the handle on the landing. Knew that wasn't going to be his longest, but I think he kind of made some changes here in the turn, and hopefully he's going to carry that through. If he doesn't make it straight in, he'll take that through to the next round, the LCQ, and punch out a big one then.
All right, looks like we've got a technical issue that we need to resolve in regards to the water on the jump. And so Emil Ritter takes his bindings off. You know, those things are hard enough to get on, but keeping them on is a pretty rough situation as well, because they're so tight that they will actually render your feet numb in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, all these guys very, very tight bindings, double wrap, very, very stiff. They can't really take more than about 3-4 jumps without getting cramps. So as soon as there's any sort of delay, you'll see these guys take their bindings off, rest their feet a little bit, wait, put them on at the last minute, and go. So Emil Ritter, he's been jumping pretty handy. He's capable. He's had some jumps in the high teens, maybe even 220 in the past. He's got a tall task ahead of him to get, over 220 and hopefully make it into the top 4. But he's been performing well. He's been very consistent, and he looked really, really good in practice. He came out here and took a few practice sets, was getting his distance very, very easy. Sometimes these guys in training just kind of take it easy to feel things out, and he wasn't stressing himself, but still carrying down the lake pretty far, and he'll turn things up a notch here, put the intensity level up just a little more, and hopefully we'll see him join Dorian over 220 feet.
All right then, so we've got a fairly lively chat going on with the YouTube site, so check that out. Go to our YouTube channel and subscribe. Let's check in with Freddie and friends.
Your home site, I've no doubt you've been putting in an unbelievable amount of work getting this place ready. Maybe not.
Yeah, it was a bit of a struggle. We obviously just had a lot of rain, and we had a few cameras down, and we had this and that. But I was happy with the set. I mean, for what I've been doing, it was about where I am. So I was not too displeased.
Well, good for the next round. If it's in a few minutes or tomorrow, rip it up.
Yes.
All right.
So we definitely had some technical issues, like Jack was explaining. Obviously, the storms, the rains here wreak havoc on some of the electronics, some of the cameras that we've got going, and Jack's pretty instrumental around the site here in fixing things and getting things going. And he's done that for us, and we're going to see him probably back out there in the LCQ. He's had a little bit of a summer off. He was back in England. He didn't get a chance to go home the last few years. He went back there to see family and do some mountain bike riding. So he's had a few other focuses this summer, and just getting back into the swing of things. And as you hear him say, he's actually not too disappointed with that set. The good thing with Jack is, though, he's been hitting it there and thereabouts. But I tell you what, if he gets one dialed in and gets his legs underneath him, he's definitely capable of getting up back to that 230 foot, which we saw him a couple of years ago.
Yes, indeed. That was a jump of over 70 meters, and he jumped over that barrier for the very first time in his career in this event 2 seasons ago, as you were very, very keen to remind us on. And we'll see what he can do in the next round. But before we get to that stage, let's bring on our Chilean competitor, our second Chilean competitor. This is Emil Ritter.
And Emil making progress, just chipping away, and he's been improving and getting better and better. A little bit of a different style. He stays fairly tall on his skis, but very, very smooth, and always sort of seems to get his extension off the ramp, and like I said, makes the distance look easy. So he knows he's chasing a 220 of one of Dorian, 217 for Jack. He's got 4 guys behind him that he also needs to account for, and knows that to make it straight in, 221 is the mark to beat at this point.
All right, and we see Igor Morozov pacing up and down. And then we'll have Joel Poland, Freddie Krueger, and Ryan Dodd in that order towards the end of the this round, before we go into the repechage round, which will qualify 2 additional competitors on top of the 4 that automatically go through to the final out of this first elimination round. So here we go, Emil Ritter, who now
probably notice he doesn't take quite the same intensity maybe, and as quite as late as Jack was there. Sit up a little bit tall, kind of just ease into it, but great extension off the ramp, and already a nice jump on the board. I don't think that's in the 220s, but it might be up, you know, just low 200s there.
So Emil Ritter, who makes his residence now in Ogden in Utah, where he works at the good ski factory there, putting together slalom skis and that kind of stuff, and looking pretty good on the jump skis, I'd have to say. He does have a facility nearby which he has the opportunity to practice, and I spoke to him a little bit about that. You know, I mean, his practice sets are very, very few and far between. Having said all that, and trying to get a driver actually dialed into that situation is a bit of a challenge, but one that he is prepared to undertake.
And check out the scoreboard there, 2:13, and that was, look how easy he did that. Like I said, he didn't look like he turned that hard, didn't really look like he was cutting that strong, but very smooth from the wakes to the ramp, great lift, good pop off the top of the jump, and 2:13, pretty easy. He slots himself into 3rd spot, and I think he knows, hey, just bring it down a little bit, take a little more heat, and he can catch up those the leaders, Dorian and Jack.
All right, then. So here we go. We've got Emil Ritter with a 64.8 meter jump, or 213 feet. So it definitely vaults him up there. And we're at the verge where we can actually start discerning the competitors to make it out of this round. Now, whether that will include Emil Ritter or not is a big question, and we'll see what transpires after that landing there on jump number 2.
So glancing over my shoulder there, Tony, on jump number 2, he looked like he did come down the lake a little bit. He's definitely more on the course, but just in front of the ramp, looked like he was a little off balance, sat back, and didn't quite get the, staying square over his skis and get the extension. Still a handy jump. We're going to see the distance, 2:09. He's lost a little bit. He definitely had more speed right here into the bottom, but just was a little bit behind. Yeah, see him sort of slip his skis to go out in front of him. And that's a definite loss of distance, probably 5-10 feet just in that movement.
Okay, so actually on that jump he scored 210 feet, or 63.8 meters. So losing about 3 feet on that one, and but he's still up there in the top 3 with a 64.8, or 213 feet.
So our skier on the dock, Igor Morozov, he's going out there. We've got 1 jump left for Emil. Things are about to get interesting. After Emil takes his 3rd and final, we're going to know what it's going to take to make it in. Whether Dorian at 221 is going to make it in, or we're going to need more than that. So only 4 skiers remaining, including Igor after Emil.
All right, so there's Igor getting everything set up. He's got double knee braces, he's got the arm sling, the protective suit, and all that body armor that's needed to protect the skier. Let's have a look and see what Emil Ritter can do on this 6-foot high jump. A little bit back on the ski, but he's able to transition forwards. Look at that steady looking jump there, and pushing it out a little bit further to record a further distance there. That is Emil Ritter, originally out of Chile, but residing in Ogden in Utah these days, and not a bad effort there.
Yeah, definitely, Tony. Maybe see he just sort of got back a little bit out of his turn, but definitely fixed his issues on the ramp. Came off the ramp beautifully square that time. Jump number 3, 212 though. He gained some distance from jump 2, but it was his jump number 1 was his best. And yeah, he's sitting in 3rd spot right now. So right now Dorian is safe. Igor knows 221 is if he goes 221, he's in straight into the final. No LCQ for Igor. But that's a big jump.
Okay, yes, indeed. We got 4 competitors remaining and 4 advanced. So we got Igor Morozov to come. We've got Joel Poland, Freddie Krueger, and Ryan Dodd. So actually the bubble spot is the lead distance that is currently held by Dorian Llewellyn, which is 221 feet or 67.4 meters. And there you see the remainder of our list: Morozov, Poland, Kruger, and Dodd. 4 of the best jumpers in the world by far.
Igor leaves the dark behind us. This guy's one of the tallest competitors in the field. He's got a little bit of a different style, kind of like Emil. But he gets the job done. He gets a lot of lift off the ramp. Comes in a little outstretched at times, but it pans out well for him, and he absolutely launches it off the ramp. And I was watching him the other day, and he's going higher or getting more lift than pretty much anybody out there. 221's a big jump, but all these guys, 4 remaining guys, can do it. They've been up close to 230. I think Igor is the Russian record holder. He's maybe 228 feet is his record, and I think he's done that right here at this site. So he likes jumping here. He knows the place. And Joel after him, I think he's right around the same point. 228 is maybe his best. 229 possibly. All these guys searching for their first 230, and it might be today for Igor or for Joel.
And Joel Poland has taken the quieter path in terms of ascending towards the heights of waterski jumping. You know, we know Joel Poland for being more of a trick freak out there, especially when you see his social media and stuff. But we'll focus upon him at the appropriate time as we wait for Igor Morozov to come into the jump for his first attempt. That is an absolutely belter of a jump. And as we wait for the distance, let's check in with Freddie and friends.
Emil, 213, happy?
Yeah, really happy. Happened on the first one. I was pumped. This is like, oh, here we go. It felt pretty easy. So, but I missed speed. I need to have more speed, and I'll go to the second round and carry the speed with me.
You've figured it out. You know your line now. You're going to go big in a second.
Hope so. I'll try my best.
Good luck, mate. Back to you guys.
All right, and we await the distance there for Igor Morozov. It should be popping up on our screen. It is 64.8, 213, tied with Emil Ritter, 64.8 meters, 213 feet. Now, that does actually present an interesting scenario, because if it came down... That does present an interesting scenario, because if Igor Morozov doesn't produce a distance in excess of 67.4 meters or 221, and thus put himself through to the final immediately, then it could come down to that score, 64.8, which is 213 feet, but that ties with Emil Ritter. And obviously 217 feet has to be taken into consideration before we even get to that point. But it's interesting that we find 2 competitors with their best jumps tying in metric and in feet and inches. Here he comes, Igor Morozov. Let's see if he can put this beyond doubt. Oh!
He was going for it. So, Tony, I noticed on the first jump he got a little bit. It was a pretty late cut. You know, we watched Emil go out there, and he was reasonably conservative. Igor, first jump, way down the lake, went pretty late, stumbled a little bit through the wakes, but still got that nice lift at a 213. That one didn't quite get it. So we'll go to the dock and come back and analyze jump number 2 a little more.
All right.
Karen, the dutiful wife, how do you feel watching Freddie jump? Do you get nervous anymore, or is it just something that you know very well?
I do get nervous. I kind of think if I don't get nervous, then, it's like the age-old saying, like, then probably shouldn't be doing it anymore, because it just, there's a lot of energy to be brought. So I also think a little bit more sharply or more accurate, I think, when I have those little bit of nerves, so that helps coaching. And, they've got, I think, about maybe 3 more skiers. We're kind of within the cut, watching the next couple of jumps for like a kind of a goal to put out there. Freddie hadn't been over the ramp a lot this week. He's been trying to kind of save his body, and I don't know, hopefully, like, he had a practice set trying to get kind of dialed on the timing, and hopefully kind of put that together with good ramp work and maybe have a nice little jump.
And obviously, being an amazing slalom skier yourself, you know that jumping is more of a team event than slaloming. You're actually involved with them all.
Yeah, I know. I think about that. Like, he talks about how nervous he is, and I was like, well, imagine if you had to coach me on the ends, you know, when I'm skiing. But yeah, I mean, it is nice just to give a little bit of feedback on something you see. You know, I wouldn't mind that on my dates every now and then or something. So yeah, it's kind of nice with jumping and watching Igor now. So yeah, I mean, it is, I guess, more of, it's all, as you know, water skiing is such a team sport. There's a lot going on behind the scenes that, you know, not everybody sees. We couldn't do it without, you know, big support group. So it seems individual, but it's a really big team.
I'll let you get back to your team. Pulling for Freddie, and we'll catch you in a minute. Back to you guys.
All right, and just seeing Igor Morozov's last jump set certainly sending a lot of heat, but I doubt whether that jump distance is going to be anywhere close to the 221 that he needs to produce in excess of, and as a matter of 64.3, 64.3 or 211 feet.
I know there's a little Canadian around here that's pretty happy right now. He's straight through to the finals. Congratulations to Dorian Llewellyn. He's 221. He is in the top 4 for sure. There's only 3 competitors left. Now it's Jack Critchley's turn. He's on the bubble. 66 meters, still a handy jump, 217. But these next 3 skiers have been kind of on the podium, mixing up places all year. There's, Joel Poland had a win at the Masters. He called him trick skier before, but definitely he's come of age in jumping. He was on the podium at the Worlds. He won the Masters this year, ahead of Kruger, ahead of Dodd. Since then, he's been on the podium again, maybe up in at a couple of other events. He had a jump that would have been on the podium at in California, but he fell on the landing. But this guy is jumping well, and he's chasing 217 to guarantee that spot so far.
And he always has fun doing it. You know, he is the one true ambidextrous free eventer where he tricks on one foot forward and he slaloms on the other foot forward. And there you saw a little bit of, you know, hijinks there with that side slide leaving the dock there. I mean, if you catch an edge doing that.
Oh, not fun, but this guy's not going to catch an edge doing that. Credit slide too, got his skis all the way around, so well done.
Yeah, long jump skis, doing side slides. That is pretty darn impressive. Now, what would be even more impressive is if he came out and threw a jump distance down of over 221 feet and sent in directly through to the next round of the competition. And he is quite capable of doing it.
Oh, definitely, Tony. I have a feeling we're going to see the longest jump of the tournament right here so far anyway. He's been jumping well. He doesn't mind getting wide, getting late, taking a lot of speed into the ramp. And when he came out in practice, he wasn't quite getting his timing. But, oh, my God, he was coming off the ramps, exploding and going up so high. If he can get some speed with that, fine-tune his timing. Let's see. He gets out way in front of the boat here. You can see him breaking away, choosing his spot to go. Conservative turn, a lot of speed in the bottom, and maybe just sits back a little bit.
Just a little, but it's still a decent jump of over 200 feet, I would imagine. So he did bring in a little bit of heat, but the ramp work left a little bit to be desired there so far as Joel Poland is concerned.
Yeah, I think he's kind of like thinking that was an okay first one, but maybe a little early, lost his pull, kind of let up. You almost sort of let up a little bit to try and kick. And you know, when to have a big jump, you've got to take that cut all the way through the base. You got to stay on the line and extend against the rope and keep the pull of the boat going through the first 50, 100 feet off the top of the ramp. And just there, he just sort of stood up, I think, and lost that pull a little bit. Still went up, still a nice jump. And we'll wait and see for the distance, but not enough so far.
All right, provided it's over 66 meters, it will put him through to the next round, and he is about 2 meters shy exactly. It's 64 meters, or 210 feet. 64.0, 210 feet, and so he's got quite a bit of work to do.
For sure, he's already been doing some work today. He went out there on the slalom ski, 2 at 41, made the semi-final, I should say. Was in that. In the mix with all those guys at 2. Went out early, had a big score, almost sort of turned 2, but decided against it and secured his spot. So he's already been working hard today. He's got 2 more jumps to come, 210 on the board. I think you'll see him push at this one way down here. And I fully expect over 220 feet if he can find that ramp work that he's known for.
All right, here he comes. This is Joel Poland. Second attempt, just trying to send it deep into the hole and trying not to bleed off too much speed into the turn. And he almost fell into the jump there with that much pressure on his right ski coming in.
Well, it was pretty handy that he's been practicing his side slides, because he was doing a bit of a side slide out of the turn there into the first wake. One of his skis got a bit squirrely, and he was struggling to hold that one. Credit to him to kind of pull that position back and get his balance through the wakes and still take it through, but definitely not stable enough to kick it, and he just sort of rode that one through. Let's watch this turn again. He definitely got in the course, and sometimes when you get in the course, start pushing right here, you can see that left ski kind of slide around a little bit, and he just kind of sat back behind that. Still 208 feet. If he can find some ramp work, some form through the wakes, and some ramp work on that sort of cut, he'll be sailing down the lake.
Right you are, as we look at Ryan Dodd. Get prepared. He'll be our final competitor to take to the water. The owner of the world jump record, well in excess of 70 meters, equivalent of 254 feet. His world record that's listed in the Guinness Book of World Records.
So yeah, when you look out on the lake today, you'll see a red buoy, red MasterCraft buoy. That is the longest jump in a Pro Tour this year, 230 feet. Both of these guys remaining have secure jumps right around that mark. They've been swapping podiums. Joel's been on one at the Masters. Freddie was on one just recently over in California. Ryan Dodd won the LA Night Jam. So yeah, it's hot contention here between these last three skiers. Can Joel Pollan get up around that MasterCraft buoy on jump number 3? Let's see.
No, we just couldn't put it together, and that could end up sending them into the LCQ round.
And that's uncharacteristic for Joel. I think he maybe was pushing a little too hard on those last couple. Even that one, he was sort of losing a little bounce through the wakes, leaning a little bit. The skis didn't slip, but right here, he kind of fell over a little bit and couldn't stand up on the ramp. And that's not a great set for Joel, unfortunately, but it won't faze him. He'll come back in the LCQ and adjust a few things, and I expect him in the final tomorrow. But congrats to our Jack Critchley. He's definitely in. We've got Llewellyn at 221. We got Critchley at 217. Both guaranteed a spot. Our next year won this event last year, won it in 2020, and has won pretty much anything you can think of in water ski jumping. He's been a former world record holder. He's not only joined the 230-foot club, not only joined the 240-foot club, but he's been 250 feet. And there's only two guys that have done that.
Yeah.
Kruger and Dodd, and that's still the guys on the dock ready to go.
All right, then. If you're looking forward to some great long-distance jumping in excess of those distances, you are in for a treat. The next 6 jumps could be the ones you've been waiting for all day, and we'll see what transpires. Starting off with Freddie Kruger, his best jump of the season, a 71.7. He's currently second in the Pro Tour standings right now, and this is the penultimate event of the season, to where our jumpers in the Waterski Pro Tour can amass points and can shoot for that season-long title.
So Tony, this guy Freddie Kruger, 47 years of age.
Yeah.
Heard some stat. He's won events in the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, and the 2020s. That's a pretty amazing.
Starting in the 1990s.
He won his first Pro Tour event in 1995. I was there. It was his first Pro Tour he ever been to. I was wondering who this guy was. He came out, cut extremely late, and beat the likes of Sammy DeVal and all the greats on the tour. I would say he's using a ladder of around X for he trains behind these MasterCraft 6.2s. He knows how they run. She probably shoots a ladder of X, runs the boat split straight down the lake. Used to run 2 feet wide. Maybe he's running split these days. No, maybe a little bit wider, I think, of split. You'll see a difference in this guy. You know, some of these other guys staying down through the wakes. Freddie likes to jump him, and he flies him quite a lot, which maybe means he likes to have the boat a little wider, give him some time to settle down after the second wake. Here he is. He's super wide on the boat, very smooth through his turn. He's got a good approach here. Jump number 1, and
that's it.
It's a big jump.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent jump there from Freddie Kruger, but the expression shows us that there's a lot more to come. He's inspecting his jump fin, and whilst he does that, let's check in with Freddie and friends.
Joel, probably fairly frustrated after that.
Yeah, not pumped, but there's a few good bits. I just couldn't quite get it together on the ramp. But that's all right. That's how it goes.
seems to be everyone's been saying, oh yeah, I had the speed at one of them, I had the position, in terms of late and early, and I had a kick on one of them, but not quite putting it all together.
Yeah, that seems to be the thing, which is weird because it's perfect out there. Maybe we're all just trying to jump a little too far. I think that's probably what my issue was, except for the first one. I was pretty early on that one, but...
So you're going to be in that last chance qualifier, you're going to be going up against everyone apart from the top 4 here. What are your moves?
Well, hopefully tomorrow my back's going to hurt and I'm going to do another jump round.
Well, I hope your back doesn't hurt, but I hope you do another jump round. Good luck, mate. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks very much, Freddie. Good to hear from Joel. He's having fun out there, and we're excited to see him go back out here shortly and try and make that LCQ. But look at that distance. Freddie Krueger, jump number 1, 231 feet, right off the bat. That's the longest jump in a Pro Tour this year. He went right up over that MasterCraft buoy, so he is definitely on form. And as I watched that first jump, beautiful turns, clean through the wakes, but he lost his chest a little bit. He came off just kind of skiing through his tips a little bit. He lost some distance. I think he's going for looking to add another at least 5 feet here if he can get his chest up off the ramp and get that Freddie Krueger lift that we love about his jumping.
Here he comes, jump number 2. Oh, aggressive on that one, and I'm not too sure whether that's going to be anywhere close. I mean, he shows the signs of frustration with that one, but I mean, he's already jumped over 70 meters. It's enough to send him through to the next round. So, I mean, by that token, he's accomplished his mission going out there, So, I mean, he doesn't need to jump again, but, Freddie Krueger wants to use the remaining jumps in this set to try and get a better gauge for what the limit is and what he can do in order to take the victory here in the jump event when the final round comes to fruition.
So look at that, 227. I think that was a pretty good setup for him. He got pretty much in the course here. He did have his chest up. You just see him bank here a little bit back to the boat, lost some of that pull, that direction through the top left corner, and lost a little distance there. Still, it's great to see Freddie skiing like he is right now. He's pretty happy with that, but he's got some more in the tank. He's consistent. He's going up 230s, 227s pretty easily. He knows the guy he left on the dock is going to punch one out there. This feud between these two jumpers, Ryan Dodd and Freddie Krueger, has been going on for years. They were swapping victories back and forth. Ryan's got him in as far as world champs of late and world records, but Freddie is back on form.
Yeah.
And skiing very well this year.
And I spoke to Freddie a little bit yesterday for the pre-show, and he's he balks at the whole mention of him being the greatest athlete in the world so far as men's jumping is concerned. Most would probably agree with that, but he remembers, he studies the history of this event with the likes of Mike Sider-Howard and Wade Grimditch and Jimmy the Flea Jackson. He's very respectful of that as he comes into a jump, third and last attempt. Very, very close to the bottom right-hand corner.
That was late. That was extremely late. I looked over my shoulder there, Tony, and he was making a beeline towards that bottom right corner. Squeaked on the ramp, but yeah, not in a position to take it, and just kind of safety crashed out. But hey, good to see he's still, even on third final jump, he didn't lay up. He went at it. So Freddie Krueger, 231. He takes the lead. Only one competitor remaining.
And just look at this turn, gets a good hook up here. Now eyes himself at the jump, and I mean, no loss of position, but he just didn't have enough ramp under his feet. That's all it was.
No, for sure. He was right on the corner. I think he was watching it come right at his right ski. And I've seen him have that jump before where his kind of right ski rolls over on edge a little bit there. And just experience it like that. Most people would have not been able to handle that. But experience, he kind of safety crushed it out. And lives to jump another day, and that'll be tomorrow. He's so far he's our leader. Llewellyn and Critchley both in the final straight away. Emil Ritter, he's waiting to see what Ryan Dodd's got to do.
All right, so let's have a look at Ryan Dodd, the current leader in the Pro Tour standings. His season's best is 70.8 meters. That is 0.4 of a meter more than the jump that Freddie Krueger produced on jump number 1 as his lead distance.
Yeah, so Tony, what we'll note is the MasterCraft buoy that's out there. That's the biggest, longest jump in a Pro Tour, this Pro event this year, which is 230, and Freddie just eclipsed that.
Oh yeah.
Ryan has got a couple 232s, I think, at some record events a couple weekends ago at his home site in Palm Bay. I think Freddie bounced out of 232 down there as well. Freddie also has, I think, he's had the longest jump of the year for the last couple of years, 236 I think it is so far this year. He did that right here in April. So he likes jumping out here, and he's currently on top on the IWSF ranking list as we speak. But in a pro event, 230 has been the mark that's won events so far this year.
All right, then. So there is your leaderboard. Those are the target distances. If he can get more than the distance of 64.8, it will move him through to the next round of the competition. Otherwise, there could be a potential jump-off between Igor Morozov and Emil Ritter for the fourth and last spot to make it out of this round prior to the LCQ repechage. Here we go.
All right, Ryan Dodd, here's jump number 1. Oh, something's gone astray here. They've pulled him up. Something's happened with the setup, so they'll regroup.
All right, then.
Issue.
And whilst we resolve that issue, let's check in with Freddie and friends.
So we have more to switch battery out.
Freddie, 231 the first jump, that's huge. More frustrating than the second jump.
Well, I mean, you open with a 31, you either come in or go bigger, right? And first one, where I turned from was actually a little early, but I didn't finish the turn like I needed to, so I was actually all over the corner. If you look at that, hopefully they got view of that on the webcast. But the second one, actually a little bit later, I felt like where I turned from, but I got my skis all the way around, and then it just put me there a little early, so I got that bank. And the third one, just a little excited, honestly. And it's been a long day, a lot of waiting around and delays and stuff like that. But I was really excited to get out there, get the 31. I'm guaranteed to be in the top 2 going into finals tomorrow. So either side I land on him going into the finals is fine. If I go out before, it gives me a chance to put pressure. If I go out last, I know what I got to do.
I got to say, I wouldn't want to be a jumper for many reasons, because I wouldn't be good enough and I'd crash and all that sort of stuff. But I mean, the other thing is you got to wait around all day, and you more than most, you come, looking after and supporting your wife. You're part of the organization side of this tournament, so you've been here all day making sure things are working. That must weigh on you to some degree.
Does it? Probably. I've made a point to, I just refuse to even consider it. In our house, excuses are for victims, and I'm not going to be a victim. And honestly, we've had a lot of training at it this summer, because every tournament we've been to, Ridge has been the first guy off the dock, it felt like. So we've been there literally when the sun came up, and then if I'm skiing, I'm at the end. So, but I mean, I've had so much practice at this over whatever it's been, 28 years with Karen and I traveling the world. I take great pride in I'm never going to miss one of her set. I'll miss my set before I'm going to miss her set, because that's kind of dedication she gives me, right? So you get used to it, and, it's, is it different? Would you want to jump right into it? No, but again, after 28 years, if you can't handle it, you're out.
Well, great. Okay, I'm going to just walk over here to Ryan quickly, if you'll talk to us, Ryan. So, slight technical delay here. How are you feeling going into your set?
Good, yeah, I was excited to hit it, get a jump off, still am, so get some water on the jump and do it.
And you've been, like I was just saying to Freddie, you've been waiting around, for quite a while today, kind of getting ready. That's fairly typical, but probably waited a little bit longer than you might have thought given the rain delay. Does that affect you in any way?
I mean, everything affects everybody in some way, but I'm pretty stoked. Like, it cooled off and the wind's down and feel good, so.
Time for a big one. Well, good. You'll get on the water fairly shortly. Have a good one. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks very much, Freddie. They've been out to the ramp, adjusted the water. Actually, it was still going. Unfortunately, it just kind of dropped down a little bit. It's been a long day, and even the battery on the jump's tired. So hopefully we'll be back on the water here in just a second. The water's going. And Ryan Dodd will be on the water in a few minutes. We'll go to a commercial break and see our final competitor of the MasterCraft Pro preliminary rounds.
The Low Payment Kings Mahalik Auto Group family dealership are the official tow vehicles of the MasterCraft Pro Ski event. Please view hundreds of vehicles, videos, and Low Payment Kings specials at lowpaymentkings.com or call the Low Payment Kings toll-free today.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, back with continuing coverage of the 2022 MasterCraft Pro. We're on to our last competitor in the elimination round of the men's jumping competition, but we've still got some more jumps to come. We've got the LCQ round for everyone aside from the top four to try and make those final two spots through to the men's jump final. The three that have made it to the final so far are Freddie Krueger, Dorian Llewellyn, and Jack Critchley. We're on to our last competitor, that's Ryan Dodd, and he's looking for a jump distance in excess of 64.8 meters to punch his card through to the final.
Yeah, so that's job number one, is make his way straight into the jump final. Emil Ritter right now sits on the bubble, 213 feet. I don't think it's going to hold up. Ryan Dodd is well capable of going well into the 20s, maybe even 30s here today, as we saw Freddie Krueger do. But he's going to want to just secure that on his first jump, get that job done, and then focus his attention on trying to take the top seed away from Freddie Krueger, who's launched a nice 231. And he left a lot out there, though, and which is great to see, actually. There's a potential for some massive jumps tomorrow. I was talking earlier, the wind looks like it's swinging around a little bit more to the east. We've had a bit of a change in direction today. It started off kind of north or a little bit of west in it, came around to the north. Conditions got a little bit better for the slalom, and then it swung around to an east when we had a little bit of a headwind, and then the storm came in. So we had a bit of everything today, Tony, but we've got through. It's been a long day, but these jumpers have waited it out. And if you're still here on site, if you're watching at home, we're into the best of the best here. We just saw Freddie Krueger, the most decorated jumper probably in history, and Ryan Dodd, our world 3 or 4-time world champion and world record holder, about to leave the dock. And a little more jumping after this to come with the LCQ. So strap on your seatbelts and hold on tight, because Ryan Dodd's going to bring it down the lake and try and punch out some 230, go past that MasterCraft buoy that's stationed out there at 70 meters.
Indeed, indeed. And Ryan Dodd, the current and 3-time world men's jump champion, 2017, 2019, 2021, and will no doubt be looking to try and defend that title next year, no matter where the World Championships happens to be. I mean, even at this stage in the game, very few people have even the slightest clue where the World Championships are going to be next year or when. But rest assured, TWBC will be there front and center. We're providing you the coverage for that event that we hope.
And what a fantastic job you guys are doing, Tony. Vincent is trailing you out here and traveling the world, bringing live Waterski coverage to you guys. Some amazing angles, some great footage, and really exposing water skiing to the masses. And it's great to see you guys traveling to so many events and getting these events so everybody around the world can see. Here's Ryan Dodd, jump number one.
All right, here we go. Jump number one. He needs a jump of more than 64.8 meters or 230 feet to advance through, and I think he's done it.
Yeah, I think that's going to be jump number one. He's into the finals straight away. Whether it's up near Freddie, I think he's fallen short a little bit. He might have got ahead of Dorian Llewellyn on jump number one, but he doesn't want to go off the dock second to last. He wants last. He wants top seed. You saw him coming to the bottom of the ramp. We'll see the replay here in a second, I think. This guy can cut probably harder than anybody right after the second wake. He loads up good here, stays down through the wake. Right there he turns the power on and just digs. And he's putting one heck of a pull on that MasterCraft towboat, on that pylon, as he cuts into the bottom. 2:18, he's in the final straight away. He's a little bit shy of Freddie Krueger's 2:31, but he's currently sitting in third spot, doing well and hanging on tightly to second.
And whenever you compare Freddie Krueger to Ryan Dodd, people make a lot of comparisons between their jumping styles. But Freddie Krueger actually takes a little bit of air off the wake prior to hitting the jump. Ryan Dodd just stays down in the water and actually gets the majority of his distance coming off the jump, because the recoil of the rope actually pulls him up over the jump and gives him that little bit of spring kind of towards the boat, and it's up to him to resist as much as he can to maintain his direction off the jump for distance.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. So, we're talking about this battle between these two guys. So close, so many years. They've been battling, trading places on the podium. And they jump in such different ways. And that's what's cool about it. Freddie wide on the boat, takes a little bit of a swing through and just comes off so smoothly. Ryan, a lot of brute force out there, really drives in. Works hard on his fitness off the water. He's got some power behind it. Here he is coming in the bottom. Another big jump.
Oh, that's huge.
He has floated that one down the lake.
That's got to be closer to 70, if not in excess of, I tell you what. For the injuries and the amount of time that he's taken off from competitive action, it doesn't look like he's really missed a beat.
No, definitely. And that's we sort of haven't really talked about it too much. But Ryan Dodd, the last couple of years, he's had some ankle. He had an ankle injury. He suffered a big crash at the Malibu Open a little while back, or maybe 2 years ago. It took him a while to get going again. He came back for the World Champs last year and won that title. And look at that, 233 feet on jump number 2. He's got the lead. He's going to be our top seed tomorrow. He's gone to the dock. And some impressive jumping from Ryan Dodd on jump number 2. And our stage has been set. LCQ coming up next.
Indeed, and we'll start off with Luke Outram. And let's have a look at the leaderboard as it stands right now. Ryan Dodd with 70.9 or 233. 2 feet back there is Freddie Krueger with 231. Dorian Llewellyn with 221. He's currently in third. Jack Critchley securing his spot in the top 4, going through to the final with a 217. And we've got Emil Ritter, Igor Morozov, Joel Poland, Felipe Miranda, and Luke Outram. They will do battle in the LCQ. 2 of those remaining 5 competitors will advance. The remaining 3 will get their bus ride home.
Yeah, so still some exciting jumping to come. Some big jumpers in there. Felipe Miranda, Joel Poland, Igor. All those guys well over 200. They might even get up, some of our biggest jumps of the day so far. We'd be excited to see them up closer to 230. But yeah, they got one more chance. They're seeking 2 remaining spots into our final tomorrow.
All right, so okay, let's check in with Freddie and friends.
Yes. Ryan, 233 on your second jump. You decided to call it there, right? You felt good.
Yeah, I'm trying to learn each set, sort of pull the most I can out, but still stay fully committed. And I think I've got enough information for tomorrow to have a big one, so pretty stoked.
Is that one of your bigger jumps of the year? You've been going further than that, or?
Most of my jumps are 230 to 235, like 90% of my jumps this year. But I've been about 10 feet back from my base, in years past when I was jumping really strong before some injuries. And I feel like the last couple weeks, it's right there. So really excited about it.
That's awesome. So final tomorrow, you got another event next week to finish off your pro season. You must be really happy to be kind of moving into that form as you say you have been.
Yeah, it's a thrill. It's almost like it's been away for so long, but it's actually so normal for me that I'm just starting to feel like myself again, and that makes it more fun and a lot less scary and terrifying. So yeah, I'm really hoping for a couple good solid weeks to jump in healthy, strong, finish the year, feeling better than I started and roll into next year.
Good stuff, mate. Well, congratulations. Top seed for tomorrow. you guys.
Okay, back to the water with some action. We saw Luke Outram in the first round have a bit of an interrupted set. He went out, had one jump, very windy conditions. They said, that's it. And when the storm came through, we took some shelter. We came back out. He only had 2 jumps, but he negotiated it well and had a 204, which is a pretty handy jump for him. He's here to get a little bit of experience. You know, he's not one of the top jumpers, you could say, but very, very good overall skier. And he's just, he's just starting to make his way into this jump field, scoring some jumps over 200 feet and just figuring a few things out. And we'll see him in a lot of these pro events coming up soon, I bet.
Right, so the opening jump is a 53.5 meter jump, 53.5 or 176, 53.5176 on jump number 1, and he jumped 204 feet or 62.3 meters in the round previous to this one. He actually mentioned that it was actually his best jump in a competition, so 204 is his personal best. So he was one of the latest competitors to enter the 200-foot club. So hasn't had that much experience jumping over the that magical mark of 60.7 meters or 200 feet. But let's see what he can do with the remaining 2 jumps. He's certainly got nothing to lose here, and if he can just hit just one jump, it could make all the difference.
Yeah, we're watching him in that first round. You know, he went 204 pretty easy. He only had 2 jumps back out here to figure conditions. He didn't have the luxury of practice here. He looks very smooth.
Oh, nice.
Great extension off the ramp. But it's another very nice jump. That's going to be up close to that 200-foot jump again. And I'm impressed. Hey, this guy's got a future in long-distance jumping for sure. He's new on the scene. He hasn't been to that many of these pro events. But hopefully he keeps at it, and we'll see him joining the likes of Freddie and Ryan and Dorian here pretty soon.
And being a collegiate skier that he is, he represents the University of Louisiana at Lafayette Raging Cajuns. There is always that challenge of converting from one ramp height and speed to another ramp height and a totally different speed. 61.6 meters, that's 202. 61.6 meters, 202 feet. So gaining more and more experience with jumps in excess of 200 feet there, Kyle. And the thing that I was mentioning with collegiate jumping, collegiate jumps, 5-foot ramp height, 51 kilometers an hour, boat speed about 30 miles an hour. 6-foot ramp here, 57K or 35 miles an hour. There is significant differences in both aspects.
Significant differences, Tony, but what happens in collegiate skiing is with that boat speed down, the guys are able to bring the cuts so much later. They really dig in. The ramp height's pretty low, so they feel pretty safe and they throw themselves at it so hard. It's awesome to watch. If you haven't been to a collegiate event and see these guys, they jump upwards of 190 something feet. Is kind of where the record is right now at that smaller ramp height and that lower speed, which is it's incredible to watch. And you can see him just adjusting. He's going a little bit, quite a lot easier than he would in collegiate skiing, hitting the ramp kind of in the middle, making sure he's smooth, because that 6-foot ramp will eat you up if you're not in the right position.
Here he comes, jump number 3. Very, very steady looking jumps there, and I think he'll come off the water. Even if he doesn't make it through to the final, he'll be well satisfied with his efforts out there with, I would suspect, 2 consecutive jumps but in excess of 200 feet for his effort up there.
Yeah, well, that last one's not going to be as long as the 202 is going to be his longest jump of that set. But like we said, consistent jumping, over 200 feet again. And, you can see he's got the technique. He definitely rides his skis well. He comes off the ramp with some great ramp work, gets some good float down the lake. It's really intensity. And confidence to bring his cut down. And you'll see his other guys, bring that the cut later on the 600, get a little bit wider on the boat. Turning, they're looking a lot more at the side curtain and just holding on and taking that extra little bit of heat at it. And he's going to get that with confidence with time.
All right, we await the distance on jump number 3 there for Luke Outram. This should be in excess of 60 meters. Yes, indeed it is. It's 60.7 meters or 199 feet. So there you go. That is Luke Outram. Not too sure whether that would advance him through to the next round of the competition, but we'll see what transpires in the fullness of time as we get ready for our next competitor. This is Felipe Miranda.
Okay, Felipe leaving the dock, and this guy could throw the cat amongst the pigeons. like I said, he hasn't been jumping a ton. He was injured for a little while. He's slowly getting back into it. But if he finds some form and pushes it a little bit, he could throw a jump out in excess of 220 feet. He's done it before. He's won some major events in the past. Him and his brother Rodrigo, we're missing Rodrigo. He's a little injured right now. We'll say hi to him. He'll be watching the webcast with interest, cheering his brother along. Two of the top jumpers, best jumpers ever to come out of Chile.
And his last really major tournament, which was the Malibu Open 2 seasons ago, he has actually stood on the podium next to
his
Toti
brother.
Morandi.
That was an awesome event to watch. The two brothers tied, I think, and had to go out for a jump off, and it was between the two of them. So I think when they went back for that, they couldn't lose. It was one of them going to be on the podium, one was going to be second, and I think they were excited. It doesn't matter which one ended up on top.
All right, and the Chileans are certainly coming in with a force, and they are a nation on the rise so far as top quality tournament water skiing is concerned. Spearheaded by the likes of Toti Morandi and indeed Felipe Miranda, who is on the water right now. Let's see what he's got.
Again, a little conservative approach, but some nice lift. Not a massive jump for Felipe, but just a good little opening attempt. We'll get back to kind of the Mirandas coming out of Chile. Between that family, their site down there, they've hosted a number of big events, world championships, under 21, under 17 championships, and they've really set a great program for the development of their juniors. They bring a lot of young kids into the sport, and they're really sort of a driving force behind the improvement and the development in Chile. And they're getting some great skiers coming out of there. Toti's got a son that's doing absolutely amazing. Martin Labrie, he's one of the top. He's got the world overall junior record. So a lot of talent coming out of Chile, and it's pretty much directly responsible from the Miranda family and their efforts to really get the sport big in their home country.
Indeed. So that jump there was towards the 200-foot range, high 190s for Felipe Miranda. The distance in metric is 59.8 meters. I believe it's a 197. So that's our second Chilean jumper getting ready. That's Emil Ritter. He'll be among our next competitors, and we're looking out towards the dock and seeing one of our next competitors, who I believe should be Joel Poland, getting his gloves on and getting ready to hit that jump full force. And there we go. Okay, so we got Pipe Miranda, multiple-time world overall champion, multiple-time Pan American champion.
He's been a podium finisher in jump at the World Championships a couple times too. And here he comes, a jump, still sitting back a little bit on the ramp. I think he's still a little bit early, trying to be smooth, trying to be consistent, but maybe a little bit on the easy side, a little bit early. Hopefully he'll say, hey, you know what, it's the last, third and final attempt. I'm going to bring it down the lake and have a go.
He certainly will, and good connection with the handle. He's been essentially out of this level of sport for the best part of a year and a half. So, whatever he produces out here at this time, it may not be enough to see him advance, but it's a good confidence boost anyway as he gets ready for the Chilean Summer Series of tournaments. So 196 on the first, 198 on the second.
So 198. He went 208 in the first round, which is a pretty good jump. He's going to wave those two jumps away. That's not what he needed. But right you are that he's not expecting much from this event. He came in here with a little bit undertrained, but he's just trying to get his bearings again and compete again with the likes of all the pros that are on the dock with him. And he'll be back into things here pretty soon, and hopefully on this third and final jump he'll show why. And Joe Polland stands there on the dock looking like he means business. He knows he's got two spots to make it in. And right now, 202, Luke Outram has the lead. I don't think that's going to hold up too long. We've got another three after Felipe, Joe Polland, Igor Morozov, and Emil Ritter. And it's going to be, I have a feeling it's going to be two of those three that make it in.
Yes, indeed. We are about to throw down in a big way with our remaining jumpers, but let's see what Felipe Miranda can do. He's eyeing up the Pan American Games in October of next year as maybe his swan song. But at the moment, he's up, he's over, and he really pounds that one down the lake. Good jump in there from Felipe Miranda.
So Tony, I think he brought that one down a little bit. I can hear the boat just pick up a notch, working a little harder, driving him into the jump, and that's how that zero off works. It knows where it is in the course, and if the skier's taking a little bit more pull, it'll accelerate a little bit stronger to kind of, or gas a little bit stronger to kind of hold the skier. And I could hear it ripping into the bottom there. Unfortunately, I think on the ramp, he kind of jammed it a little bit. It wasn't that smooth. It's going to be his longest jump, I think, but maybe not in the area that's going to put him in contention. 210, hey, it's not bad. It's better than he did in the first round, but no, not quite what he was looking for today.
Yes, and I mean, having spoken to him earlier, I mean, he'll take 210 at this moment in time in terms of where he is so far as his recovery after injury over the last year and a half. So he may not make it through to the next round of the competition, but he'll leave this venue happy, and it's an encouraging sign going forward for the multiple-time world champion Felipe Miranda of Chile. All right, next skier to take to the water as he waits for the line to tighten. We've just seen one previous world overall champion. Here is the current world overall champion. That is Joel Poland. And make sure that you go online and check out bplayfuel.com. bplayfuel.com to check out the latest matches that are currently on now. Vote for your latest matches by going to bplayfuel.com. And if you are interested in playing some online games, why not predict the podiums for our skiers in the slalom event by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. You could win yourself a D3 or a Connolly slalom ski, courtesy of waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Make sure you get those entries in fairly soon before the next rounds of the slalom event for both the men's and the women's, which will be our opening event tomorrow.
Okay, so the intensity is going to be turned up a notch here. Joel Poland on the water, the current world overall record. But today it's about just his slalom, which he got into the semi-final. And now it's about jumping. He knows he needs to put some pressure on Emil and Igor to follow him. I'm sure he's thinking 220 is going to be the distance. So he's going to push this one. He's just out there maybe an hour ago. He knows what it feels like out here. And he's going to be ready and way down the lake here on jump number one.
All right, here he comes, jump number one. Brings it home. Decent looking jump, a good air form. And as we await the distance, let's check in with Freddie and friends.
Sorry, unprofessional. Felipe, you're back on the water. You're happy about that, but you're maybe not so happy with the eventual distance.
Well, I'm happy that I'm on my feet, I'm standing, I'm talking to you. My last big tournament, I was upside down. I broke my sternum, had a little issue on my back. I could have been in a wheelchair. So now talking to you, be able to be here, be able to compete. I know it's not the best distance, but definitely pretty damn happy to be my first event and happy that I could come back and ski.
You're building back up after traumatic. That's really tough to come back from something like that. I mean, that must have been a very emotional process.
Yeah, it's hard, especially coming back. You see yourself, you don't want to crash again. You just want to jump safe. You want to jump good, but also it's jumping. It's extreme, and you gotta push it to the limit. Today, I just said, okay, I'm just gonna do what I can do today without thinking about what the others. And well, I did what I did.
6 jumps, nothing upside down. You're back. You'll be building. Congratulations. We'll see you at the next event.
Okay, cool. Great to hear from Felipe there. He's actually still in the lead right now, 2:10 in this last chance qualifier. We saw Joel Poland, the distance came up while we're interviewing, 2:09 on jump number one. And watching that replay, he's having a little trouble through the wakes here today, Tony. He saw it in the first round. He was skipping through the wakes. He doesn't jump behind a MasterCraft all that much. I mean, he has jumped extremely well behind him, but maybe he's just having a little trouble. He does stay down through the wakes, but he's pushing a little hard right now and tripping over and not looking settled into the bottom. Hopefully he can figure it out on jump number 2.
Yes, and I think he's just done it. He's just figured it out.
Big.
5 jumps in, and I think he has managed to find his legs, finally.
He knows it. He knows it. He definitely got through the wakes clean then. Had a lot of pull in the bottom and had some confidence to just explode. And that's that lift that we were talking about earlier. I think that's going to be surprising people. That's a big jump from Joel Poland.
and he high-fived there, Emil Ritter going past. I'd love to see the instant replay on that one. But let's have a look here on the instant replay with his second attempt here. And he leads with 68.1 meters or 223. Look at this. From Joel Poland, just getting hitting the ramp at the right spot and flying in for the landing. And that puts him in the lead. It also eliminates Luke Outram from further contention. Only 2 competitors out of this LCQ advance. And Joel Poland looking fairly good for that endeavor right now.
Oh, definitely. 223. That's a big jump. You know, he's going to be happy with that.
And here's that replay. Gotta love Vince here with this.
High five. He's happy with that jump, obviously. Always playing around, having a good time, Joel Poland, and it shows in his performances. 223 on jump 2. Let's see what he's got. You can see him through the wakes on that one. Settled that right ski down. Still landed on a little bit of the dip, but felt confident to boot that one, and massive jump. But he wants probably a little bit more. He wants to set himself up for the final tomorrow. He's in it. He's going to be in at least 5th, maybe 6th spot. This looks late again. Can he get through the wakes clean? And another nice jump. Maybe not quite as far, I think, on jump 3. But you can see he's in form.
Yep, he is most definitely in form there. Joel Poland with a 223. Yeah, he may have been down after the first 3 jumps in the initial elimination round, but he wasn't going to stay down for long. And bear in mind that this isn't his first time behind the MasterCraft. He actually competed in the LA Night Jam and placed on the podium as a result on that one during the nighttime jump event. And it is a 66.6 or 219. 66.6, 219. Nothing devilish about that jump, I can tell you.
So much happier Joel Poland as he comes off the water from this LCQ. He was probably a little disappointed with that first round, but now he's throwing down the gauntlet for Emil. He's got the distance on the board for these other guys to chase. Emil knows he needs a piece way over 220 feet with the likes of Morozov to follow him.
All right, so
both these guys tied at 213, was it? 213 in the first round?
Yep. Emil Ritter and Igor Morozov, that is 64.8 meters or 213 feet. So, all right then, so let's talk numbers, shall we? I mean, Joel Poland in the lead with a 68.1 meter jump. For both of the remaining 2 competitors to advance, both are going to have to jump in excess of that distance of 68.1 meters. If one of them doesn't come through with that distance, then Joel Poland advances. If neither of those 2 come through with a distance in excess of 68.1, then it means that we go down to our next competitor down, and that could potentially mean Felipe Miranda makes it into the final. But it's ifs and buts right now, and we've got 2 competitors on the water. We're going to see Igor Morozov in a few minutes, but before him, Emil Ritter.
Well, Tony, I think I'm going to tell you, I think Felipe's resigned to the fact that the 210's not going to make it. One of these guys is going to go further than that. Joel Poland already has, and with the experience that these 2 skiers have, Igor obviously has a little bit of the creds. He's had some bigger jumps under his belt. He's got a few more podiums along the way, but Emil is hungry, and he's been, like I said earlier, steadily working his way up, jumping consistently closer and closer to 220 and above. And hopefully he can turn it up just that little bit more and punch one out there for us today.
Here he comes, jump number 1. Oh, and he hits this one beautifully. And as we get ready to find out his jump distance, let's check in with Freddie and friends.
We saw Joel Poland fish throw after your second jump, 223 feet. You think you're in?
I'm hoping I'm in. That was like a thank you, Lord, for getting me through that one. After jump 1, I was like, what am I doing? And then like midway through jump 2, as I'm countering, I'm like, I'm looking down. So I just got my eyes up, looked to the top left, and all of a sudden I was good.
Well, nice to be able to coach yourself through your set. Let's say you're in for tomorrow, probably a good chance of that. You're going to be out fairly early. You'll be putting pressure on the guys after you.
Yeah, well, it didn't work going late this morning, so I figured might as well go early.
Good stuff, mate. Well, we're going to have to wait and see. One more skier. If you're still in the lead, you'll be through. Good job, good jumping. Back to you guys.
Yeah, well, with 223, I think he's looking pretty safe. I'd like to be in his shoes if I was competing here today. We saw Emil jump 63.1, 207. That's not going to be enough. It's a nice jump. It's a very nice jump. You can see him kind of just be very smooth, got his lift, just not taking the cut, not late enough. You're not having the speed to carry down the lake 223 feet. So hopefully he can find that extra gear and pull one out here on jump 2 or 3.
Yes, that does further relegate Luke Outram down the list, but it doesn't put him high enough on that same list to maybe make it through to the next round of the competition. He needs more distance, and what can he do with the remaining 2 jumps? Oh yeah, there you go, that's better. More lift, more distance, but the question is it going to be enough? And I noticed that going towards the opposite end, he was actually taking some advice from his fellow Chilean jumper, Felipe Miranda. The camaraderie between those competitors very much in evidence.
Well, they definitely, they trained together down there at the Miranda Ski School in Santiago, Chile. And that's a very smooth jump. He got a lot more out of the ramp, that one, and I have a feeling after a little help from Felipe, he's actually just beat his countryman. I think he's going to snuck ahead of that 210 that we saw Felipe. There it is, 214. 214 for Emil. So he's slotted himself into second position. And Igor on the dock is starting to get a little bit of an idea of what he's going to need to jump to make it into the final tomorrow.
Okay, if nothing changes so far as the next jump is concerned with Emil Ritter, it would mean that Joel Poland, currently in first with 1 competitor remaining, he would advance. Emil Ritter's jump, therefore, his jump at 214 feet or 65.2 would then represent the bubble, and that would be the target distance for Igor Morozov going forward.
It's going to be there and thereabouts. I think Emil can eke out a few more feet if he can adjust his time and get into down the lake a little bit more. But I'm not seeing a 220 out of him. I might be surprised, but he's really got to change a couple things up and really get down the lake. But we saw earlier that Jack's made it into the straight to the final with 217, so that may be enough. If he could just eke a few more feet and put a little more pressure on Igor coming out next.
Here he comes. Jump number 3. What does he have? Oh, good steady flight off the top of the jump, but I don't think he got enough of his legs underneath him to really send that one towards 223. I could be wrong, but judging by what I've seen from Joel Poland and comparing that to what I've seen here from Emil Ritter, I don't see much of a positive comparison so far as Emil Ritter is concerned.
No, but watching that replay though, Tony, textbook jumping there from Emil. Great set, very, very smooth. Started with a 207, then a 214. This last one, maybe not quite, 208 coming up there, 208. Very, very good jumping. If you want to learn how to jump, watch this guy. He's very, very smooth. Comes off the ramp very, very clean, doesn't push things too hard. So consistent jumping, but it's maybe not going to be enough. Igor knows 214 is the mark to beat.
And Joel Poland knows that he is through to the next round of the competition with the best jump in the LCQ round thus far. But now comes down the final 3 jumps of the LCQ round, and they will all belong to Igor Morozov.
Okay, 6:30 p.m. on the Friday of the 2022 MasterCraft Pro preliminary rounds. It's been a long day at the lake, a lot of amazing waterski action, and Igor Morozov is going to be our final skier, chasing 214 to try and make his way and feature tomorrow in our jumping final.
All right then, so there you see there, Joel Poland with 68.1 meters. Now, those distances won't really make that much of a difference so far as the positionals are concerned, because the top 4 competitors that came out of the initial round, they've all been set in stone. So positions 1 through 4 have assumed those positions, and now we're just looking for positions 5 and 6. Now, at this time, if nothing changes, Joel Poland will have position 5, and it's either going to be a toss-up between Emil Ritter and Igor Morozov to take the 6th and the final spot, unless Igor Morozov can find something that goes better than 68.1 meters or 223 feet, and that would take P5.
Oh, definitely. Igor's capable of it. We saw him a couple of weekends ago launching some into the 220s out in California. He's finding some form. He's been missing from a few events earlier on the season, but got back into the swing of things. Had a fair good look at it on the first round. 213 was his max. Can he pick things up a notch here in... oh, this is a late cut.
Oh, this is a late approach. Here he comes.
Lefty getting away.
Oh, and he knew it too. He had to put everything and the kitchen sink into that one. And let's check in with Freddie and friends.
Emil, 214, you're in second. You've got 2 more jumps. You know, if you stay in that spot, you're going to be in the final. What do you think?
Yeah, well, let's wait and see. I mean, Igor is a great jumper. He's more than capable of doing it. I did my best. I tried my best. I had more speed than the first set, so let's wait and see.
The nervous wait. I mean, I think that's, you know, we just got to get in that final, you know, so you can kind of then, you know, go and show what you can do tomorrow. Well, I'm pulling for you, you know, hopefully, and we'll see how we go. Good jumping. Back to you.
Yeah, great to hear there from Emil, one of the nicest guys you'll meet in the pro ranks, and doing it, like I said, very consistent out there. 214. He knows he's left the door open a little bit, and Igor is chasing that down. It shows a little bit of the respect though for that distance. So Igor knows he's got to punch one out there. He brought it down pretty late there on that first one, maybe too late, and cranked his turn and couldn't hold on to it. So he's going to kind of readjust, back it up a little bit. 214 is a big jump. And it's not unbeatable, but he can do it.
That represents the only pass in this round in the LCQ. Out of all of the jumps that we've seen so far, every single attempt was taken aside from Igor Morozov's first. So, 2 jumps remaining. It's come down to this effort here to determine.
A little bit of pressure after passing the first jump. You know, Emil's sitting there with the 214 on the board. And Igor only managed a 213 in the first round when conditions are pretty much the same. Everything's identical. But obviously with the extra little bit, you know, few jumps under his belt, he might be able to change a couple of things, adjust his timing. Let's see it. This is another late cut, a smoother turn. Can he hold on here into the bottom? Get his lift. That looks big.
Does he get it? Oh, it's going to be close.
Very close.
It's going to be close. Emil Ritter just looking on, a little nervous wry smile there on the starting dock.
I know how he feels. That's it's a hard spot to be in. You know, you've done your best out there on the water. You just got to sit back and wait and see what the other competitors do. And he can't do anything about it. He's just got to watch and kind of hope that he gets it. He's done enough. It's going to be extremely close. I have a feeling Igor's been over 214. That one 211. Okay, so just a tad shy, 1 meter, 3 feet shy of Emil's distance. Emil lives another jump.
Yes, and it's going to come down to one final jump. Can you imagine what it would the crowd reaction would be if he jumped exactly the same distance on the final jump?
Well, that'd be a fitting finish for today, and then they'd head back out and do another jump off. We'd be here another 20 minutes or so, but it would be exciting final few jumps for the day. So let's see what he's got. It's Igor Morozov. He's got a personal best of 228, a Russian record holder. He's won some big events. He's been on the podium multiple times, and he's definitely got the creds to pass that 214. But there's a lot of pressure. It's third and final jump, one last roll of the dice, and let's see what he can do.
All right, it's now or never for Igor Morozov, setting up the 0 off on Z. Can he do it with this final jump? Here he comes, Igor Morozov.
No.
Oh, look at this, it's close again.
Big jump.
Does he land and ride it out? Yes, he does.
Tony, I glanced over my shoulder. It was another late cut, a lot of speed, but he slipped on the ramp. He split, and I have a feeling that's going to come short. Let's watch that replay.
He needs a meter. He needs a meter.
It's going to be close, but I think his ramp work let him down on that third and final jump. Let's take a look right at the bottom here. And yeah, see those skis just slip apart. And 2:05, congrats to Emil Ritter. He is joining the other 5 skiers in the final for tomorrow at the 2022 MasterCraft Pro.
All right, let's check in one final time with Freddie and friends.
Emil, 2:14, you did enough.
Yeah, that was enough. I mean, I drove all the way from Utah, so this is worth it. Worth the drive. Awesome.
Final tomorrow, you'll be first out. Go big.
Yeah, I mean, first out, go big and try to put some pressure on the boys, but we'll try to go big.
Good stuff, mate. Congratulations. Awesome. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Freddie Winter, and congratulations there to Emil Ritter. Now, you do recall that I mentioned a few minutes ago the distance there of Joel Poland, and that is the LCQ results of 68.1 meters, 223 feet. Emil Ritter there taking the second spot in the LCQ to join the previous 4 competitors who were qualified out of that round. Now, because Joel Poland's distance was 223 feet, you know, had he have jumped that in the original round, that would have put him in 3rd place. But as it is, he will start P5, and Emil Ritter will start P6. So Emil Ritter will be off the dock first. Then it'll be Joel Poland, and then it will be the likes of Dorian Llewellyn, Jack Critchley, Freddie Krueger, and then our final jumper, Ryan Dodd.
Yeah, so the final list is set. We've got some amazing jumpers in there for tomorrow's top 6 final. The action starts tomorrow around 9 o'clock again. We've got the semi-finals of slalom. The women start off, I think, followed by the men. And then we'll be moving on to our finals around midday. So stay tuned and, yeah, follow us along. It's going to be an exciting day tomorrow.
Yes, and tell your friends about the 2022 MasterCraft Pro coming to you live from Lake Grew, the home of Ski Fluid. Our head coach there of Ski Fluid doing a fantastic job alongside me here at the announcing point. Kihu himself, Mr. Kyle Lead. Thank you very much for all of what you do, sir.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's been a pleasure to be here with you today, Tony. It's been a great event. A bit of a longer day with the weather delay, but hey, we want to make sure things are perfect for our skiers, and they were. And the results speak for themselves.
And indeed, and also Lake Grew is the home of Action Watersports. We thank those folks as well, and indeed all of our supporters for this event. This event being the 2022 MasterCraft Pro. We'll rejoin action starting off tomorrow morning at around 9 a.m. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel, and also to hit the bell icon to be informed when you get. And to get instant notification of when the event is actually live. My name is Tony Lightfoot. It's a privilege to be out here announcing for this event. And until we rejoin action tomorrow morning, it's good night and ciao for now.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.